We'll know if it's on. Hell yeah, juice. I see you out there. Blind Nest Owl. Not a Suit. Ben Godfrey. John S. Dougie D. Good morning, everybody. How y'all doing? Good morning, Ed. Missed it. Finally. Yes, I'm still alive, Steven. Still here. It's weird too. I've got I'm still having computer problems. But I did send a new desktop out to have some work done on it. Got like a Ryzen 7 in it, a bunch of other crap. But it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing. And I switched back to the old Streamlabs instead of the Studio OBS. That shit, I'm not doing it right now. It's not working for me. So we're going to stick with what we were doing before until I can get this new computer back online. And I broke a charger for my laptop. So whatever. Good morning, everybody. How's everybody doing? We're going to switch this right over and get going this morning. Everybody's doing well out there. Sammy, good to see you. BTCCKK. Vegas. Lee. Shit Slammer, good to see you. GP. Yeah, GP. That's weird. Yeah, we're going to see Russian bots today. Probably tons of them. I got the box mounted at this point. I rebuilt a bunch of shit and then put the box back up. And I am missing one wire or whatever. We'll finish. That job should be finished today at some point. As soon as I'm done today, I'm going to finish that job. How y'all doing? Hey, Cowboy, how are you? Hey, good to see you, Liam. So we'll switch right over here. Everybody's kind of loading in right now. Good morning to all of you. We'll do the niceties afterwards. We don't have a lot of time until the market opens. So we'll get the niceties. We'll come back to the niceties and all the talking as soon as the market opens. For today, for news, we don't have much, right? We've got consumer credit at 3. Be aware of that one. That could be an opportunity for the market to have a little bit of volatility end of the day. Maybe a slowdown if we trade higher from the open today. Tuesday, we have not much going on there. Wholesale inventories, 10 o'clock. Job openings and quits on Wednesday could provide a little bit of volatility, but mostly it's probably going to be around Thursday. Initial claims, continuing claims, CPI, of course. And then again on Friday, University of Michigan consumer sentiment. Sometimes it matters and sometimes it doesn't. Kind of a quiet early week, though, and we're going to talk about puts that were closed on Friday, calls that were bought on Friday for this week, and the general state of the market. We're also really going to talk about a market crash at some point down the road, and is that on the table or not? What needs to happen for that to be on the table? Is it something to be concerned about? So we'll talk about that later this morning. We're going to get through as much as we can, as fast as we can. Wait a minute here. This is the spot cam report for Friday. This is the after the close on Friday spot cam report, okay? 4,300 proved to be key support, okay? We could see SPY options flow buying the initial dip near 430 as traders sold puts and bought calls into the close. It's something you need to see, okay? Traders sold puts and bought calls into the close, right? So you saw some dealer hedging after the close on Friday, and then we're up this morning. No matter what you've heard about why we traded down overnight, where we are this morning, you should be aware of this, okay, for today. The deltas remain flat. This was rather uneventful trading in the broader context. A lot of traders are rightfully nervous to short volatility, so short vol over the weekend. Therefore, a quiet weekend could lead to a pop in markets on Monday. We're seeing that this morning, right? Expensive options should decay, allowing some deltas to be covered as markets reopen. Significant escalation on the geopolitical front brings downside levels outlined. This past Friday into play. We haven't seen that this morning. There's talk of another ceasefire, right? And people are using that as an excuse why the market's going up this morning. It's not really the real reason why the markets are going up. Material long-term call buyers still seem to be on pause, and that should remain the case until geopolitical monetary risk are cleared. This video right here, what I posted this on Twitter this morning, and this basically outlines, if you're a bull, how you have to trade this market right now, right? Can't be buying. We go into this repetitively. We've gone into how the markets are trading up and down in this zigzag fashion. And he basically explains it here, right? You can't buy a month out or a 3 month out call on this market and expect it to print with IV being as high as it is. You just can't. You're getting these wild movements within that 1 to 3 month period. It's destroying any kind of a long position in this market. So just be aware of that. So call options are not driving this market. Put options are driving this market. Be aware of that as we come into the FOMC. I believe that's the 15th, 16th. Plus, we've got OPEX on the 18th. Sometimes these things don't even play out until after not only the FOMC, it could play out before. We'll talk about that later today. But sometimes these moves don't even play out until after. They're going to be like, thanks for playing bears and thanks for playing bulls. And then the move, maybe a move higher, will take place. It could take place before or after, but there's a high chance that it doesn't even take place until after all this shit's done, after all the banks are positioned. Okay, so just be aware of that. We've got a bunch of other stuff to talk about. We've got to talk about gas. We've got to talk about war. Have to talk about productivity, inflation, all that kind of stuff at some point. This is Friday's report. The rest of it you really don't need to know, but you can see why we are where we are this morning on the open. Now, this morning, futures are trading near 4275, which is off of the 4233709 lows. Open interest changes from Friday's show. The net closing of puts, right, is greater or equal to 4350 and rolled lower. Additionally, 20,000 calls added to 4,400. Okay, so just be aware of this number right here. We've got a price target of that same old place, 4,400. Now, there are some scarier resistance levels above we need to talk about. We'll look at a chart real quick, and I'll show you those. This served to shift many of our key levels lower. Vol trigger, ABS, gamma, strike, call, which brings down resistance. 4,300 to 4,400 is now overhead range into next week, okay? And that's what we're talking about here. We'll look at that channel and see why this is going to be 4,400 is actually going to be tough to hit. For today, we see resistance at 4,325 and 4,345. Be aware of these two numbers here. I have it charted out, and I posted that chart on Twitter this morning on my regular handle, on the CaptainJimJames handle, the regular one, not the Captain's Alpha channel. So you can go back and look at my profile there, and you'll find it. Support lies at 42.55 and 4208. Major oil moves plus greater than 5% are grabbing headlines, and many other commodities are soaring too. We talked about the wheat. Remember, if you guys remember, we talked about wheat before it blew up, right? We said, wow, we don't ever see wheat calls, and we saw wheat calls as the trade became apparent once Russia invaded Ukraine. Convex moves tend to break things. Margin calls, forced liquidations, at a minimum keep pre-FOMC uncertainty high, right? So what does this mean here? This means that you've got people trying to short oil. It's not going to work. It's going to continue to squeeze higher, right? If equities start to shift lower, we continue to see it as controlled demolition of steps lower as opposed to limit down type moves. We see these staircase moves in the market right now, right? You can see larger moves in futures, and then you see smaller downward moves in the cash market. This is because we believe that there are substantial put options, and so dealers are left to adjust hedges, gamma. If some exogenous event drives the demand for additional put positions, then negative deltas may be foisted onto dealers' pads, which could drive volatility over. Now, we talked about this as well, where when we see these puts have been bought, these hedges have been bought, they're already in the market, and until we get to specific resistance points, we don't really see more puts be purchased unless we're at those points. But every time we've come to those points, you've seen that amplification of volatility from the addition of puts on the market. And until retail traders, retail investors get bullish again, you're not going to see anything other than that take place. So puts are bearish sentiment, and puts are running the market right now. Okay, we're not seeing puts that are just way out, right? Hedging that's just way out in time, in the money, for us to head higher. You're seeing deep outside the money, deep in the money puts that are staggered 1, 2, 3 months out, and then you're seeing a bunch of 0-day puts being bought that are just amplifying that move down. And you're not seeing call buying hedging higher. 1, 2, 3 months out, and you're not seeing 0-day calls being bought that are outside the money. It's all inside the money stuff that's driving the market higher when we go higher. This is because we believe that there are substantial put options, so dealers left to adjust gamma. Well, we already talked about that. At a higher level, we have still not shifted from the view that markets won't stage a major rally until next week, FOMC and OPEC, barring a ceasefire. And I posted this on Twitter last Thursday too, I think. Thursday or Wednesday, I posted, I said to you, all it takes is a ceasefire, like a real ceasefire, not a fake one. None of this like you get a path out of there or anything like that. This is true. If you see a real ceasefire, like we're going to stop killing each other, you will see shorts get trapped. At any point, no matter where we are on this market, you will see it. Guaranteed. Okay? So into next week, the lower markets are, the stronger we anticipate the bounce may be. This is next week, right? This is heading into the 12th, 11th, 12th, somewhere in there. I'll look at the exact date. I would expect that bounce, right, to happen maybe the 10th. Not the 10th, excuse me. I would expect it to happen, I don't know. It's a tough one. It's a tough one. But that still includes where the FOMC is for next week. The lower the markets are, the stronger we anticipate the bounce may be. Be aware of that part, right? If we trade down deep, I don't think that we do. Maybe we do, but I think they're going to pin the puts unless they waterfall cascade puts. I think they pin it. But there should be a moment next week where we get a significant bounce on this market, okay? Prior to next week on the downside, we know two strong support lines, 4225, 4120. We look for tradable bounces off those levels and a more macro major support at 4050. Be conscious of this one too. If you can't handle us going down to 4050 and you're a bull, then you have no business trading this right now. If you're a bull, it might be better for you to just sit out and wait for that moment of capitulation. It might never come, but even if it doesn't come, right, you can still bypass the FOMC, you can still bypass OPEC and get it at any time. You don't need the best bottom. You don't need the ultimate bottom. You just need some of this shit just to smooth over if you're a bull out there. If you're a patient bull, it might serve you well just to sit out and say, fuck it. If I get the 4050, I'm going to trade this higher. If I don't, and FOMC and OPEC is out of the way, I'm going long. That's the safest play as a bull for you being out there. Now, we're going to talk about us trading lower than this 4050 if there's that potential. And there is. There really is. And I'll talk about it later today, okay? You got 5 minutes left until we open, so I'm going to show this to you on a chart here in a moment. Conversely, upside resistance into 316 continues to read at 4440, right? I'll scroll through this for you. You can come back and pause this video and get your own levels, if you like, on the different indexes. But there's some real weakness going on in other places in the market that we have to talk about at some point today. Now, later on, I say this every time I come on here. I say this, I go, I got some shit I got to do later today, and then I end up sitting here with you till 4 o'clock, which it's possible that happens today as well. I'm still having some technical difficulties being on or live streaming what I want to live stream to you. I've got a new computer that I purchased last week. It's in a shop. You need to go pick it up. The weekend is over. Yada, yada, all that other kind of shit to get this up and actually running the way that I want to see it running. So we're going to get out of this real quick. And I posted this chart onto Twitter this morning, okay? And this is what I want you to see is this zone up here is your resistance zone, okay? This area is all volatility up here. More than likely, you're not going to trade higher by what SpotGam is saying. Your resistance today is, we got 4320, right? So we could trade down right off the bell here. And maybe we trade higher to 435 today, somewhere in here, okay? So we kind of do this thing where we could end up trading right off the bell. We could trade down, spook bulls, and then actually trade higher into the close today. Now, we could end up getting more calls purchased into the bell, right? That would force dealers to sell futures, right? We come back down here, and then we actually make a move up either Tuesday. Maybe we burn Tuesday calls. We actually make that move into Wednesday here before we hit some more volatility. That's that 440 zone, right? this kind of answers the question of what Spot Gamma thinks we're going to do. If you're a bear, it doesn't really matter what we do in here, do we? Into FOMC, you're just looking for the best spot to take a short position. And that answers the other side of the Spot Gamma take on this market, right? That no matter where we are up here, you're going to be taking a short into FOMC next week. I don't care if it's a long put. I don't care what it is. It's some kind of, hey, we're going down into this future zone over here. They've got puts down to 390. They don't have puts at just 405, 408, 418. They've got them down here. And you can see these dates. This is next week over here, right? We've got the 10th. We got the 11th, 12th, 4th. Excuse me. Here's the 14th here, and the 15th and 16th, right down in here. So there's a fair chance that we can trade up here, and you've got another short opportunity coming into next week, right down here. I mean, I don't know how we get there. This is basically what they're saying on the best case scenario. This is your best case scenario from now into following next week. This is it. It's not we trade down here and then we rocket ship up. This is your best chance for what could happen into next week. So we'll check out this open together. I'll bring up Bookmap for you, but I want you to see what the best case opportunity is to see, what can happen here. Can we have a fake out? Do we have a fake out right after the bell? We trade higher, then we trade lower. We bounce maybe somewhere down in here. Possible. It's possible we could trade as low as 42854, but I think we take the bounce off of 43184 somewhere in there, and then we start trading higher today. I think you'll see the trade higher today. Even if they burn calls today, you're going to see the trade higher tomorrow, Tuesday into Wednesday. We call buyers and put sellers on Friday bell. So we'll check that out on the open this morning. And then one last thing I want to show you is market profile before we get out of this. See, we're trading right now, right? There's a whole wall of sellers above here. There's a giant iceberg to work through as we trade the rest of the day ahead. Okay, so just be aware of this morning, that there's some resistance here, some resistance at 4,400. I know a lot of you are like, yeah, but there's nothing above cap. We're going to rocket ship way higher here. I don't see that happening. Unless there's a truce, a ceasefire, unless there's something we don't know, these sellers are going to be up here just waiting to get out of their long positions. Okay? Because there's other things on this market that are going to we'll log off there. We just got the bell. They're going to impact the market. And there's some things going on in the background that you have to be aware of. I'm going to turn this one off right here. I'm going to get what am I going to open up here? Bookmap. Give me a second here. I want to see this bell. We'll see if we trade down off the bell here, and I'll load up Bookmap. Maybe catch a nice bounce off 431 or so. What I think I called it at 431, or maybe it was 430 or something like that. See if we get a bounce, and we'll start trading higher. And I haven't looked at your comments yet, so just give me a second, and I'll get to the comments and talk to you guys and tell you what's been going on. We'll talk about why I haven't been out live streaming and that kind of stuff. It's mostly that just stuff is hold on here. And it's mostly that things line up. You get like, I'm having live streaming problems, and then I've got other shit going on in my life. I've got a house that I have to work on, and then I've got family. People start asking me to do all kinds of other stuff. And that's kind of just it, right? Until you can get back online again. I also want to make a note too, if any of you guys out there, if you subscribe to Spot Gamma, if you subscribe to Spot Gamma, what am I looking for here? Spot Gamma just launched. They're launching a bunch of new stuff. They're launching like this new hero indicator. I'm not a fan of it. I don't know if you, let me know at some point. Well, maybe we'll talk about this later because I'm not reading your comments just yet, but I'm not a fan of the new hero indicator, and definitely not the price that they're charging for it. For what it offers, I'm kind of scratching my head over it and its implications. It's not helping for me at least. I tried to look at it myself, and I was kind of left scratching my head. Let me know if you think, are you paying for that new service out there or not? I'm not a fan of it in its current state, and it's weird. They ran it for like they ran it for I think a day. Maybe a week or so or something like that. Maybe it was a week and a half or something like that. I'm not a fan of it. It was glitchy too, even when they made it private again. And I get the same thing kind of here too. Enough here. This is more real time. I don't know what that whole spot gamma thought process. We got more buyers and sellers right now. Here, indicator is green. Looks like bulls are going to try to step in at some point and buy this dip. We can see right off the bell here, there's some support at 42893 and a little bit more support down here at 42985. So be conscious of these levels down below here. You can see it here. A little bit more support here at 43069. So the more risk you want to put on depending upon your risk tolerance. You got some 43074, then you've got 42977. You got 42878. We'll see if these levels hold up here. If we can grab a dip down here and trade this together this morning. What I got here for some levels? 42977. Hold on, I gotta snap some lines for myself. You guys think I only live stream to you guys? I actually trade this myself, just the same way that I talk to you guys. 42879. That's not a bad area down there. Like I got 42977, and then I got 42878. Some people will say to you, we're going to trade a lot. Some people will tell you, they'll be like, hey, we're trading all the way down to 42433. And I'll be honest with you. If you looked at my account right now, what I'm holding, it's fucking crazy. Like I've got calls. I owned some snow stock last week. I have put spreads. So I've got 430s that expire in 4 days. They expire on Friday. I've got some 430Ps. That's all they are. They're 429, 430Ps. All we have to do is close on Friday below 430. That shows my faith in this market right now. So I've even got put spreads out there just protecting the downside. Even if we trade higher, doesn't matter. I think I've had these for a week or two, but since early last week. And so even if we trade higher, they print at some point. Whether they print 10%, 20%, 50%, it doesn't really matter to me because I'm grabbing them on the highs, right? Like you should too. Even if you're taking long positions right now, you can literally take put spreads, and they just print. They just print eventually. It doesn't matter if you're holding them for like a week to 2 weeks. At some point, they fucking print. It's shocking to say that, but it's true. So we're gonna look right here. No matter what. And that was the other video that I posted on Twitter this morning. Was a video about how you can long this market. That was posted over the weekend, and that's the same shit that I've been telling you guys. You can't take a 1 or 3 month call out there and expect it to print in this volatility environment, this regime that we're in right now. You just can't. You can take 0 dates, 1 dates, 2 dates. You can, matter of fact, Snow sold off deeply after their ER, and I bought the bottom on their ER, right? Bought it like a stupid low. And then I think it was like 186 or something insane. 188, I don't know. But it was weird because I held it into the next day. And in my mind, I'm like, if this was like a normal time, if this was the past couple of years, I could have bought that and I wouldn't have given a shit if it traded slightly down over the next week or month. But right now, like if it goes up $40 in 2 days, a stock goes up $40 in 2 days, I can't fucking keep holding that because it could still go into the. We've seen it in like SQ. We've seen it all over the place, right? PayPal didn't matter what it was. Even if you got a bounce, you saw the shorts come in and pin that stock so it doesn't participate, and then it winds up taking 1, 3, 6 months or a year for it to correct, right? To go in an actual corrective move. So right now you can't really do that in this market. Right now you kind of have to be targeting what you're trying with the move, and that puts more risk on than a bull likes to do. Right? Bulls don't want to have to time a move. They don't want to have to actually manage their actively manage their positions out there, and that's what they're forced to do right now. And if you take a 1 month or a 3 month call, this is even the worst part. Let's say you take a 1 month or a 3 month safety call, and it's moving in your direction, right? Directionally moving. What are you skimming off the top? 10%? You can't pay taxes. You can't get 2 or 3 bad moves out of. Let's say you make 10 trades. Let's say you're kick ass on those 10 trades, and you only make 10% off each one, 9 of those 10 trades. 10%, right? Your taxes alone are gonna eat you. They're gonna murder you. You can't. You have to have like 3, 4, 5 of those trades print 100, 200, 300%. Believe it or not, and have just one bad trade in there to not be right up fucking side down in that trade. So there's a lot of shit going on in the market that is stopping those trades from happening out there. And in reality, the only thing you can do is you can buy some call spreads on a huge bottom. You can buy some stock on a bottom and only hold it long enough to take that profit. You can only buy a 0 date or a 1 date or the closest expiring date in this market because of currently where we are right now in this market. It's wild. I don't know if everybody. Hope all of you understand all that that concept of the restraint or like handcuffs that are put on bulls out there currently in this market. It goes from owning stock to trying to buy options, or at least in the cash market, right? Just trying to hold a call. Doesn't matter if it's 1 or 3 months out. You can't. I know you can't. And it was explained in that video quite eloquently. But in truth, we're waiting for some news to be out of the way. So if you're a bull, you can trade this hard and fast. You can trade it like a cowboy, a gunslinger, whatever. If you're that good. If you're not, then what you are doing is you're selling tops. You have to sell tops. You have to not fight the flow, and wait. You got to wait until we get some clarity on this bullshit FOMC, right? We also have headline events that are really bad right now. We've got oil and gas and wheat. You've got people. I saw people yesterday talking about how we're selling all of our wheat reserves, and all that panic. It's real. You can't say that it's not real. You can't say that you can't say the Fed's not backed into a corner to work on inflation, because if they weren't before, right, they are right fucking now. No matter what you can. Oh, here we go. Make it a little bounce here. See if this is an actual bounce or if we're gonna bounce even lower to 427 here. It looks like our first bounce is on that line that I first pointed out to you this morning, right? I said 429.77 and 428.78. So we'll see if this holds here, or if we continue to trade down. I might be taking a call with you here at some point. This is a good place to take a call, believe it or not, and start averaging in if we trade lower. We could possibly trade lower here down to 428, or even lower down below here. So I'm going to wait and see here for a minute. But the point is this: is that we're coming in FOMC, right? And you got the Fed, you got J Powell saying, "Hey, we're doing 25 basis points." You got all kinds of rando shit out there. You've got, "Hey, we're gonna every single FOMC is gonna then get 25 basis points." All this noise, and they've literally been they always react fucking late, right? And then they're fucking late to the party once the party gets started on the other side of that trade, right? You know that the gas trade, that's a whole nother. I could probably do like a 2-hour show just on the gas trade and why the gas trade is where it's at and has not. I heard somebody say it's because of the politics. I heard somebody say it's because of fucking like the U.S. set this up and the UN and NATO set this up years ago. Blah blah blah. I've heard all kinds of fucking noise about that. And the reality is, the fucking gas trade and the oil trade sucked since fucking February, March, when Corona first started of 2020. There's a lot of juice there, right? So they're going to use whatever they can. Believe it or not, this isn't even conspiracy theory. And that's flips into the gold trade, right? It flips into the ruble and the buying of gold by foreign powers. A lot of this stuff, people are like, why do these things happen? Why does war happen and things like this? This has been set up for 2 years. If you've been following me on Twitter for 2 years, repeatedly, I keep saying, I've been saying on Twitter for 2 years, eventually there's going to be a war. Eventually, there always is. Well, when times like this, there always is, and of course we've got one, and we got one, believe it or not, because of greed. It has more to do with money than anything else. And when you get that lens of market dynamics, right, and how they impact world events, believe it or not, you think that the world events are driving like the wag the dog, right? The wag the dog isn't political. The wag the dog is money. Well, we can disagree upon this, but we're going to do a show about this down the road here, and I'm going to point out all these key things, how these things happen in markets. You see us, even how the politicians are reacting. I would expect the same. I would expect the same from both parties. It has more to do with money than anything else. No one fucking cares about the politics. Only Joe Main Street cares about politics. So we'll talk about that at a later point. We are trading still right down right now to this 42869 level. We'll see if this holds or if we actually trade down to this 427.92. I still have not taken a trade, an active trade at this moment. I'm actually going to probably close some puts out here. I've got some. I'm gonna take a look at my put spreads here, and probably take some profit off the table here because people still want them. Hang tight here. So we'll see if anybody wants to buy some puts. I got puts for sale. Anybody want to buy some puts? All you bears out there, come buy my puts. Buy my puts. Come buy my put. Don't do that. Don't take a long here. Buy my puts first so I can take a long. Get real super uber duper bears. Don't do that. Don't bounce. Don't bounce. And there's that beautiful bounce, right? You're watching that beautiful bounce right now. Hopefully it bounces and keeps going down slightly. I want you to buy my puts. Buy my puts, please. Tankers are green. Good morning, everybody. This is where I want a bear to buy my puts, right in here. Come on down. Come down and buy my puts. Get uber duper bearish. Buy my puts from me. Please buy my puts. Oh yeah, here we go. Come on. This is what sucks about spreads. They're always skimming on spreads. Gotta get especially if you want, like, this is the price that you want on a spread. Probably gonna have to make them slightly more tasty. See if I can get a fill here. Hold on. Thing about a spread is there's always a little bit on each side. You have to like give and take to try to get a fill on them. Oh yeah. There you go. Fill my spreads, baby. Come on. Come on. They're so right there. Fill my put spreads. Well, I'm probably going to have to. Let's make it even more enticing. Gotta be kidding me. I might have even missed the first. I always like to get these things filled. Oh, there we go. Bam. Filled. Thank you very much for playing. So I just sold some put spreads here. And we'll see if we actually trade down from this moment. I'm probably going to take a long here. I did get some bear out there, just bought my puts. They thought they were cheap. There's more to be filled here. We'll take a little bit a little bit lower here and see if there's more room to trade down lower. We'll see where the bulls are. We can see there's somewhere up in here 426.50. 426.50. You can see this nice volume down here. You also have got some banks chilling down here at 425. We'll take a look at the hero indicator. It doesn't always work well. Hero indicators slightly trading higher. We're going to also take a look at XLU, XLF. Yeah, XLU is catching a bid right now. You should take a look at XLU on your own trading app. XLP we'll look at. And XLV. Ooh, XLP trading on down. Look at healthcare. Shitty healthcare is basically catching a short bid, not a big one. XLF. XLF is selling off right now. That's not good. You don't want to be seeing that. So XLF is weird. XLU is catching a bid, but XLF is not. It's not good for the market internals currently at this moment. So we'll keep an eye on XLF. Matter of fact, they're right at a line that I have snapped here at 36.53. Can't wait to have this new computer up and running because I can be able to flip below and show you guys previous supports that I've put in the market. I can switch out of this book map and show you some areas, some contentious areas for the market. And 36, right where we are right now, specifically, if you guys are opening up an XLF chart for, I don't know, 6 months or so, maybe even a year, you can really see the cusp. I was talking this morning, and I think I even posted on Twitter about are we near a market crash scenario? And we are, believe it or not. And there are some places in the market that if you look that are very dangerous in the equities market. They're showing it's showing elsewhere in other markets and bonds. It's showing in commodities. But if you look at XLF right now, right where it's at 36.50, right over here. And you know what another one that shows it really well is Amazon showing it. Amazon is showing a place in the market. So let's say you go back. I think I was looking at what was I looking at yesterday? I was looking at NQ yesterday, right? And I was comparing NQ and the SPY. And then I compared the two of them to Amazon. And I was looking back to, let's say we had a market crash in SPY. Because you look at a company like Amazon, it's back to its October of 2020 lows, basically. Amazon is, if you bring up a chart for Amazon with me real quick, right? And you look at a chart right now, pull up like a 1-year chart and then squish it down to like a 2-year. And if you look where it's sitting right now, it's sitting on 2877.55. And if you look back to roughly October, September, you look back on July, right? And then if you were to look at NDX, NASDAQ, right? NASDAQ is still not back to these lows relevant to where Amazon is. And the point is that if you were to bring NASDAQ to its October of 2020, just October, October 2020 lows, right? You'd probably have a fall in Amazon down to 2,000, believe it or not. Probably dropped to like 2,000, from 2,900 down to roughly 2,000, which would be a brutal move. Maybe 2,200, maybe 2,000, something like that. So I'm looking at the interplay of these tickers in this general market here. What would need to take place for us to have a market crash? Why are we trading where we are? The levels that we're on in this market. If you look right now on Amazon, it's double tapping a huge support area, the bottom end of a huge support area. And we have all these things going on outside of the equities market that are telling you and telegraphing to you that we're at that moment. If you saw a breakdown of NASDAQ just to October of 2020, you would see tickers, the main ones that are holding the market up are pretty much the ones that haven't been knocked down yet. You could see some blood in the streets that could take the NASDAQ down and turn the SPY down as well to some very low numbers. I don't know if that happens where we are currently, but I've been looking at it for the past few days here, and I'm like bouncing between all this stuff, trying to find the answer to that question. There's like a lot of stuff that has to happen for us to get there, of course, right? You would have to trade down to 4050, you'd have to trade back, or 418 or so, or 420, then you'd close below a certain number, then you get down to the 4050, then you'd close below a certain number, and you'd trade down even lower. But then there's a point of no return, is my point. And if you look at Amazon, take like a 1-year chart, squish it down. I keep saying squish. Condense it down to a 2-year chart on a charting software. I'm telling you, right? If you look at Amazon, and there's a few other tickers, major tickers in this market, that if they start to trade lower, right? If they start to break major support, and they do trade down to like 2,000, you start to see an Apple sell off in a big way. You see a Tesla sell off in a big way. You start to see some of these major market or impactful stock tickers. There could be a large move down. There could be a large move down that'll be quick, fast. I know SpotGamma is saying you're seeing stair steps down, but there are trigger points within this market that could send it into a free fall. And I'm trying to think. It's one thing to say it's COVID, so we've got the Fed put for it, and sometimes you can't use the Fed put. Sometimes the Fed put doesn't work. You've got a complete sell the news type environment in the market. You've got a complete sell the market, and so I'm just trying to be aware of that as we trade forward here, and see if there's potential for that to take place. That would be outside market impacts, right? Just saw a quick bounce down below here. It basically bounced down at that 42878 level, right? We saw the first bounce at 42977. We see the second bounce now below here at 42878. I sold puts down below here, and if you're going to take a long, we'll see if we get some resistance here at 42977. If we don't, and it doesn't turn around, we should trade higher. So we'll look to see here if this bounce holds. We'll see if these sellers can be absorbed, and we can trade higher from this point. Yeah, there's some mechanics in the market, some internals in the market that can be overridden, right? They can be overridden by outside influences. Seeing a little bit of resistance at that same level above 42977, almost to the pin, right? So we'll see if this holds, or if we catch another second or third bounce, we'll be taking a we could take a long here in just a minute. See if we can get 1-2, like a 1-2-3 setup and take this long. We'll wait for this rotation to take place. We'll try to catch one of these longs higher here and see if it works. Yeah, XLE is banging. Wheat's banging. Matter of fact, I haven't even looked at wheat yet at this point. USO has been banging. I made some money on USO last week. You guys, I want to show you guys something on. I'm going to post something right now for you on. I want to show you guys. Here, I'm gonna post something to Twitter for you to look at. I want you guys to be aware of. I don't know how many years have you guys been trading energy? That's my first question. U.S. oil. I want to talk to you guys about something with oil. And I'm going to show you. Bring up a bigger chart for oil, okay? I want to show you guys something here in the past, okay? Not just oil, but I just want to show you something here, okay? This is going right back to 2008. Oil's not the best, not the best correlation to our stock market. Okay, I'm gonna save this one here, and I want to show you. Here, this. Just a second here. You can get this better here. Hold on before I trade this with you. Not trade this. I don't want to post this real quick. Oh man, there goes SPY selling off. I shouldn't have sold those puts. I should have waited. But I had 50% on them, so I'm happy enough with them. Good thing I didn't. The good thing I didn't grab that long there on 428 either. 42825. You see that nice failure right there. Holy shit! Thankfully I didn't take them. Yeah, still seeing a bounce on XLF. XLU is starting to roll, or it looks like it's getting a little bit of a base here. XLU is ripping as well. XLE, XLU. Amazon is selling off right now. Selling off to 28.46.22. $27.71.21 was the last low back on the 24th of February on Amazon. I want to see where the low was on January. Low in January was 27.07. A little bit of a bounce on Amazon down here at 28.45. Yeah, it's pretty ugly right now. So I'm looking at still looking at SPY calls coming or SPY puts coming in right now. Calls on rigs still. Turn this around. I've got a position in wheat as well. Yeah, wheat's not doing as well today. It's up. It's not that good. I missed the rig trade. I'm kind of pissed at that. We called out the rig trade a week ago, and that trade just rocket shipped. I think it was at $3.46. It's now trading today at $5.30. If you remember a week ago, we talked, or I think it was last Friday or Thursday, we talked about the rig trade, and it was at a low of $3.20. It's now up almost 100%, and that's rig. XLU's got a bid, and XLF is now starting to get a bid. SPY still looking like shit right now. Still not looking healthy where it's currently at. Watching calls come in, though, on the SPY, Tesla, Wells Fargo. Calls on Shell, SHEL. Calls on Rig. XOM calls still. Oh, yeah. I'm going to kind of grab some calls here on the SPY. I don't know. I might have missed that trade. Hope I didn't miss that trade. Oh, I got that trade. I'm in some March 7th 431 C's for $1.13. We'll see if it holds up. If they trade below $1, I'll cut them loose. But SPY is looking a little rolly. Or not SPY. The VIX is looking like it's rolling over. So I'm in some zero dates for today. They expire today, 431C. We'll see if we can take this market higher with the SPY at this point. All right. So I'm going to take a break here. Well, I'm not taking a break. I have in some calls now on the SPY. On 0 dates, 431 Cs. Hope to ride them up to 433 or so. Get a nice fat print on these. I'm going to start looking at some of your comments down here and see what you guys are saying. And we'll see. Wait a minute here. We'll see. See what you guys are saying out there. All right, let's start a little bit higher. You guys text away now. So now I'm going to read what you guys are saying here. I'm going to keep my freaking eyeballs. Yeah, the Fed does not help with market liquidity. No, they do not. XLE is straight ripping. Yes, it is. 2 years trading energy. Yeah, the oil trade, you're short at 56 and 60 on Oxy. Yeah, I want to take a short on oil. I wanted to post something on Twitter this morning. Let's see if this can hold here or not. I gotta manage this trade and make sure this shit holds and doesn't roll over right here. If this shit rolls over, I'm gonna sell out of my fucking position. You can't trust the goddamn bulls right now. I'm gonna keep an eyeball here and see if I can trust the bulls or not. I want to short oil so bad because oil, there should be so like U.S. oil is rolled over at this point. The like XLE should be okay because a lot of the tickers that make up XLE are not just oil. So they should. I wouldn't be. I don't know if I would be shorting XLE specifically, but if you can short any of the straight oil tickers or oil commodity futures, that kind of stuff, it rolled over. Not all of them. Like I think WTI is fine, but U.S. oil like rolled over. There should be a move where it trades higher again, and then it really rolls over in a big way. I got more SPY puts coming in right now. The bears are gonna. Oh no, I don't. Scratch that. I was on the wrong side of the. I got SPY calls coming in. We're gonna see if this holds or not. We got some Uber calls coming in, baby. Make Uber trade big. I followed that. I followed an Uber trade. I picked up instead of the 414.30Cs. I picked up. Someone's been buying those things for like a week now, for like 3 or 4 days. I wound up getting some May calls like a month later, slightly more outside the money. So I'm hoping that someone can pay me on those calls. Someone's dumping huge money into April, and I'm not entirely sure why. So we're gonna see if this holds or not. If I can't get this to hold, take a look at this. I gotta make sure that I don't lose any money in this trade. Oh yeah, I'm down to $1.04 on those calls. We'll see if this holds or not. So, I want to short oil really bad. And if you guys have ever traded oil for any amount of time, or any kind of a move high like we've had, there should be a good short in there somewhere. I don't know that it's just yet, but it's soon. It's real soon. Yeah. 543 run the express elevator to hell. I doubt that right now. Oh yeah, trade the news. Let me bring it up. Shit, I totally forgot about trade the news. Totally forgot about it. Thanks for bringing up trade the news. I'll put it up for you guys. Hang tight here, boys and girls. I forgot about trade the news. Sorry about that. I gotta manage this trade here. I don't want to lose this trade. Try to trade the news up while this shit starts selling. I gotta get out of my trade. I'm gonna move this down. You guys want to see me lose all my money? Hold on here.
You're listening to Trade the News.
Just a second here. All right. UK PM Johnson, we can't close down oil and gas overnight from Russia. We need to move with allies in the same direction and accelerate that move. Gazprom, right? We are meeting and we'll meet with all clients' requests for gas. No shit. Here. OPEC Plus sources reportedly saying that their supply policies have nothing to do with current oil price surge. The OPEC Plus sources are saying the real issue is geopolitical tensions, not a supply shortfall. I tend to somewhat agree with that. I tend to agree with that to an extent. I know that the story out there is that it's not the case. Burke files to sell USD denominated three-part offering, a three-part bond offering. Or no, it's just an offering. Ernst & Young said to announce plans to leave Russia as soon as today to follow KPMG and PwC. That impacts the USD ruble and the RSX. BTU entered into $150 million financing and a $225 million at the market issuance agreement filing. Announced that has entered into a financing arrangement with Goldman Sachs with GS, providing for 150. Yeah, so BTU sold down from 29.29 to 22.44 off that news. Libya's biggest oil field, Sharara and Al Fil, said to restart production. At the moment, Europe's supply of energy cannot be supplied in any other way. Europe has deliberately exempted energy supplies from Russia for sanctions. This cannot be done overnight. Diversifying EU energy cannot happen in the near term. They can't cut themselves off of Russian oil, is what they're saying. And of course, transport of gas is brutal. Probably why there's a bid and rig as well, is probably in anticipation uh, of transporting natural gas. And that rig, I'm thinking about I have to check to see if any of the tickers are up on transporting natural gas, which is not easy to do and it's not cheap. I'll have to look that up later today. I love it. China's AG Minister Tang Renjin says the condition of China's winter wheat crop could be the worst in history. That's hilarious. Heavy rainfall in 2021 has postponed the planting of about 1/3 of normal wheat acreage. You mean we're gonna jack the price of wheat up, right? Nice. That's all I've got from the news so far. I'm gonna make sure that this is up for you guys so that you can hear it. I want to make sure that the volume is up. I got something weird going on here. Where's the audio? Yeah, you guys can hear my voice.
U.S. Deputy Secretary of State Sherman saying it may become harder to transport arms to the Ukraine in the coming days.
So wheat just got a suspension, and does anybody know why wheat was suspended? Did you guys hear that wheat got suspended just now? You guys know why wheat was suspended? Can you guys hear me out there? There's just a suspension on wheat, WEAT. I'm long in that stock, and I don't know what's going on with it. Says that some in wheat long. It says it was under a regulatory halt.
UK Prime Minister Johnson saying that Putin is doubling down in Ukraine and it's clear we're going to have to do more. And that from the UK PM.
Wonder if I'm going to get burned on wheat here or not. Saying that there's are they going to put more shares out there? I don't know if this is good or bad, what I'm reading here about wheat.
Sherman goes on to say so far an extraordinary amount of arms shipments have made its way to the Ukraine.
So, 2 Trading LLC suspends creations in wheat. I see that. Frozen with news pending. Might make a lot of money on this. Oh, they're diluting the ETF? You got to be shitting me. I mean, I'm getting fucked on this one. Someone's saying that they're going to dilute the ETF right now.
Prime Minister Johnson saying UK is looking at the possibility of using more of their own hydrocarbons.
Hmm. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Yeah, no one thinks that wheat is a stock. We all know it's an ETF. I think everybody knows it's an ETF. I don't even know if it's an ETF. Is it? It's like an ETP, maybe? No, it's not. It's not an ETP, is it? Shit. If they're gonna dilute it, I wonder how long it's gonna be suspended for. We'll see on that. We'll see on wheat. XLU is still trading higher. XLF is finding some support. It's now bounced for a third time. SPY's still kind of doing nothing at this moment, right? It's just still kind of sitting down here. Watching some calls come in on SPX May 20th, 4405C for $3.3 million. Now some Uber, some mixed bag on Uber at this point. Uber had some nice calls coming in this morning. They sold off right off the bell. It's down to 29.69 right now. Mixed bag right here. It's weird because there was $5 or $6 million in calls are bought on April. And I bought some May calls to give it some more time so I didn't have to deal with this kind of bullshit here, which has been going on now in Uber for the past couple days. But it's interesting because the same people that bought that 4 or 5 million in calls on Uber, they just bought another $1 million in calls this morning. I'm trying to figure out here what's going on with Uber, why it's doing what it's doing right now. Believe it or not, I don't know if they're trying to. My fear is that they're buying those calls to exit equities, not to hold long on Uber calls. I got to look into. There's still a lot of calls in April. I have the sneaking suspicion that these calls are being used to dump Uber. Just to prop it up to sell calls in futures or any just aftermarket or pre-market. There's a nice high spike high this morning, 32.33. Again, it was at 31.94. Now starting to sell off again. XLE is continuing its way up here. It's at 77.41 right now. It was at a low this morning of 75.40. Amazon now down 102 points on the day, down 3.52%. We discussed Amazon earlier in the live stream about the potential of it going down to hitting 2,000 and its impact on the greater market. NDX now trading down to 13,586. I was looking at this weekend, and you can see it here where NDX is. If it starts to trade down into what is this down in here? Like, let me look at these levels again. You have this zone of support that it's trading into, or breaking into. NDX right now is breaking into this like 12, 13, call it 13,817 to 12,310. and we traded in there between November of 2020 into May of 2021. We bounced around in this zone. And then the next zone below it is, 10,708. And that goes back to October of 2020. That was the low in October of 2020. It's 10. That's 10,960. 10,783.77 on NASDAQ. So if you broke those two levels, if you broke 12,310 and then broke 10,783, you'd be in a market crash. And if you look back on Amazon to if you saw Amazon break down to 2,000, it correlates quite closely to 10,900. So if you traded that low, you could potentially break the market there, somewhere down in there. Just somewhat fascinating. Seeing another turn again on Amazon. It's down to 2806.34. Off a high off the bell of 2921.89. Was down 100 points at this moment here.
And the U.S. Deputy Secretary of State Sherman just reiterating the standard administration line when asked about potential sanctions on Russian oil, saying every option is being considered.
A little bit of a rollover in USO at the moment. Also, junk bonds selling below its breakdown point of 102.61.
The report here on the thinking for EU officials. EU member states said to be divided over Russian oil ban, but Germany continues to. This report saying Poland and other EU states have pushed for a Russian energy ban.
Take a look at JNK real quick. We saw the sell down on JNK down to 102.07 back on February 24th.
The energy ban of imports into Germany from Russia.
When JNK sells down, it's a sign of risk off in the equities market. Currently trading at 102.44. Yeah, so back on February 24th, it traded near where it is now. And on February 24th, we traded down to 410 on the SPY.
Gazprom reportedly booking an extra Yamal link capacity to Germany today.
Let me see what you guys are texting here. Can you guys see me? Yeah. Yeah, they ran out of shares. Yeah, that's what I read, that they ran out of shares. But the question is, are they going to dilute it on wheat? I'm looking at the tweets that are out there, and it doesn't look like anyone knows too much. Someone's saying the wheat price is about to explode. Wheat says the fund had only 7.375 million shares registered with the SEC available for purchase. Yeah, so why not just let it trade fucking higher? Is my question. You can't run out of shares. I'm assuming that we all own the wheat shares, and because none of us are selling, they're not going to raise the price of wheat. Ridiculous. Yeah, someone here is asking, does it make it more or less value? Premium.
Incremental sanction related to Russia. London Bullion Market Association suspending accreditation of 6 Russian gold refiners.
Yeah, we got to talk about gold and Russia. And that they're buying the gold. Does everybody know that out there, that Russia's buying all the gold? Trying to look to see if anyone's got an answer as to whether wheat's going to go up or I'm going to get fucked here in this trade.
And gold prices move modestly higher on this report that the London Bullion Market Association suspending accreditation of Russian gold refineries.
I'm still in some SPY calls here. Keep adding to my position in SPY. I'm still a believer in SPY. We'll see. I should have held my put I should have held my put spreads a little bit longer, but I had them for, I think it was Thursday I bought them. So I'm happy enough with the trade. It made enough money. My Uber trade, I'm concerned with my Uber trade. If I had a trade that I'm concerned with right now, I'm concerned with my Uber trade for May. My concern, I have that whole market crash concern in the deep back of my mind, but my real concern is that uh, this is more distribution in fucking Uber. I'm gonna have to unfuck myself from Uber at some point if there's another one of these moments in the market where I can sell it at an open. 'Cause I have a feeling that this call buying has nothing to do with taking it long. It only has to do with selling out of some long stock positions in Uber. Still unsure in this. So this beautiful giant bull flag right now, but at the same time, it could fucking sell down to like $15 or something. It could lose another what 50% of its value before it actually spikes. So it's a risky trade that I'm in right now. The Uber trade for me. This could could be more distribution selling. XLU still getting catching a nice bid this morning. XLU, XLE still catching a nice bid this morning. I don't like XLF still rolling over this morning. XLV catching a bid now. XLP catching a bid. Man, the market looks like dog shit right now. Not gonna lie. Trying to peruse through a bunch of different tickers here. The one that freaks me out the most is watching JNK. I'm not. I use JNK as like a red flag warning on the market, and I'm not fucking like it. It's down here at $1.240. RK's given back everything since February 24th as well. BTU with a huge sell-off on dilution news. It's only back to what it was trading at yesterday. This is my concern with BTU trading this low. Something like this happening to wheat. Could be another good buy into BTU at some point. I'd really like to buy it down at like 17 or 18 again. Wheat's back on. Oh yeah, baby. Wheat's trading again. It's now up $1. 9%. Fuck yeah. Oh yeah, baby. Wheat. Wheat, baby. You guys watching wheat right now? Yes. Now everybody knows that there's a wheat shortage, right? Or China's claiming that there is one. They're going to create a wheat shortage. And you've got wheat saying we don't have any more shares. That they were halted, breaking news that they don't have any more shares to sell. Wheat now trading to 1183, 1185. I gotta look at the wheat trade again. I might have to buy some wheat calls. Hold on here. The wheat fund. It's like whip. Wheat. The March 18th. March 18th, 12C is only $1.95. It's not that good. Can we get to like $15? Are the Wall Street Bets boys gonna trade this up today? I might take a stab at it. I've got shares, but I might take a stab at 15. I'm gonna keep an eye on it here and see if we can get some calls on wheat. It was trading down to 11.11, so we'll see if we can grab some calls here as well. See if wheat becomes a meme stock here. Hold on here, boys and girls. Easy. I'm probably gonna burn. I'm probably gonna burn a bunch of money here. I'm looking at. I probably shouldn't buy 15Cs. There's not a lot of interest there for the 18th. But we got a week and a half, right? Got like a week and a half. Most of the interest is on 12C for the 18th. I'm gonna look to see if we can grab a buy in here. Matter of fact, I'm gonna bring wheat up right now. God damn it! I don't want to lose my. I'm gonna have to close my SPY calls here in a minute because I don't want to be trading both, especially if wheat's gonna get crazy. We're gonna look up wheat real quick and see where support is. Wheat. It's like whip, right? Whip. Wait for me, buddy. I think this wheat trade's gonna be huge. Could be wrong on this, but we'll see if there's actually lots. Like it looks like there's still shit tons of sellers. We'll be cautious here, but you can make a lot of money here too. More sellers than buyers. Nice ricochet off 1140. Everybody's gonna want some wheat. Let's see if I can even buy these. I'm gonna attempt. There were $1 for a minute. It's not showing. It's not showing that. Getting some what? Like I'm watching these. I'm watching wheat 15Cs. they're kind of going wild. They're like $1.05, then $1.20, then $1.30. I don't like that there's more sellers than buyers right now on it either. So just keep an eye on wheat. I own the B underlying, but I don't own some weird price action right now. I want to buy some calls. Give it a minute. I want to see if it'll calm down here for a minute. Keep my eyes on wheat here and see. I don't like when it trade. I don't like when like it. I don't like when it when any ticker is suspended, like it rips and then it trades back, gives it all back, and then it actually trades higher later. Yeah, Nasdaq down 271 points right now. Man, brutal watching the market right now. I'm gonna get out of wheat. Nasdaq down 300 points. Implication today was that the market should have headed higher today on some good news, but it looks like it's just still bad news dominating. Looks like commodities still dominating the market. There's some real risk off potential in the market. I labeled this live stream market crash seriously. That's what the label that I put on this live cast this morning because of where we are in the market and how close we actually are to a risk off type event. Now, I didn't my own self. I figured that we'd be trading up here this morning off the bell. That we'd probably trade up to 433, 430, or 440 possibly by tomorrow. Maybe catch a bounce down here at I think we were looking at 429 and 428. So far, we've traded all the way down to 425.52, and I think that it's still down here at like it's even lower still. It's like 425 or something like that. So we'll take a look at that as the SPY loads up currently. But still have some real concern. I'm looking at some other some tickers that aren't jiving right now. Like JNK is not jiving. JNK is showing weakness in risk appetite. So it's trading on $1.240, but I don't like seeing it. Trading lower here. Watching some puts come in on Wells Fargo Company, BA, XOM, right? Zome. Puts come in on RIG, the SPY at the same time. Puts coming in on airlines. Puts coming in on CSX, on transportation. Just across the board, puts right now on the market. And I'm looking at J&K right now. You guys got to, whether you know this or not about J&K, when we have moments of capitulation in the market, a risk-off type event, that's where J&K is right now. It's in a risk-off posture right now, today at this moment. When you see a sell-off in J&K, it can be a leading indicator, believe it or not. It actually will lead before the market will sell off. You'll see a capitulation move briefly in J&K. And it's showing itself right now. And it's at a place at $1.239. It's not where you want to see it. I'm not going to lie to you. There's no way that you want to see J&K. And the market is trading higher right now, believe it or not. At 425 is not. The market actually hasn't shown the rollover yet, where J&K is showing the rollover currently in the market before it happens. So I'm going to keep my eyes here on J&K for the rest of this morning and see if we continue to roll over here. I've got an update here I'm going to post for you. But I don't like seeing J&K trading this low. It's no bueno. No matter what the rest of the market's telling you, for where it's currently at this moment, it's not good. Now watching some high algo score calls coming into United Airlines, Rivian, X, United Airlines, March 25th, 38C. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 calls, all sweeps, one block. Nope, all sweeps. So 4 sets. United Airlines,
Equity
March
markets paying
25th.
losses slightly. NASDAQ composite still down more than 1.8%. The S&P down 1.5%.
It says that the U.S. stock market's opening lower amid ongoing Ukraine uncertainty. Commodity prices continue to surge after Russia stepped up attacks over the weekend. Wheat traded limit up again to a decade high. Oil surged as pressure grows for President Biden to ban all energy imports from Russia, despite Germany's insistence they will not support such a move. The energy complex and gold miners remained a standout bright spot for U.S. equities markets amid the rise in underlying prices. U.S. bond yields moved up along with stock futures as New York Stock Exchange volumes surged and commodities backed away from today's highs on hopes that perhaps the Russians have softened demands heading into another round of ceasefire today in Belarus. Overnight, Ukraine conflict continues to push energy prices higher. I think this is from earlier. Yeah, the rest of this is from earlier this morning. This is just an update on currently on our markets. I want to give you some sort of a market warning at this point. We could trade higher from here, but I need to give you a market warning at this point because of J&K specifically. If you were to see J&K trade below the 102.07, excuse me, you could see a market sell off with a price target probably of 405 today. That's a real or not probable, but a real possibility. You could see a 1 to 200 point drop on the SPY. We'll see if there's anything down there. Nice. I said 405. How about 410? I'm not seeing. I wonder if this is real money selling too. More buyers than sellers currently. Showing some strength and support currently right where we are in the market. And again, down at 410.95, 401. Now, giving you a market warning doesn't mean that we crash today at this moment, but I got to tell you that watching currently where we are, sometimes we'll reverse on this, where we are currently, but I do need to warn you that watching JNK trade at these levels currently, junk bonds trading on these lows right now can trigger a market event. So just be aware of that. Wheat's now trading back down, or it's down. It's only at 4.7% at the moment. We'll see if this holds. It has more sellers on it than buyers currently in wheat. We'll take another look at it and see if the buyers step back in at one point, or if this is going to turn into a dilution type event. That's my thought, is that they're going to dilute the ETF. They're going to try to sell more shares. look up. Let's see what you guys are. What do you see? You guys are talking about. The gate threshold on my mic is a little too tight. Thanks, Steven. I will take a look at my gate threshold. I was just messing around with it too this past week. I had to reset my my gate threshold and my compressor and expander. Thanks for the heads up on that. Take a look at Oracle. Oracle for you. Yeah, I'm a little concerned here with 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 junk bones. We'll load up Oracle. Yeah, I tried to do new settings on my microphone. I was trying to make a switch to OBS Studio, and I bought a new compute. Well, I bought a not a pre-built. I had someone build me a computer from eBay. You could pick what you wanted in it, and I got the computer here, and it's not doing what I wanted to do. So I had to go to my computer guy and dropped it off to him. But in the meantime, I had to work on when I was rebuilding OBS or a new OBS Studio. I had to work on my microphone settings. That alone takes like half an hour. Testing audio takes like so. I gotta go back and work on it again. So Oracle. I'll try to keep the mic right in front of me as well so you guys can hear my audio. I'll look at another chart for you on Oracle. Has a long way to go, doesn't it? Figure Oracle can trade as low as what, 50, 57, somewhere in there. We'll take a look lower on Oracle and see how deeply it can trade. You can see here it's just a wall of sellers on Oracle. Now, there are more buyers than sellers right now currently in Oracle. So we'll start looking lower. And this is the accumulation. This is my one concern with Oracle, right? This is the same as Uber here. Is you might catch a bounce here and you might see call flow come in on Oracle, but it might just be used to get a better exit price as it steps lower. Got more buyers at 72.80. Probably have to condense this just a little bit more. Get a better look at it. How deep can Oracle trade is the question. That's my assumption. You want to know how deep it can trade? $63.20. $60. Price target of 60 on Oracle. Unless market conditions change, we have another price target below at 56.90. Have a lot of space for it to drop. Looks like if it breaks $70 somewhere in there, if you break $70 on Oracle, you're going to see a sell the news type event down to $56, somewhere in there. So you don't want to see it break $70. If you see a break of 70 on Oracle, right down here, you see this break down here? You're probably going to see some free falling down to 60, possibly even deeper, $56 on Oracle. Go back to where you guys are saying above here. Wheat is not a stock. You guys, let me know if I have this right or if I have this wrong. So you guys know that you guys know that a share, I'm hoping you guys know this. You guys know that a share is part of a stock. I think I have this right. So there's shares within a stock, right? So you can have an ETF with a stock. A stock is 100 shares, I think. Could be wrong on this. You have to go back and check in the way back time machine. Like an ETF can have a stock, it would be 100 shares in a stock. Does that make sense? Like I guess that you could you could say it's an ETF, not a stock. I guess that works too. But 100 I thought 100 shares was a stock of shares. Could be wrong on that. Maybe we intermix and mingle words. Yeah, Amazon's got fucked this morning. Amazon got straight fucked this morning. It's recovered somewhat at this point. You know, Oracle could have market conditions make it raise itself up. Starting to see a reversal right now in the SPY. See if it can hold itself together. It's like a shitbox. The SPY
We're 25
right now.
minutes or so to the European close. The DAX is down close to 1.5%. The CAC around down 0.75% as we push towards the close. The Euro trading at 108.76.
Yeah, you know, gas prices for Uber and Lyft not good. I don't know. You know what that reminds me of is I don't know if I guess that's an argument to short Uber and Lyft, but the reality is that some companies can pass along costs to their customers, like Coca-Cola can do that, right? And I think that Uber and Lyft to an extent can do that as well. I'm long pasta and macaroni. Market's going to sell off if you keep talking about laying plans to embargo Russian oil. Yeah, that's a good point, Captain Ron. Yeah, big tech's being sold. Market's bug ugly. Apple's getting drilled. I didn't even see the AMD buyback. I'm having some problems with the fucking chat right now. I don't know why. Hold on here. SPY rolling here. Hold on, I gotta go back up. No, I don't know if SPY is rolling. I know that my concern with SPY right now is hold on, let me go back up and see what you guys are saying. Missing some I looked at Oracle. You put the press release up on wheat. The SPY rolling over. And I can't tell if SPY's rolling over here or not. I'm in some SPY calls, just so you know. I started legging into them earlier, and I think the last ones I bought were 67 cents. I haven't looked. I have to look at my trading account, but I haven't looked yet. But I don't like J&K where it's at. So J&K is showing one of two things, right? It's either showing a major market reversal way higher, or it's showing a risk-off event. But it's not good where it's at down at 102.39. And so when you're down there at that number, you're going to have one of two moves, right? It's not going to trade. The market's not going to trade sideways down here. It's either going to risk off, or it's going to risk on down here. Hey, Cal. Zone. What is my peak outlook? What is my outlook for the U.S. dollar? Has it peaked? No, it has not. No, good question. Are my support and resistance levels that I post come from? Are those spot gamma numbers? No, they're not. So those are, I forget, I get them from, I forget the name of it. Anyways, so I use those support resistance levels, and then I layer on top of that spot gamma volatility and gamma levels on top of traditional support and resistance levels. So we start from the beginning with the classical charting. You start charting with classical charting, and then you also add in support and resistance levels. The only thing that I don't add onto that with you guys are moving averages, anything, stuff like that. I don't give you guys those levels. I just, because you guys can pop those on your own charts with just an indicator. You don't need me to give you that stuff. But I give classic, those are just classic support and resistance levels that change every day. Is my sound still fucking off? Can you guys hear my fucking microphone? God damn it. Yeah, wheat's been good. Yeah, Maury, that's what they were saying, right? So wheat is an ETN. So you believe that it has to have actual wheat backing it. So in order to issue more shares, they would have to buy actual wheat. I think that's what they were saying in the news article. It's something like that, Maury. Even if you are wrong, it's something like that. Yeah, WEAT is the ticker. I haven't sold fucking wheat. I'm not selling it. Putin bought all the wheat shares. I think I don't know. We started that trade like a week or 2 ago, 2 weeks ago. I checked Oracle. Yeah, they have to wait for the SAC to allow more share registrations. Poland's asking for energy sanctions. So the thought process was, Drinktell's asking, buy gold with what? The notion is that Putin was buying both gold. It was rolling money from Bitcoin into gold when it was low, and that was the play. There was the energy trade for Russia, and then the energy trade rolled into the gold trade. I have to do a whole. I'm gonna have to do a whole show on that because I got to show you guys bona fides and all that stuff. But there's this whole argument behind the scenes. I want to lay out for you why war happened now with Ukraine, why it didn't happen previously, to show how the trades line up for a country and other traders and investors around the world to make that trade, to make the gold trade, to make commodities trades. As a matter of fact, you're seeing China today talk about how they had a bad season, right? And that they're not planting as much right now. And so I don't want to this doesn't really hurt me or anything. So I have family. I have family that have a very large ranch. It's I don't know where you live, but wherever you live out there, it's probably larger than whatever town or city or even county that you live in. Probably larger than that area. That's how big our family ranch is. But you will. So I have at least some knowledge in the background uh, of commodities, right, and how commodities are traded to some extent. So it's not like I'm coming at you from some weird left field or anything off of the rise and fall of commodities. They won't talk about this in the news oftentimes because if you knew the truth, you'd be like, this is bullshit, right? Um, it shouldn't be like this, but whatever. I have to do a show on this so we can kind of track how this all was laid out, how it all began, how we got to where we are right now in the commodities market and metals as well. And there's some contention out there that physical gold was bought in mass by Russia, leading up to, of course, war. Right? You start a war, and you have all these other wheels in play that print money for specific people, and there's a bunch of different sides to this. As a matter of fact, I was just talking to a friend about. It was interesting. You heard Biden the other day tell oil and gas producers don't. In his speech, he said, "Don't take advantage of this." And I think we were live streaming. This was about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago. We were listening to Biden speak. He said, "Don't take advantage of this," and of course they're going to take advantage of this. There's no U.S. pumper. If I'm pumping, which they do that too, they pump oil or they pump gas off of the family ranch. But if you're a gas producer or an oil producer in the U.S. and the price of oil and gas comes up, and you try to tell me that I have to pump more gas or oil, why the fuck would I want to pump more oil and gas? I have zero interest to develop new wells, open new wells, reopen old wells. I've got no benefit for me to do that. None. Now, it will eventually happen, but you're telling me when the price goes up that I'm supposed to dilute the price of gas and oil? You're fucking crazy if you think that I'm going to do that. Absolutely batshit crazy if you think that's going to happen. And that's part of what Biden was saying was don't take advantage of this. And of course they are. Then you've got some artificial inflation of prices as well that are intentional. The same thing with China today saying, oh, we're going to be short wheat. Right? So you're kind of like, Are you just saying you're short wheat right now, and then you'll have a bumper crop and the price will come down later on, but it's more important now to gain those profits on futures. Talk about this later. This is not the time and place because I have to show you this information so that I can back all of this up. Okay. Just look beyond wheat, ripple effects, corn, soy, etc. Dragged up to exactly. Russia has all the gold, only value paper, money, and stocks. There may be some of you guys already know this. I can see some of you guys already know this. Maybe in mechanics because wheat is a fund and the underlying futures limit up in the fund may be undercapitalized for all these limit up days. Yeah, I was doing this more. Good point, Willie Smoke Meat. I was thinking about the more. I was thinking about the call. I kept seeing call flow on wheat a couple weeks ago. It's like heavy call flow. Nope, never traded VU. Tick's been negative all morning. Wheat resumed. Wheat's oh my god, I'm missing a bunch of you guys' or bunch of what you guys are asking in here. Yeah, XLF is not looking good, or wasn't. Degen as fuck. I checked Oracle. Facebook's plummeting. Yeah, I saw the credit spreads. Doughboy's making a good point. I actually looked at the credit spreads on TradingView this morning before the market opened. They got blown the fuck out, bro. I haven't looked at Facebook yet this morning. What are we looking at? For 10 P's or only 5 cents, imagine. Yeah, if you saw J&K roll the fuck over today, it would be baller, wouldn't it? Snap puts are printing right on. Buys going down. So figuring out money is saying if JNK cracks February 24th low before market does, that could be a leading indicator. Yeah, so JNK, you know who else talks about JNK a lot is Derek Kotenoy, follows JNK. I think he's the one that really turned me on to it, to JNK a couple years ago. And the thing about JNK is that it's actually leads. It leads before the market actually makes the move. It's sometimes the lead can be like 15 minutes, 3 hours a day, but you can see the lead in JNK before the market actually goes there. It's turning around currently right now. So it is turning around currently. The SPY is trying to turn itself around right now as well, but I'm not sure if let me close this out. I'm not sure if that's a good sign either. That SPY is actually going to recover. I think people are starting to reserve themselves to knowing that the market has problems, which it does. It's got some major problems out there. Some calls coming in on SPY currently. SPX calls coming in again. That's always that pull and tug, right? You're still seeing a bid in the market, even though the market's trading lower. We'll lit up the SPY again real quick and see what's happening with the SPY. No, I do not live in Indiana. You want to know where my family ranch is? I'll tell you. It's in Montana. I'm not from Michigan. Or this is where I'm currently living right now. I buy homes here in Michigan. I used to renovate them and sell them. Now I buy them and hold them, um, so that I can retire in safety. But I'm heading back to the west, and my family is in Montana. Giant ranch. It's giant. Uh, uh, did you see that? Can I lower my pitch and make it a little throaty, like you're whispering to Alexa? Alexa, can you? Yeah, I'm still in Uber calls. I'm gonna have to try to get out of them at some point. I have a feeling that you're bullish on Oracle through earnings. Not market though. Should be more patient. Dollars move down on SPY. Yeah, I'm way behind right now. Okay, I'm just gonna go to the beginning of the chat here, so that I'm not that far behind anymore. Yeah, I was looking at Nike here. Montana, baby. Yeah, Ben Godfrey. I forgot that you're from Montana. You flipping Indiana, Ed? Yeah, I've only driven through Indiana, though it's not far away. And I have a family with a house on the border of Indiana, Lake House on Coldwater Lake. Yeah, Montana's beautiful. But I think Ben lives in a different part of Montana. My family owns a ranch in the southeastern corner of Montana. Matter of fact, it's considered to be the loneliest place in America, even more lonely than anywhere in Texas. You can't get there from here. Comes from this place, believe it or not. Where you guys can actually look this up. The loneliest place in the lower 48. There's one place in America, only one, believe it or not. There's only one place in the lower 48 that's considered the loneliest place in the United States, and it's in Montana. I don't know what the fuck is going on right now with my internet. I got some wacky shit going on. You see this? I'm having problems here with the book map. I'm trying to reload this here. Loneliest place in the lower 48. What makes it the loneliest place in the lower 48 is that there's no highways in the U.S. highway system that are nearby. So there's no through. You can't get there from here, believe it or not. This place has, I'll describe it and see if anybody can guess where it is. If you go there, they have like fighter jets, do all kinds of training there. There's probably some missile silos there. See if anybody knows where this is. Yeah, are you guys getting are you guys getting a slowdown or a throttling or anything like that? Yeah, it's not you guys. No, it is not. Glasgow, nope. That's not it. That's not it. Loneliest place in America. Not some people know where it is. 21 miles from the nearest road, try like 250. Nope, not Yellowstone. I've hiked all over Yellowstone. I'm having some weirdness on Bookmap right now. Really weird shit going on. I don't know why I've got some weird I got some weird stuff going on my computer right now. I have no fucking idea what's going on. Yeah, I'm having some internet connection problems, or I'm having nope, it says I've got real time. It's really bizarre. I'm having some really weird shit.
You're listening to
All right.
Trade
Says
the
we're still
News.
connected. Just did a check on it. I'm having some really bizarre though bookmap issues. Look at this, not loading bookmap right now for some reason. Okay. Yeah, baby. Gary Schultz knows where I'm from. Ekalaka. Gary Schultz knows where it is. You nailed it, Gary. Ekalaka, baby. Loneliest place in the lower 48. There's no highways there. There's a lot of dinosaur bones, though. Really cool place. Literally middle of nowhere. People still use flip phones there. They still drive cattle there like old school cowboys do. They don't use ATVs, so that they have these. The Black Hills are there, so they get these down trees, and the cattle will hide in the trees. Right. Once the ranchers would try to bring or introduce four wheelers and stuff like that to drive cattle, and the cattle figured out that if they hid between the down trees, that they wouldn't have to that they couldn't be driven, right? Couldn't drive the cattle, and so the ranchers still use, believe it or not, real horses. They still drive cattle there with like a wagon train kind of a thing. Shotguns trying to keep the grizzlies away from the cattle. They camp out with when they move the cattle that are grazing there. Yeah, Gary nailed it. It's Ekalaka, Montana. It's middle of nowhere, United States of America, and there's no highway to get there. I want to say right now, I want to say that they have 250 or 500 people that live there. And if you're from Ekalaka and listening to this broadcast, you probably know our family, because it's a really, really, really small place. Population currently is 363. Hell yeah.
Incrementally here on
Yeah,
Iraq
the
and their
Mindway
oil
Motel.
production.
I
The
know
latest
that
report
place.
saying their West Kurna 2 oil field to resume operations on Tuesday, and production will increase gradually to reach 400,000 barrels per day.
The place has like yeah, just expanded the time frame for you. That's right. We have family, Native Americans in our family there too. The Wagon Wheel Cafe, baby. So the Wagon Wheel Cafe has. So if you ever been to the Wagon Wheel Cafe, they charge like $2 for burgers, and it's probably the best burger I've ever had. It's all local. All the food there is local, like everything. They sell like soda and simple French fries. and burgers and whatever they got on hand. Sometimes it's open, sometimes it's not. If you go into the grocery store, there's a little mart, a little like quickie mart there. They all know who you are. There's a bar right next to it. There's a little small rinky-dink motel, and they're kind of famous for dinosaur bones. There's some guys over there that found a dinosaur, and then Dinosaur Museum in Chicago stole the dinosaur. It was really wild. They like claimed like this whole. It was they did a documentary about it, but it's known for dinosaur bones. Lots of ranching, lots of they grow wheat. They grow all kinds of different. Well, depending upon what crops are. Matter of fact, they've switches from cattle sometimes to llamas.
We're about a minute now to the European cash equity close. European yields are climbing today. The UK 10-year up 10, the German 10-year up 6, the French 10-year yield up 4.5 basis points on the day. U.S. Treasury yields remain higher across the board. The 2-10 spread at 23.33 basis points.
Gotta look at TNX. Gotta look at tits and ass real quick.
The DAX looking down about 1.7% here as we head into the close.
Yeah, if I had to guess on Oracle, just going back to that Oracle, you really want to know the truth? Probably going to keep selling off. I used to try to trade Oracle. I hate trading Oracle. It trades so slow. Trades like Walmart trades. Wonder if BTU is a good short here, if it trades higher and then it's another short. Like the idea of, yeah, RIG's still trading super high. RIG was a gorgeous trade.
Reportedly, the U.S. EPA is proposing a rule to cut nitrogen oxide emissions, seeking more stringent truck emission rules. They're releasing plans for a clean transit in school buses and trucks.
XLF consolidating, rolling. XLE slightly rolling. Amazon's looking to revisit lows again. Sorry, I gotta put this mic in front of me so that you guys, so that I'm not cutting out here. See if that's any better. So what I'm doing is I'm moving my face away from the microphone trying to trade. So Amazon's revisiting lows once more. It's not good to see XLE rolling over. Watching XLE, XLF roll over right now. European close is happening right now. Just a minute. Looks like the SPY is going to revisit lows again as well down here at 425. Oh, Ben, so you saw that? You saw that documentary? It was fucking wild.
6-month bills are 0.710% with 47.3% allotted at the high end of bid cover at 3.21. 3-month bills draw 0.380% with 76.81% allotted at the high end of bid to cover at 2.99.
Yeah, Hutch, send me a DM on Oracle. You guys, I'm going to look at Tesla right now. I don't know that I can. I'm having some issues with, I don't think it's, my internet is fine. I just checked it. I'm having bookmap problems this morning. Having actual bookmap problems today. Or you guys want to see if Tesla's going to roll over here? You want me to tell you the truth? Or do you want me to tell you a lie on Tesla? Because I'll tell you the truth. I am stoked with Tesla though right now. I'm stoked with Elon Musk. He made me very happy. I'm not gonna lie. So we're gonna load up the data on Tesla right now. I'm very happy with Elon right now. I'm happy with with Elon saying we have to drill for more, or at least produce more oil. I'm not in the camp with oil right now with people saying uh, there'll be the slow death of oil. I don't buy into that. When I'm not buying into like corn, we can make plastics and lubricants. I don't. I think there'll always be a demand for gas and diesel and fuels, and you won't see an expansion of the human race outside of this world uh, without it. So I'm with Elon on pump more oil. Though I don't, I don't think that everybody needs an ICE vehicle. I want people to drive electric vehicles. I want electricity to be produced in a more clean fashion, of course, right? But I think I think Elon kind of stands in this same viewpoint is the reasons why I think oil and gas will always be in demand is not for the reasons that I think everybody else thinks. I think that you need it for off-world exploration. I think you need it for other things. So I don't want to waste the resource on cars unless you're in a tough environment, you're living up north or something.
Hess CEO saying that time is for the IEA and U.S. government to release 120 million barrels, saying the oil market turmoil
That's like fucking 2 days
highlights
of oil.
critical role for oil and gas in overall.
Get fucked, buddy.
Comments from the CEO of Hess Hotel Echo Sierra.
100 million barrels of oil is a drop in the bucket. I don't think people understand the consumption of oil and gas, how much we actually use that oil and gas. And no, corn's not going to replace it. Sorry, not happening. So currently support sits on Tesla at 800, right? So my take on oil and gas, and like I'm agreeing with Elon, you need more oil and gas. No, you will never see oil and gas. You'll never see the price of oil and gas go down if we tighten it or cut it off. You'll see it actually go up. And then we talked about this on Twitter, right? We talked about how I think I posted this last year or two. I said when they cut those pipelines off, you're going to actually see oil and gas prices go up, not down. You'll actually see them go down if you see like a Republican or someone who wants to drill, right? You actually see the price of oil go down and gas go down when you have too much of it. Believe it or not, shocker. But uses or the needs for oil and gas are still there. I don't know where you live. I don't know if you've ever seen like a battery operated vehicle, an EV in certain environments. They just don't cut the mustard yet with current tech. You've got all kinds of shortages for the raw materials for batteries. You've got tech that's still lagging behind. Then you got lubricants and plastics. I don't know how many of you out there understand, right, that you hear things out there like, well, it was the cotton gin, that the Industrial Revolution is what helped the world to go somewhere, right, to become an industrialized civilization. And the real truth is, it really wasn't machines; it was lubricants. It was fossil fuels, believe it or not. It was the ability to make plastics, lubricants, not even the fuel for this kind of stuff. So if you're looking at battery tech or steam or water, whatever you want to use for a fuel source, fuel sources didn't really impact the Industrial Revolution quite like lubricants did, quite like plastics did. And there is no substitute currently for that stuff. You'll hear people say, "Oh, well, there's corn and this and that." It's not. It isn't right now. And it's not going to be in your lifetime. So currently, we need that stuff. And then if you start doing off-world kind of stuff, there's all kinds of complications with not saying yes to it. The real point becomes, what do you use oil and gas for, right? Is that point, right? I guess we're talking about oil and gas. I liked him on that, and I also liked him on the whole Starlink thing. I've talked about Starlink here on this broadcast. I've had huge pushback on this broadcast about Starlink and about the military side. Because I'm always questioning, like, man, these Republicans don't like Elon. They don't, they're not Republicans, but there's a class of negativity towards Elon because you've got people like me. I'm
Secretary of State Blinken in Eastern Europe, Latvia, saying that Russia chose not to pursue a path to diplomacy. General comments on the Ukraine conflict there from U.S. Secretary of State Blinken.
We got Tesla here, right? Just sitting on the cusp of 833.39.
Secretary of State Blinken saying that we are committed to the proposition that Iran must never obtain a nuclear weapon and will discuss talks with the Israel official Lapid.
This is all stupid too. You can build nuclear reactors today that you cannot ever turn into a nuclear bomb. It's impossible. This is all politics bullshit. So, we're sitting on support here at 832.76. I like nuclear power too, by the way. 832.56 or so. Real support, of course, we know is down below at 800. The question becomes, do we roll over here? Here indicator is negative. We've got slightly more buyers than sellers, kind of even Steven here. And the question, I guess, becomes, can we trade lower or higher? And where are the buyers on Tesla right now? Are they at 800 is the question. And we can see that there are some buyers here at 800. They can see there is some general support. We see this maybe intraday day trader support above here at 830, but we are at a localized top. If you look at a normal chart, if we were to break down below 800, it's the same as usual, right? You're looking then below to 750, and again, we're talking about market conditions impacting the price of stocks. So you're going to look at major support at 800, then 750, and then assuming at 700. The question becomes, trade lower than 700? Absolutely. Absolutely can trade below 700. Yes, we can. And because of the market, we can trade below 700. Now, we know that we've got some support at 700. You know that we had buyers step in at 650, or was it 650, right? Because that low didn't, well, we got down to 700, I think, in pre-market. 691 we got down to. 691.62. The question becomes, can we trade lower than that? Of course. Of course, just market capitulation we can. You can actually see the buyers sitting down here at 650 currently. They're sitting down here. There's some bank or something sitting down here saying, yeah, we can get down to 650. I'm going to put a buy-in down below here. The other question becomes, if you look at the Tesla chart and you're like, man, this Tesla's been consolidating since 12/11/45, right? Well, we rejected up from this zone here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and today would be the 11th time that we rejected off of this major correction channel. So what does that tell us about Tesla? It tells us that typically when you're in a corrective movement in a ticker, right? Let's use Tesla as an example. It's in a corrective stance. You can trade it as it trades down. You can buy bottoms and sell tops, but typically you'll be looking for a capitulation move, and then you're going to look for some kind of sideways consolidation. So we had what some Tesla bulls would say, hey, we had a capitulation move back at 691. Hey, Cap, we capitulated at 691. We should be trading higher at this point. Okay, so then my point to you from that point is that you're going to then consolidate. So that would make your new trading zone, let's call it 700, right? We can call it right at 700. We can call it even 750 if you wanted. We could call the upper bound of your consolidation zone, let's call it 900, right? So you're going to see up and down trade in here until it gains enough support to trade higher or market conditions change. So the question then becomes, okay, do we have anything out there that's going to limit Tesla trading higher? Even with all the good news on Elon being a great guy, even with all the, hey, we're opening Giga in Germany, we're opening Giga on Mars right now. We got Elon giving Starlink satellites, kissing babies in Ukraine. The reality is that you need consolidation here, right? And the reality is that you need market conditions to turn favorable for Tesla as well, because they're waiting inside of the market. So, my point to you would be that we don't have that yet. We don't have a truce in Ukraine of any kind. We don't have the FOMC, which everyone's waiting for to be passed us in the 15th of March. And we're trading in a consolidation pattern here. So my only point to you would be that you should have bought the dip down here at 691. You're still up at this point. If you're looking for the next dip to buy on Tesla, my recommendation would be to look for another move lower between now and the 15th. You're going to be looking for another move lower down to, let's call it 727 to 700 at a minimum. That's what you're going to be looking for. More than likely, you're going to be looking for that. If you want to be aggressive as a bull here, you're looking to buy like 770, maybe 750. You could start to enter a trade again, a second trade into Tesla. If you're going to say to me, well, no, Tesla's going to trade higher, Cap, it's going to 900. It's in this huge bull flag right now, Cap. You know, whenever I see a bull cap or a bull flag, there's typically a capitulation moment, even inside of that bull flag. Not always, but good enough, right, that I'll usually just wait for it. And if I miss that trade, I'll move on to a different ticker. So we could trade up here, but the market conditions aren't saying that we're going to. There's nothing coming out of Ukraine. There's nothing that's going to change the FOMC as a
Italian
target.
Treasury going to be selling 6 billion euros in 12-month BOT bills.
So what's the
Italian agency, Tesoro, there announcing their upcoming bill sale.
What do you do as a bull on Tesla? Well, I would say to you, if you want another entry point, I'll give them to you right now. You ready? Your next entry on Tesla is 772.74, 755.72. Average down and into, let's call it 700. And it wouldn't shock me to even see a capitulation move lower to 650. So if you had $100, I'm not just using this as a baseline, like in not fairy tale land, but in like theoretical land or something, right? You had $100 to spend on Tesla right now. I would say, sure, buy $5 here, and then I would say buy another $10 down at 776.75. I would say buy another $5 down at 748.50. I would say buy another $10 down at 715.08, and then I would say look for 650 and then throw $60 at it, or something like that, $50 at it. That's what I would say to you right now. And if you said to me, well, hey, Cap, what if we don't go down there and I didn't get to buy down here at 690, then I would say to you, sweet. That would mean that we've traded higher, we've broken out of our negative channel. That means the entire market's heading up, means that the correction is over for Tesla. It means that we were already at 1,211. And let's say we trade to 950, 970, 1,000. Do you need all of it? No. Could you enter higher? Yes. You don't
After
need
briefly
to capture
making a
that.
new low, U.S. equity futures are bouncing a bit, down 1.5%. The S&P minis off that 42.38 low seen about 15 minutes ago.
You don't need to own Tesla at the absolute bottom. And if you want to own Tesla at the absolute bottom, then that is I gave you the numbers. I gave you the numbers where that is. Yeah, your intraday day trading support resistance 825.98, 820.60. Real intraday support is 801.08. In reality, there's probably going to be a trade back down at some point to 750, if not even lower to 650, believe it or not. Resistance above is 858.71 on an intraday, 864.38, and then again higher at 868.70. We'll look higher now, and we already know that the real sellers are still hiding out above, right? We know that they're up there. We'll take a look at it. And they're still sitting here at 890 and 900 above. A wall of sellers trying to get out on Tesla, just hoping and praying that it gets up to 900 so they can take profit. More than likely, these are buyers down at 690. They just want to trade it up to 900, take their money and run, and look for their next entry, right? So they can re-up on more Tesla calls. Or if you're a Tesla bull, you're like, hey, keep coming down, right? I know that I'm friends with some real Tesla bulls on Twitter, and they want it even cheaper than 691, believe it or not. They want it much lower, 650 or so, even probably 600. There are Tesla bulls that want it lower than even that, so they can get a better buy-in. Do I think that we're going there? The market's saying we are. Commodities are saying that we are. It might not be today, but everything's walking and smelling like a duck right now. The Fed has been backed into a corner where they don't have a choice. When you like the 25 BPS talk, right? There's the 20, like everyone's like, well, we're good, right? I'm the same way. We're good. So when Biden first said, or not Biden, when Powell first said, well, we're gonna do 25 basis points. We're gonna start to cut off QT or use Q or cut off QE at some point. And he's saying all that stuff. It all makes sense to an extent, but then when you start to look around everywhere else, you start to see that there are other outside of the stock market conditions that are forcing more aggressiveness out of the Fed. Do I think that actually works? No. But it will get a reaction from the Fed. You will see the Fed be required to act on these outside forces. I kid you not. You think it means nothing when you see gas prices go up? I know you guys think it means nothing. I posted last night an old school video from 1973 of when gas prices went higher. And you might say, well, this time it's different. But I promise you, fucking promise you, okay? At the end of that video, there was a guy there, and he was like, well, he was like, I'm an American. He's like, everything that I do requires energy. He goes, I live to consume. He's like, I like to go skiing, I like to go do this, and I like to go do that, and I like to have my clothes, and I like to have my food, I like to have my burgers, and all this other shit, right? And I'm telling you, the crunch that comes will start to slow our economy down when you have commodities that are high priced. Okay, you start to add up. Hey, I paid X amount of dollars for my house. Hey, I'm paying more for gas. Hey, I'm paying more for a burger. Hey, my groceries are more expensive. You start to tack them on. You start to see what the price of everything becomes. It doesn't matter at that point what your salary increases have been. And then you've got another whammy in the background that we've talked about in the show in the past as well. And that's the one where, and as a matter of fact, I forget who it was. I think it was Netflix. There's been a few. I don't know how many of you guys. Maybe I know some of you do, or you pay attention to your favorite ticker when you listen to guidances. We've talked about paying attention to the guidance that's been given by some of these companies this year. And the point that I was trying to make was that the point that I was trying to make to all of you out there at the beginning of earnings season was pay attention to what is said within some of these guidances. And some of these companies were honest. Some of these companies said, they were honest. They said, I think it was Netflix, but I'm not positive. It was Netflix or somebody else. And they said specifically, our first step, right? Our first step is to pass the price of goods or services along to our customers. This is a tale as old as time. So when there's inflation, right? When there's shortages, when there's labor, when there's all, like, we have too many people at work, right? That can command higher prices. That the companies that will pass along the cost of these services and goods to their customers. Okay? That's step one, right there. And that has been what's been happening in our market right now. That's been reported by companies in their earnings reports that they have to, and their guidance that they're required by law to be honest about. And then step two, believe it or not, right, is you're going to hear about layoffs. You're going to at some point, well, not layoffs. First, you'll hear, it could be a combination of layoffs, right, and a reduction of the services or products that they produce. You'll hear companies say, well, we're going to focus on this right now instead of expansion, right? I'm sorry, I'm misspeaking here. So before you see the layoffs and we're focusing on this product, you're going to see them say, well, we were spending money over here and we cut back those costs. We're going to cut back on the instead of a new iCar, we're not going to work on the iCar right now, right? So you're not going to get expansion anymore. Then the next step is we started to lay people off. We're starting to focus on our core products. We're going to focus on that aspect of business. That's part of that tightening, okay? And so when you start to see that tightening, it does actually impact this guy named Bob out there who's saying, oh, yeah, I work at Apple. I'm an engineer at Apple. Everything is hunky-dory. And I got a great rate at my house. And, you know, I paid out the ass for it. I'm paying out the ass for gas, paying out the ass for my McDonald's burger, no, not McDonald's, but, you know, I'm paying out the ass for my ski trip with the family. I'm paying out the ass for all these different things. And then if the rug gets pulled on enough engineers, right, and then enough of these engineers can't pay for their houses in that neighborhood that you're living in, and they start to lose their homes or start to sell their homes or foreclose their homes, this stuff starts to add up. So right now, currently in our market, when you're looking at the price of gas go up, when you look at the price of wheat go up, when you look at the price of everything going up out there, right? Even if you've got this kick-ass job, even if you're out there, right? And the reason for this is this, okay, is because I'm an investor and I'm a trader. So these companies could give a flying fuck about you and your engineering job. They are beholden to investors and traders out there, and they will do everything that they can to make profit. As a matter of fact, a great documentary came out a week or two ago about Boeing on Netflix. And if any of you haven't seen it yet, you should watch it because they talk about Boeing. They were once a public company, but they were run really well. Then they merged, right, in a time when mergers and acquisitions became huge with McDonnell Douglas. And they switched from a company that was focused on making the best thing in the world, the best jets in the world, best planes in the world, best spacecraft in the world, and they switched to being beholden to their investors. And they outline what happens to these companies when they are driven like that. So when you're driven like that as a company, you're beholden to your stockholders, your investors. I'm telling you, these companies are fucking ruthless. And if you think you're an engineer out there, and you think that because you got yourself a master's of engineering and mechanical engineering and that you work for these companies, that you'll always have a job, that is not fucking true. It is not. Because we've seen these cycles, even if it's a short-term debt cycle, not a long-term debt, but just a short-term debt cycle, tightening cycle, where you see, you've already seen it in speculative growth companies getting whacked because we're not giving free money away, supposedly. At some point, we're not going to give free money away. When you start to see a duck walk, act, and talk like a duck, and we're seeing it right now. You're seeing that the Fed is going to get pushed into a corner, seeing commodity prices going up. You've got a meeting coming up about raising of rates. You see high housing prices out there. You know, all this stuff is becoming real. And yea, though, Apple might come back for the next 3 or 4 or 2 or 3 or ER quarters and say, yeah, hey, we're making more money. The signs are out there. And even the guidances are out there saying, hey, we've passed along what we can to our customers, and the next step for us is this or that, right? You'll see some be vague about it. They'll say, well, we're hoping right now that we can hold out until this short-term debt cycle, the shortages go away, that the tightening goes away, right? So the point that they're trying to tell you is, hey, I'm a company. We're going to cut everywhere and hope that we skip this short-term tightening phase.
Incrementally here out of Washington, D.C., bipartisan leaders in the House and Senate trade committees are going to announce an agreement on legislation to halt regular trade relations with both Russia and Belarus.
Right? So what they're actually saying to you out there is, we're going to do what we need to do and hope that the market picks back up down the road. Now, in that time period, in this next 2, 3, 4 quarters, right, if the economy doesn't fucking jump or doesn't kickstart again, I'm going to tell you, right, because in those 2, 3, 4 quarters, they are going to lay you off. And they're going to hope that the tightening is over at that point, right? Can we have a quick tightening or not? They're going to hope that there's more jobs created, because even if you got laid off from your Apple engineering job, hopefully there's money for a startup so that you can go work for them, believe it or not Apple again. Or I'm using them as an example, as a vehicle in this. And so that's the hope. And these companies are going to tell you this in their guidance, right? We're hoping for this to be short term. If it ends up not being short term, right, it puts us into a longer term decline in our economy. It goes from a short term debt cycle on a tail end risk to a long term debt cycle. Now, do I think we're in the tail end of a long term debt cycle? No. There are bears that disagree with me and say, yes, we are. I heard fucking, Daly tried to say we're at the beginning of the end of a long term debt cycle, where the market was going to crash. He told us that like 10 years ago. He's been telling us that for 20 years. So no, I don't think we are. I don't personally, but we have these short term cycles that can fuck our economy up. And so right now, I'm sorry, everything points towards this happening.
Just seeing a report of the earthquake early warning issued for Japan off the coast of Noto.
Rutro. So I think someone on Reddit today said that a big like evil spirit was released by some stone that broke apart. I kid you not. An evil spirit was released in Japan today. So my only point though behind this is that you as an investor, you as a trader, you as hey, I love Tesla, I love this company, I love I get it. But you gotta look just in the basic. You don't have to understand all the internals. You don't have to understand everything. You don't have to know everything about bonds. You don't have to know everything about commodities. You don't have to trade all that shit. You don't have to know all the particulars about it. But you have to be able to look at like guidance reports, some of the basic things they tell you. You have to look at, is there going to be quantitative tightening? You have to look and see, are we gonna have rates raised? You have to look around and see that fucking gas is more expensive, that your fucking groceries are more expensive, that housing is fucking through the roof. You have to see these things, and you have to remember that these fucking companies give a flying shit about your ass. These companies care about profits. And as soon as you understand that, right, and those things, you have to understand that you can see in our own markets, our own equity markets, that they can already see it ahead. It's being priced in. There are market participants. When you hear things like markets pricing it in, they're not pricing it in for right now. They're pricing it in for 1 to 3 years down the road. Right now, that's what they're doing. Does that make sense? So when people say, "Oh, it's priced in," I'm like, "No, fuck no. They price in 1 to 3 years out." You want to know 4D chess? It's going on right now in our market. Is 4D chess. 4D chess isn't sending your worst troops in like Russia. People are claiming Russia's doing. 4D chess is when the trade is many steps ahead of where you think it is. So as long as you're sitting here saying, yeah, Tesla's going up, I'm telling you, they're pricing in right now the market not fucking going up. Or even if they hold on for 1 to 3 years, they're pricing in right now the possibility of the market slowing down longer than 1 to 3 years. Of shortages lasting longer than 1 to 3 years, of the possibility of gas and oil being high for 3 months, 6 months, a year, 2 years, of wheat, right, being higher, of soy, corn, any of these kind of commodities, right now they're being priced in. Now, how did we get here? It's the opposite trade, right, from 2020. There's other layers and levels to this, right? Gas was dirt cheap. Oil was dirt cheap. But you have to understand for where we are in the market right now. Do I think Tesla goes down 650? Probably. Not guaranteed. But probably. Do I think that the market rolls over deeper down to like 405? Probably. Do I think it can go to 390, 380, 370? Yeah, it's on the table. My only fear in this market would be a market crash. And that can happen. That has happened many times in the past. We haven't seen it. We've seen, like Spot Cameron talks about, the step downs. Seen lots of stepping down in this market. But there will be a capitulation moment. I'll fucking guarantee it. We've seen a couple of them already this year. If you look back here on January 24th, right, we had a capitulation moment. Right? And another capitulation moment, right? February 24th, we had another capitulation moment. Do I think we'll see another capitulation moment? Yeah, probably. Yeah, if I'm looking at the chart right here as it stands right now, intraday we can trade long, but in all honesty, on a 3 month chart, yeah, there's probably a 70% chance we have a deeper capitulation moment. Yeah, there's a higher chance of that happening than a turnaround, unless the runway runs out, unless we get this truce deal, and unless we come into the FOMC, and what does the Fed say? You're telling me the Fed's going to come in and say, "Fuck it, we're doing quantitative easing for eternity"? Sure, I can actually get on that train. Like, I can get on that train because then at least everybody will be making, I don't know, maybe everybody will be making $200,000-$300,000 a year, $500,000 a year, and rents will be 10 grand. I'm fine with that. If you want to depreciate, not fine, but I'm not fine with that. But if you did something like that, and the economy moves forward, and the price of everything goes up across the board, I understand the mechanics of that happening. But the reality is they don't want that to happen. So they're gonna put in quantitative tightening. They're gonna raise the fucking rates, and you're seeing they taking advantage of inflation right now, right? Taking advantage by people that can take advantage of inflation right now, right? Price gouging even when we don't have shortages, the intentional not planting of seeds, right? The intentional not reopening pipelines, the intentional not opening new drilling, right? The intentional, believe it or not, the intentional war to some extent to increase these prices, right? It's kind of like a
The stock futures once again probing the lows of the day. The Dow down more than 600 and at 42.41. The S&P cash market down 87 handles.
where's the
Futures at
trade, right?
42.38,
Trade
down more than 2%. So just coming up off of new lows here in S&P futures. The
trades
VIX
in
higher by about 7% at 34.32, and gold futures holding on to gains of about $19 or 1% at 19.85.
the trades inside of commodities right now. The trades not inside equities right now. And I'll tell you, when someone sells out of commodities, right? If you're trading oil and gas and you're making bank in oil and gas, I'm talking about big money, right? Much bigger than you and I. When they're done trading oil and gas, do you think they want to buy Tesla at 1,400? Is that what you think? Because what they want to do is they're going to want to buy Tesla at like 650, 450, 550. And they might not get that low, but they don't want to buy it at 1,200. And they're not gonna. They're going to buy it cheaper because their money's not in this equity market. It's in oil and gas. It's in metals. It's everywhere, but it's in commodities. It's not in the equity market right now. So what does that mean? It means that they're going to wait until the capitulation move happens. It means that they're going to wait for a bull out there on tech, a bull on Tesla, a bull on Apple, a bull on whatever you got, Amazon, even a bull on Amazon. They're gonna wait until they capitulate to enter. I don't know when that is. I don't know if it is. I don't know if that is a combination of things. Right? There's a peace, love, and happiness with Ukraine. If we start re-drilling and opening up pipelines, or we start to, we have this plethora of oil and gas, and everybody's kissing babies and making friends. I don't know if it includes quantitative tightening at that point, right? Because I don't think that's happened yet, right? We haven't had quantitative. You guys know we haven't had that. You guys know we haven't had any rate increases yet. My assumption is it's some kind of a trade that takes place between now and end of year. If we can hang on, if we can turn it around in a year to 3 years. So in a larger time frame, where are we headed? Are we headed up or are we headed down? Equity markets more than likely are headed continued down, even if we trade higher, even if we trade to 440, even if we trade to 460, even if we trade to 470 or 480. There's a fair chance that the equity markets are going to continue to trade down. The only fear at this point for me that I'm looking at is, hey, does it trade down too much and it turns into a crash? The one point where you pull the ripcord and say, fuck it, I'm out completely. So does it trade down to 12,000? Does it trade down to 11,000? Does it trade down to like 10? 9,000? Does it trade lower than there? Is there a moment where they liquidate? Right? Is there a liquidation moment in the market? That's possible. It's on the table. It's somewhere out there in the distance. It's not right where we are right now, and I don't think that you should ever get like that super bearish. But I think that you should be looking at it as a bull and saying, "Fuck, where I didn't see market crash before, I can at least see like this dot in the distance that it's possible. It is there. Um, that could happen, right? So you have to at least keep it on your plate. You have to be aware of it in the background. And we're not actually that far away from it. It's not as far away as it was before. Just be honest with yourself and be honest with the market as to where it is and where you think we can actually trade and where you should be buying.
Energy Fund Total's CEO saying that Europe does not have the LNG import capacity to substitute loss of Russian gas.
Let me know what you guys thinking there. You guys probably hate me right now, right? Like half of you log off and you're like, "Fuck Captain Jim, I'm out of here." Because like I cannot stand Captain Jim James. Yeah, it was a good documentary. It was a good documentary. You were doom scrolling. Yeah, it wasn't a bad video. That Boeing documentary wasn't too bad. It didn't give. There was a bunch of questions I had about that documentary that they didn't answer. There's a ton of stuff. But if you wanted like a basic understanding of corporate profits, it did a decent job in an hour and a half of explaining that stuff. There was a shit ton of stuff that they didn't address in that video, which I wish they had. But over, like all in all, when you want to think about corporate greed, don't fucking tell me there isn't corporate fucking greed. Now, do I think Tesla's like that? No. Do I think Tesla could become that one day down the road? Sure. If Elon Musk wasn't around anymore, sure. Do I think Tesla's that company right now? No. Do I think people can argue? They'll say, well, they cut corners on their vehicles. I don't think his point is to make nice vehicles. I don't think that was ever his intent. And Ford wasn't Ford's intent either when they started. To make the best vehicles out there. It was to make vehicles for the masses. It was instigate the adoption of EV technology. But Boeing specifically is what was a quality company, known for quality, known for not being profit driven, and being specifically driven to create the world's safest vehicles. That's true. You can't. It's not going to be denied. But to think that companies don't do that, they don't start cutting, is insano. And it's never just one. It starts with first it starts with speculative growth companies, but then it starts to hit other companies. It starts to grow over time, and then you'll have some companies that can't increase the price of their product. There's a point where Netflix can't say, "Well, we're now charging $40 a month for Netflix." There's a time when it will stunt growth. Looks like the bulls are trying to step back in here on the indexes and on individual tickers and look for a turnaround at 423.31. We'll see if they get that or if we trade back down to 420 on the SPY. I hope I'm not pissing people off out there today, but that is the truth. And you have to be aware of it. If you're a bull out there, you should be conscious of that and keep that in your discussions when you're saying, hey, Apple's going up. You should also make a note or at least mix in part of your discussions, especially if you disagree with me on this. If you disagree with me on this, you should be discussing this because this is the risk to your long thesis that you have out there. Because I am a bull. I'm a bull through and through. But you have to be aware of the risk to the market right now and where it's actually going and why. Be honest with yourself as to what's truly taking place in the market currently. because it's been happening since January fucking 4th or something, right? And we're now on March 4th. The argument's not working. If you keep willing it and saying it, it's not working. Or I don't know what I mean by that, but I mean more like I like the idea of being a bull. I like the idea of buying dips, making money on dip buying here, but at the same time, you're talking about turning the market around, and there's not a lot of news right now to turn the market around in a large enough context to be sustainable. So, with all those things I listed to you earlier, right? You need all of those things.
Total saying that their traders are not buying any Russian oil.
But our subsidiaries are, though. So that's the point, is when you start to list off all the reasons, right? They're starting to stack up. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, start 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, and that in like 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, right? And they're all adding up, and you start to say to yourself, as a bull, you start to say, hey, what do I need for this market to trade much higher? What do I need to happen? And you've now got a laundry list. It's like your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your husband, your wife. They like sit down at a table or something, and you have like a meeting of the family, and you say, air your grievances. And you hear those grievances, and the start of these grievances back in January, they were kind of small, right? It was like, hey, we're going to start to raise rates. That's all it was. That's it. There's no other discussion really at that time. You heard a little bit about housing prices going up. You heard a little bit about the labor situation out there. You weren't hearing everything. And as the past 2 months have gone along, the grievances have become real. The shortages have become real. The price of goods has become real. All these things have become real. And so I just want you to be aware of, as a bull, you have to see these things get resolved at some point, have a sustained rally that takes you to all-time highs again. You have to see that. You can't see an expansion of the war in Ukraine. Whether it is profit or money driven, doesn't matter, because there's still risk from that war expanding outside of Ukraine. There's risk of it expanding to Poland, Germany, Slovenia. I don't know if you can call it Slovenia anymore, but there's a bunch of Eastern Bloc countries surrounding NATO members that automatically trigger, and you say, "Oh, Cap, that'll never happen." It's not that it ever happens. Those kind of things don't always happen intentionally, but happen nonetheless, and can escalate and snowball. Oftentimes, when wars take place, I'm not talking about the manufactured ones like Iraq, Afghanistan, stuff like that. I'm talking about larger wars in the past, larger wars like World War I, World War II. Um, when you're looking at stuff like that, that you look at the reasons why they start. They've sometimes have been in the works for a long period of time, but without you knowing it, without other nations knowing it. You don't always know uh, the state of a nation, and are they going to collapse? They're going to use war to make money. Is it money driven? Usually it is, and you just don't see it or don't want to see it. And I'm not saying that's going to happen with Ukraine, but that risk is there's potential there for that risk. There's other geopolitical things with China and India, Turkey, as well, involved in this. But in reality, those risks are there. So you have to see that stuff. You don't have to know about it all. You have to understand geopolitics. You have to understand that it impacts our markets. You have to see resolution and those things. Know the markets are not going to all-time highs with the Ukraine war, with rates, with QT, with inflation, the way that it is right now, and with max employment, with employees being able to ask for high salaries. I'm for high salaries, but the reality is you're not going to see that are reflected positively in our equities market. Now retesting 423.31. I'm still in some calls right here. I'm not sure if I'm going to cut them loose at some point or not. Probably. I might have to let them burn to the fucking ground at this point. Maybe have to take on a short position, but I don't like taking another one. I did sell out of some put spreads earlier in our first drop, so I'm not in a bad position right now. I'm still holding wheat and I'm still holding Uber. I'm going to try to get out of Uber at some point if it trades back up one more time. I think that there is more distribution going on in Uber, and any calls coming into it right now are only to get the stock price to higher to exit equities in it. JNK is, as a leading indicator right now, is making me very concerned. It is now trading down to $1.02.27, and it's retesting that low once again. And of course, SPY is sitting on this level, right? We talked about 102.07. A break of 102.07 is going to be very dangerous to the market. If you look at JNK, it is signaling a risk-off environment in our market currently. Now trading JNK down to 102.26. Not good. If you're a bull and you want to take a long position, you're looking for a rejection off of JNK at 102.07. If you don't see that rejection and you see us break through this 102.07, look out below. Now let's say it break through and it does a little hook and comes back up. That's not the risk off you're looking for. You're looking for bounce, like a little dribble on 102.7 and then a fall off. That could take place now. It could take place tomorrow. It could lead into the close today. So we'll see how it ends on the day. But the markets are looking unhealthy at the moment. The other concern right now is I don't like seeing XLU rolling over because you want to see that flight to XLU, and it's holding on by a straw right now. Another market internal, of course, is XLF, and it's rolling over right now. And then you're also seeing the rollover in XLE, right? You're starting to see rollovers. You got Amazon down to 110 off the day right now. You got SPY down off 9 points off the day right now. Start to see all this stuff, right? Walking like a duck, quacking like a duck. Starts to act like a duck, smells like a duck. It's got a couple wings on it, got some webbed feet. You start to wonder, like when you start to ask me, "Hey, Cap, are we at support on Tesla?" I'm like, I'm looking everywhere else here, and nothing says that we are going up here. Everything looks pretty ugly right now. The market internals look ugly right now. USO is rolling over right now. Nike down 5% right now. I think what did we say on Nike a week ago? We said, what did I say to you a week ago on Nike? I said, let's look at Nike at 120, right? Did I say 125 or 120 on Nike last week? We talked about Nike last week, right? Talked about it. I said to you, you want to take a Nike trade, look at 125 or 120. I can't remember. It was one of those two. I know it fucking wasn't 135. Right? So look at Nike at it was either 125 or 120, I can't remember, but I know one of you guys out there remembers that conversation. That was what? 7 days ago. 7 days ago I said to you, I'll look at Nike at 125 or 120. And it's been 7 days, right? Or it's been 6 trading days. Maybe 6 or 7 trading days, and we're down to 125 currently from that last conversation we had.
Report on Russian sanctions saying U.S. lawmakers have offered a path to ban Russian energy products and trade.
So think about that right now. Think about that conversation we had about Nike just a week ago. Matter of fact, I remember the conversation because the conversation was, are we going to take a long on Nike or not? Someone, I think it was Winky that asked that question. Or what's the story on it? Are we? And someone else said that they worked, their family worked at Nike or something. And the question became, are we taking a long here in Nike? And I said, fuck no. Fuck no. 120 maybe, or 125. So now we're down here right now. Jesus, look at Facebook. What happened to Meta? Facebook. Terrible. What's happening, Facebook? I mean, look at it. Facebook's right, literally sitting at 189.80, 189.73, right? Retesting the lows at 188.88 currently on Facebook right now. Yeah, you're knocking on the door twice now, right? Knocking on the door twice on Facebook. Puts coming in on Facebook. March 11th, 180p, $678,000. High algo score. Yeah. Look at Nike. What'd you do to my boy? What did you do to my boy, Nike? Did you guys remember? Yeah, my calls are dead too. You guys remember us talking about Nike last week? I think it was the week before we talked about Nike. 235 viewers. I can't believe you guys are even tuning into me anymore. That's my point, right? That's my real point. My point is line all that stuff up. That doesn't mean we can't trade higher. It just means it doesn't mean that we can't reverse here at this moment. You might see a reversal in the SPY, but just look at the big picture. Even if we trade higher, look at the big picture. Just look at the big picture. Look at the SPY in the big picture. It's like one of those movies where you're like, look at it. Just look at it. It doesn't look healthy right now. It looks sick. It looks like it's got a problem. Looks like that Friday bid isn't catching a bid today. Looks like I threw money to the market gods. Should have held my put spreads even longer though. They'd be printed even fatter right now. I was hoping we'd get up to 440 so I could take another short. I got told no. They told me no, I can't take another short. I should jump in right here, but I'm not. I'm gonna wait again. I'll still try to buy a dip down here if I can. We might trade down. We could trade down to 420.
That's part of officials saying that they ordered deployment of 500 additional personnel to Europe over the weekend, and saying they now assess that Russia has committed almost 100% of its pre-staged combat power into the Ukraine.
Yeah, I agree with you, Winky. I agree that Nike is undervalued. I'm not fucking anti-Nike at all. I don't actually dislike Nike at its price. I think it's absolutely undervalued. But I think there's other tickers out there that are undervalued too. I think this has more to do with other shit, right? You probably agree to an extent on that. To some extent on that. This is just pure profit taking at this point. That's what I think it is. Like when I'm looking at Nike in a 5-year chart, and I'm like, yeah, these banks went into Nike right around $100.
Seeing some draft documents of the EU saying leaders agreeing to develop EU production capacity of microchips to secure 20% of the global market share by 2030. Also looking to accelerate development of renewable energy sources in the EU. Draft documents saying EU leaders have agreed at a summit this week to phase out dependency on Russian gas, oil, and coal imports.
Facebook's in death throes. I'm looking at a 5-year chart on Facebook right now. Fuck.
EU leaders also agreeing to improve EU food security by reducing dependencies on imported agricultural products and inputs.
Let's look at Facebook real quick and see if it's just black underneath, or if it's got some support here. Because I'm telling you what, Facebook, man. Oof. What's the next stop on Facebook right now? 140? Something nasty? It's got to be something nasty. I mean, just look at Facebook. Look at it on a 5-year chart. That is not pretty. That is a hot fucking mess. Whoever mentioned that opened this morning. Facebook. Alexa. Call Zuck. Call Zuck.
Their third round of
Yeah, that makes
talks.
me. I shouldn't say. I shouldn't gloat. I'm not gloating on this either, but every once in a while I've checked in on Meet Kevin, and he did a whole fucking show on like the metaverse and how he was gonna buy like a Disney cruise ship metaverse to mimic his cruise ship cabin on that metaverse.
He's saying that after the latest deployments, the U.S. will have around 100,000 U.S. military personnel in Europe.
Damn, look at that. No ice down here either. It's just dark, dark, dark blue, dark black. That 150. Looks right. 150. Some support here at 175. Man. I mean, what does that do to where does that? I mean, I bet if I looked at this against Amazon, Amazon puts Amazon at 2,000. I bet. And it's weird because everyone's like, oh, Facebook's crashing because of this, that, and the other reason. But in reality, if you saw Amazon go down here and you see Facebook go down here, it looks like they're just using news as an excuse to sell it, doesn't it? To an extent. Doesn't like matter what the fucking news is. Like fucking profit taking. That's what it looks like. Facebook has a lower P than IBM, so say what you want about it, but it won't be 189 for long. Yeah, I don't mind buying Facebook here personally. I'm thinking of more from a market conditions point of view. I'm not thinking of it from are they a good company or not. I'm looking at it like a risk off in the market type situation. I think the terminology that's used for it is real money selling. And we can use any fundamentals you want on the best companies out there, and you still have capitulation moves in the market as a whole. Now, JNK is retesting lows down here again at 102.22. We're now within pennies of 102.07. We're now just 15 cents off of the previous low on JNK. Trying to load the SPY up here. It's going to take a few moments. I'm having some bookmap connection issues. I'm going to have to contact support with them and find out why. Facebook is easily the most undervalued of FANG. Facebook Weekly. I'm not disagreeing. I'm not in disagreement about this. I'm saying look at it against other tickers that are doing the same thing. I don't like Facebook as a company, but as a investor, I love it. Like Amazon.com bust. Yeah. It's the low PA. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that too, Winky. It does. I do agree that it does turn into real money buying, but at the same time, do you think that you're going to see I think you're going to see the sell-off in oil and the sell-off in equities, and then a buy back into equities, that the profit is taken out of oil and then moved into equities. But the key is, where is the bottom on equities? And so where do you think the bottom is on? Well, that's my question. So JNK is at 102.22 right now. You got Facebook on its localized support right now, right? Or its last bottom. That's my question to you. Is there real money selling that'll take place in Facebook to send it to the depths of hell? Will there be real money selling in Amazon to send it to the depths of hell? NASDAQ's down 326 right now.
You're listening to Trade the News.
XLF trading down to lows of the day, 36.12. As a matter of fact, when was the last time we saw 36.12? September 9th, 2021. Other than some capitulation moves back in June and in July, they've traded around this level for quite some time, right? Going all the way back to March of 2021. Next stop below that is December 9th, 2020. It's a big move. Next, like, real level of contention. We have a small level of contention down at $30 or so. But real support's down at $25, $26, something like that on XLF. Nobody's selling. Yeah, we have oil pits close at 2:30. There's a rally in the equities market. Yeah, I agree with that. It's been happening on a day-to-day basis already. Yep, I've seen that too. My only problem with that is I haven't seen the rotation. I saw the rotation one day last week. I saw like 3.8 to like 1 in rotation advances, decliners. The rest of the week was kind of like 1.7 against decline. It was 1.7 decliners to 1.1 advancers. Already had that massive sell-off already. Not saying it doesn't capitulate more, but I'm comfortable starting to long Facebook here. Doughboy's saying he wants to long Facebook here. Yeah, I'm not saying that you can't long it here. I'm not saying it's not a wise decision to long it here. My concern is that real money selling. The concern is that you see capitulation. It'll be a fast down. We haven't seen with that staircase down that we've been talking about is a lot different than market capitulation. That's how you get that crash. You go from a correction to a move that is violent on the way down. It's not to 420. It's not to 410 either. It's significantly lower. Yeah, I've got an expander. Yeah, Steven, I can't do it while I'm live right now, but I'm gonna reset my sound after the broadcast, and I'm also speaking out the side of my mouth. I'm trying to look at trades right now, and I don't have the mic directly in front of my mouth. But yeah, I can see them getting cut off, aren't I? The NVIDIA broadcast thing does a great job. Fairly lightweight. I'm gonna write that one down. I gotta go pick up the computer today again. If I can get out of here for a minute. They're bouncing again off 422, 0.20 on the SPY. Getting a reaction here, short covering. Still looks like we have some support even further down below at 420 exactly. We'll see if this holds. Watching some calls come in on NVIDIA, TJX, Qs, small money, Qs March 9th, 335C for $217,000. NVIDIA calls March 11th, 230C, $108,000. Yeah, rig was good, right? I'm getting all paranoid being in wheat currently. Calls on SPY, March 7th, 424C, $255,000. $420, blaze it. We'll look at SPY here and see if the buyers are here right now. Yeah, 420.20, right? 420.20, blaze it. JNK holding up so far at 102.21. VIX meeting a little bit of resistance currently. We have that same number that we've always talked about, right? That 35.26 number. We had that spike to 35.88 right around 9:35 this morning, and then we made our way back up again to that 35.26 zone. We've got JNK coming down into what should be support at 102.07, or even a capitulation move even deeper. Looks like junk could get down to 102.07, put us at 422.0. But it looks like the dip is currently being bought, or not bought, but we have short covering going on in the SPY. We'll see if that short covering holds up or not.
Wait.
Weird. I keep getting logged out of my brokerage today too. I'm having some weird shit go on. Kind of weird day in my. Having some really weird stuff going on. I've got like my brokerage is logging out, and then being logged. I have to relog myself back in. Anyone have any brokerage issues today? Yeah, all right. You know what sucks about RSX, right? Is I just read an article, I think a week ago or so. I read an article saying that watching calls come in on RH January 19th, 2024, 400C, $1.9 million. I was watching a. I was watching. was watching or reading a story about banks that were buying. They were buying the ruble at pennies. They were buying RSX. They were buying RSX. They were buying RSXB or whatever the small cap at pennies. Like they were able to get in right before it was shut down, and they weren't buying calls. They were buying actual shares. They were buying on the European exchanges, I think, for pennies. The Russian exchanges, and the underlying companies like I forget what the names of all of them are now, but a lot of them, like the Google of Russia, they bought at pennies. They bought there's like 4 or 5 major companies. I forget the name. Might have them on my. Let me see if I have them on my. I don't know if they're on this list here. I think I might have. I'm on a different on that computer that I'm using this live stream right now. I got a bunch of different RSX or companies that make up RSX, but they were buying them for dirt cheap, and I guess some of these equities were down to like below $1. They were like pennies. There's a couple banks in there from Russia. They're traded in Europe, and they're worth pennies. But supposedly, like JPMGS and a bunch of banks are able to get in and buy a bunch of shares in case they ever, trade again, and that they can pin it. Supposedly, they can pin the price down below $1 or $2, and it reopens the trade. And I guess these trades are worth stupid multiples once it starts to retrade again. Yeah, Yandex is one of them. Yeah, Serb Bank is another one. Sabir Bank is another one. Yeah, Skolkov. Yeah, yours logged out too, right? I'm having yeah, I have a feeling I got. So what I questioned was I was questioning. So I posted a bunch of shit on Twitter like a week ago, when the Ukraine war started, and I was like, man, I wonder right now if I'm getting fucked with. I swear that in my back of my head, I was like, I wonder if I'm getting fucked with by someone because of the Russia-Ukraine shit that I posted on Twitter. And it's probably just general stuff going on. I keep getting logged out of my brokerage. It's showing on the top right-hand side. It'll say disconnected, need to reconnect. Weird shit like that. See if the SPY can turn itself around or not. I bought some more calls. I bought 426Cs for today. 426C. We'll see if they hold up. They're green. Not too green, but they're green. Slightly green. We'll see if they can hold up, if the short covering actually takes place or not. But I keep getting some weird shit going. I got some weird shit going on my end. This isn't even like, well, your computer sucks or anything like that. This is like I got Bookmap acting kind of wonky. I got being logged in and out of my brokerage. Kind of weird on a different a computer setup. Kind of weird. VIX looks like it's peaking out up here. The VIX is trying to make its way back up to retest the highs at I would assume either 35.88 or somewhere around that 35.26. We'll look for a reversal and see if we can get it.
Being a comment now from the Russian embassy in Minsk, the third round of Ukraine talks has now finished. That's according to Russian press.
So some
waiting for a readout from either side.
See if this is good or bad for the market. We'll probably sell hard if there's any bad news. I got my finger on the fucking trigger to fucking sell out of this position. I've got my fucking finger on a long or no, on dumping longs right here. See if there's any good or bad news. If you guys see any news on Twitter, let me know. We'll see if it holds up here. We'll see if it looks like the market's reacting well to the news. My portfolio is green. That's always nice to see. Whoa, going up high here. We got a nice little bump right now in the market on news that the negotiations ended. Not seeing anything currently on the news. I'll look on Twitter real quick and see if there's anything we can find out from the talk. See if Walter Bloomberg. Yeah, third round of Ukraine talks are over. IFX. Nobody knows right now how the no U.S. objective. Whether they just want to give Ukraine planes. Oh shit! Making some money here. Holy shit! Yeehaw, baby! Got some big printing calls right here. Got a nice little bump there on the SPY. SPY calls coming in March 7th, 425C for $181,000. More SPY calls February 7th, 426C, $111,000. A nice little spike right here in the SPY. See if we can get it down here so we can add some more. 422.05 maybe. Still not seeing any of the news that's out there. Let me check another source here. It says Ukraine negotiators say talks with Russia led to small positive developments in terms of humanitarian corridors. See if we get any more good news. I'm going to check somewhere else real quick. Not seeing anything anywhere else. Just that one bit of news there. Ukraine negotiator says talks with Russia led to small positive developments in terms of humanitarian corridors being taken as positive. I'm not sure that it's kind of want to see something. You want to see some kind of a ceasefire. See if we can add some more down here at 422. Take a look at J&K and see if that's giving any indication. I'm not seeing anything yet that's damning. Wheat's starting to make its way back up. It's now up to 1163. I need to know more information if I'm going to buy calls. I still haven't bought calls on wheat. Still just in actual shares.
Some further color from the Ukrainian negotiators. They say that there were no significant results on the truce or ceasefire at talks.
That's not good. We'll see what its impact is on the SPY right here. See if it actually impacts the market or if the market
Podolyak
trades higher.
says that Ukraine will continue talks with Russia.
It's not really the news you want to be hearing. We'll see if the SPY red bar is it down or if it trades higher here. VIX climbing still towards 35.26. Am watching some interest in 420Ps, 125,000 call contracts out on 420P for March 7th. Be a 30-point move. Still not seeing much call or put flow coming out currently on against other than that. 420Ps, they're 79 cents. Still have some support here at 422. We'll look for support at 420. We'll leave this up here as a price target. Critical moment in the market right now. look at the footprint on 420p. Be 126,000 contracts. Someone just added another 1,000. Someone said it being in an IT company in RU has to suck
Some
bad
comments
right
from
now.
the EU's Mora on Iran talks. Mora says, just to clarify, there are no longer expert-level talks or formal meetings in these negotiations. He says it's time for political decisions to end the talks.
What's your feelings on 423? Anyway, we close above that today. Yeah, so my whole thing is I'm only trying to short tops. I closed a long put position earlier today. I wish I had held it longer, would have gotten paid even more. So my whole viewpoint right now is just shorting the market whenever there's a top, buying tops. Now we are at a point in the market where we should be heading up. You heard Winky even say, and someone else, I think it was Doughboy, said something about it earlier, that there should be some sort of short covering relief currently where we are. This is where we are. So when we are where we are in J&K is if we sell here, the key is if we sell 102.07 on the market here, you're going to see capitulation. Hey, buddy. We'll see some capitulation in the market where we are much deeper, right? You'd probably see Facebook trade down to 170 or so. You'd probably see NQ lose 500 points in the day, not 300. And so that's the question: do we trade down here, trade up? I'm in a long position. Second time. Well, I had one long position that I've added to a few times. Those are eating a bag of dicks right now, and I added another long position on the SPY. Let me see what I got. I'm holding 426Cs right now, and they're break even right now. Like I could trade them in for 5 or 10%, but I want to make more than that, more than 10% on a trade. Watching some SPY calls come in. March 9th, 423C for $248,000. Watching a reversal here in the SPY. And so the question becomes, are we trading higher from here? I don't know what to say to you. I'm in calls right now. You have to make your own decision if you're going to take calls, and then how strong do they become? How much money do you make off of calls? How long do you hold them for? And then the other key to remember is that any kind of a rise right now in the market is usually just what it is. It's a short covering operation, and it's not going to last. Is the point? Is that it doesn't last for how long does it last? You're not getting the calls behind it. You're not getting the buyers behind it. So even if we trade up from here, how high does it trade? What would be a price target above? We'll look at it right now. All right, I had my screen on pause for some fucking reason. So we'll look to see where the resistance is above and see how long this can trade higher. We've got some resistance right away. 424.65. But the real sellers are higher. They are. That isn't right either. They might be right. Maybe we're wrong. Because it's showing that the real sellers are up at 428 right now. 428.50. Looks like some more sellers just stepped in at 423.96. A little closer. Looks like they're at 428. Hiding above there. Buying over here in Europe, have some suppliers for years now. What's the max pain for today? I haven't looked to see what the is my screen frozen on your end, because it's not on mine. I'm waving to you right now. Yeah, I'm sitting in some calls. They aren't doing a whole hell of a lot right now. More rig calls coming in. We've got rig March 11th for C, $114,000. And rig calls March 11th for C again for $102,000. Market is still neutral right now. Some decent buying all day long on Tesla, SPX, SPY. If you want to know the top 3 tickers, it is Tesla. We had at 11:42 a.m. we had July 15th 1050 Cs for $1.4 million. We have July 15th 1050 Cs for $2.7 million. Those are both at 11:45 in the morning. And then again at 12:11. So this is an hour ago. Someone bought March 11th 830 Cs for $1.1 million. There's been a bunch of $1-2 million trades on Tesla right now, all day long, since morning. Matter of fact, this morning at 9:31, someone bought April 1st 900C for $1.2 million.
French President Macron, he says he will discuss the Ukraine situation with China's President Xi jointly with the German Chancellor tomorrow.
So you can see the death and destruction that took place in Tesla today. I'm going to post the top 3 bullish tickers. Post that on Twitter for you. There's Tesla. And then I'll post SPX was the next one. You don't usually see a lot of SPX calls come through, but lots of SPX calls came through today. And then I'll show you the SPY calls. Substantial amount of call buying on SPY today. And this shows the expectation. This does show the expectation that SPY should have been going up today. Or that the implication was that SPY would be trading higher today. Those SPY puts, right? Those SPY puts on 420Ps, those are only worth 51 cents now. There's now also 130,000 contracts on those SPY puts down to 420. There was 124, I think, just about 15 minutes ago. Someone's adding more and more. I don't know if it's to pin into the close today or not. They're now down to 48 cents, 49 cents. Oh, Max Payne. I'll tell you guys what Max Payne is. Hold on. Give me just a second. I'll tell you guys Max Payne. I just get it off Swaggy normally. So Max Payne for today is 435. It's so heavily weighted towards puts today. I'm looking down on the open interest in positions. It's lower. We're right on. If you actually look on 420 is the target. Like if you look at Swaggy stocks, I'll post a link to it right now on @Captain's Alpha. The one you want to be looking at, because they're not. They used to be all free, and they're not free anymore. But I still use them for basic information. And this is a good thing too.
Comments now from the Russian side of talks with Ukraine. Negotiator Medinsky says that it is too early to speak of anything positive after the third round of talks with Ukraine.
So this is a neat thing to look at. Okay, so back in the day, Swaggy stocks came online. I don't know how many years ago it was. I'm getting fucking old now. So I just posted a link to Swaggy stocks dashboard, their free version. And there is some insight to be had from this web page. It's automatically set to SPY. You can change the ticker. They don't track all of them, but this is a neat one to look at right now currently. So especially right now, a good point on Max Payne calculating. So if you look at the Swaggy stocks Max Payne calculator for SPY today,
the Russian negotiator does say, however, that talks with Ukraine will continue.
That it does show that the Max Payne for today is 435. Max Payne today 435 on the SPY. Now that doesn't really lend you any help right now currently, but it is interesting to note that if you look below it, it shows where the open interest is on tickers. And if you look where we're currently trading down here at 422, there is huge interest on 420Ps. There's 28.37 thousand contracts, it looks like. It's right in the middle. It's not going to print. It looks like looks like market makers don't want to print 410, and it looks like they've already printed 431. And it looks like it's so weighted into the put side that it could easily swing down to, which is where we're at, 420. Currently, where we're at right now. So, neat place to look. I posted the link on @Captain's Alpha just now. If you're not if you haven't friended me on Twitter @Captain's Alpha, CAPTAINS ALPHA, just request and I'll let you in so that you can see where I posted it, and you can look at the. I don't like Swaggy stocks any longer. There's other ways to get it, but for a quick lookup, you can bookmark it and just quickly look up. There are better ways to look at open interest, but if you want something quick and dirty, sometimes I'll check this site for quick and dirty. Quick and dirty, where's all the money at? But it doesn't always. It's not the real tell on where we should lie. If you look more closely at it, you can look to see. Especially right now is a good thing to look at is if you look at where the not just where Max Payne is, but because all Max Payne shows you is the midway point where more people get destroyed. So the concept used to be that the most people will lose at 435. Call holders will lose and put holders will lose. But in reality, if you look at the open interest chart just below it, it shows you a better viewpoint of where balance is, right? All things being equal, you hear being said, balance in the market, it's actually lower. It's at 420. Might even be slightly lower. Could be closer to 416 maybe, 418, somewhere in there. And we're trading down here, right? 423.07. There are puts out there for 420. Maybe we have a capitulation selling the close. I'm not sure on that part. You can see down here they're waiting. Waiting down here at this 420. I've been waiting for it all day long, 420.11. But there is some buyers down here, 422 and then 421, of course. This is a good time to look at a Max Payne calculator, or specifically the open interest, which is usually a better viewpoint, or more insightful. Yeah, the only time I use Max Payne calculator right now is I'll look at the open interest rather than the. Oh, hey Johnny G, thanks for supporting the channel this morning.
Today we're hearing from the German Chancellor Scholz speaking at an SPD event, just reiterating that Germany is ready to take more steps to offset higher. British Petroleum BP saying they are set to resume their activities in Libya, citing the national oil company spokesperson.
Yeah, scroll down. When you first click on that site, scroll down a little bit, you'll see the Max Payne calculator. But then I want you to scroll down to the open interest, because these are open contracts currently on the SPY, and you want to kind of look for the midway point there. Where is that? Chill. JNK starting to roll over once again. Brutal out there. Brutal for a bull out there. I'm not going to lie. It is not pretty for a bull. Relentless. And even for, like, I haven't been able to buy much in puts. Like, I'm buying them, but not as frequently as I want to. Excuse me. The trades are much longer. They're multi-day trades. Watching more SPY calls come in right now. SPY dip buyers are definitely stepping in, even if we are trading lower. We've got some more SPY calls. March 9th, 423C for $269,000. More rig calls. Watching some Wells Fargo company puts, but they're not until January 19th, 45P for $410,000. Looks like a hedge. Got some more SPY calls. March 9th, 423C for $244,000. Some puts on QCOM. March 11th, 145P for $100,000. Decent algo score on that one. SPX calls March 7th, 4260, $274,000. SPY calls March 11th, 432C, $272,000. I will say this: I've seen more SPX calls come in today on flow algo than I have in probably months. Specifically on SPX, I don't know why that's getting through. On the SPY, maybe there's some news we don't know about, or a reversal that's going to come up here. If you're looking to take a long position, you could take a rather than getting ground up in zero dates, you could look for a bounce off JNK at 102.07, and then take some kind of a call spread, maybe a week out or so, like a Friday call spread, and see if it swings higher. Two 10Ps are straight printing on TGT. So the site that I have, I posted on at Captain's Alpha just now. It's a Max Payne calculator from Swaggy Stocks, and you just go Swaggy Stocks, go to their Max Payne calculator, look up the SPY, look up. I think it automatically sets to the most current expiration date, but just check your expiration date. What you doing, dude? Where you guys going? Sorry, I was talking to my daughter. She was going to the library. Tesla's testing like support again on 820. You guys want to? Well, we already know where Tesla's going, right? Where 800 is real support. If we tag 102.07 on JNK, I would assume that Tesla goes to 800. I would assume that SPY goes to 420.
This is from the Italian Banking and Market Supervisory, saying that companies must carefully consider business continuity plans in light of cyber risks.
We'll see if we tag up down below here. And we got JNK rolling over right now. 102.20. New low on the day on JNK. Some SPY puts coming in to play here. VIX starting to test upper bounds. SPY testing new lows at 422.06. Not the news the market wanted to hear coming out of Ukraine at this moment. 102.19 right now on JNK. Yeah, JNK is, this could be a sign of a market reversal higher. I'm not going to say it's not a reversal, that we're not at a reversal higher point. I just want to be aware of the danger here. This is when you're walking the tight wire, and the real risk to the market for the next leg lower. Another concern is that it's 1:22 in the afternoon. You don't want to see JNK a week into the close as well. You don't want to see that bearish close on JNK either. Need some coffee. I'm going to take a quick break here and grab some coffee. Take a 5-minute break. I'll be right back. And what I'll do is I'm long right now, and I don't want to even take a coffee break because I want to see if we go up. Probably better that I take a break. I'll be back in 5 minutes. I will leave the stream up, of course, and then what I'm going to do is You guys can still see me. We're good. And I'll be right back in just 5 minutes. I'm just going to go grab a cup of coffee. Be right back so I can get some fuel to... Come on, give me some longs, baby. Give me a print on some fucking longs. Yeah, I've got some wonky shit going on my... I got to contact my...
And crude futures back at the highs of the afternoon, up more than 5% at 121.50 in the WTI contract. The overnight electronically traded high print was 130.50.
I got some really weird shit going on in my brokerage today, too. I probably need to call my broker and be like, what the fuck are you doing?
Brent crude hovering right around a 14-year high.
Yeah, if there's bids and asks getting pulled, I might need to move to ES. Get ready for a dump of gives going. Yeah, so I've got 2 Twitter handles. I've got at Captain's Alpha. So at CaptainAlpha, and then my regular handle, you just Google search me, Captain Jim James on Google, because my handle is weird. It's like Jim James 74888-138 or something like that. 2 handles on Twitter. One is private. You have to request to friend me on at Captain's Alpha, and I'll approve you.
And comments from Bulgaria's Prime Minister Petkov saying banning Russian oil and gas would bring a hardship to Bulgaria. And Bulgaria is likely to ask for an exemption if any new sanctions, including a ban on Russian imports of gas and oil, are implemented. Bulgaria's Prime Minister saying they also plan to buy 1.5 million tons of wheat from producers to secure food supplies. Bulgaria Prime Minister saying they will not be imposing an export ban on wheat. And again, we're looking for some timing on this next round of talks between Russia and the Ukraine. A Russian negotiator, Salsky, just saying the 4th round of talks are to take place soon. According to sources, U.S. Congress negotiators are nearing a deal on emergency Ukraine aid and long-term government funding. Just know for the copper market, we're seeing that the London Metals Exchange are going to be adding deferred delivery mechanisms for certain contracts to amend existing measures in copper, removing the suspension of level 1 lending. Also, the LME to impose a limit on backwardation for adjustments here from the LME for the volatility in commodity markets.
All right, I'm back. I'm having weird stuff happen here. Okay. All right. You see me? Yeah, I'm still here. All right, so I didn't make a coffee. I don't know why I didn't make a coffee. Maybe because I had too much coffee this morning. I noticed that my daughter had a cherry Coke, so I stole a cherry Coke. I'm going to see if I can get in trouble for that one. So we have a little bit of what is this, staged short covering, or is this VIX still climbing up? Still lower prices on JNK. Calls coming in on gold. Getting slightly more bullish, still in neutral standing. It's weird. It's weird because I'm seeing puts on GDX and then calls on gold and calls on Tesla 318 900C for $647,000. Then seeing calls on TQQQ March 18th 45C $175,000. That's a high algo score one right there on the Qs. SPY 396. That just came through at 144. A minute ago, someone just bought more SPY calls. March 9th 425C for $396,000. Wednesday, calls on the SPY. Looks like you kind of have to be in and out right now. See. Yeah, there's some premium kicking in right now on calls. I can tell you that for sure. Even though it's not really going up at the moment, the premium is leaking into the call side on SPY right now. We'll see if it trades higher. I mean, it looks like there's room to trade higher here on Bookmap as well. I don't see any resistance until 428, so I don't know why we're not there already. We should at this point be on 428. There's no reason not to trade there. Unless there's some kind of unknown news. Tesla to 810. Drinktell saying Bitcoin is desperately being held up right now. Yeah, big orders. Drinktell saying big orders at 4,200. Yeah, you can see you can without a doubt see the grind to take it higher. I've got some really weird shit going on in my brokerage too today. Yeah, you can definitely see. Okay, NEM. Look at it, NEM real quick. We know where support is in the SPY. You guys want to call it some tickers? Call out some tickers, but don't call me any bag holding shit like Facebook and Tesla. We look at the same support and resistance levels every day on Tesla, so nothing's changed. Give me some tickers that you think are going up or going down. Matter of fact, in the chat, this is what I want you to do. I want you to say to me, "Hey Cap, I'm interested in NEM, and I want to take a long here, or I'm already in long here from here, or I want to take it short. And what do you think of it?" but give me some context as to what you're doing. Just some basic context. Because I can tell you this right here. I can show you this. This is a simple one to look at. Pretty easy. Kinda, without knowing anything. Your buyers are down below here, right? You can see where they are. They're down here at 70.70. You're now trading to 77.20. More resistance above at 80. So, like, how long have you been in on NEM? How long are you looking to take it? Because you can see the sellers are just hiding up here, ready to go. Just feeding sellers right now. You've got more sellers than buyers. It would be a time to take profit, I would think, unless there's some unknown news that I don't know about. It's right around resistance. You want to buy back in at 70. Fuck you, Josh. You guys are hilarious. Got some wonky shit going on with my mic setup. So I got so pissed off. You guys want to hear a fucked up story? Sorry, so that's NEM. I got some good stories for you while I've been gone. So on Monday, when I was doing that live stream, I was having problems. I couldn't figure out if it was the more internet shit, the new computer. I couldn't figure out what the fuck the problem was. So I'm like, I'm going to cut the stream off. I'm going to work on OBS Studio. And I'm like, I'll go back to live streaming again. And I couldn't figure out what was going on with OBS Studio. I wound up taking. So I've got 2 laptops and a desktop now. And so I take the desktop out, and I go to put my it's not an old, brand fucking new laptop in its place, my old setup. New computer, or newish computer, but still an old setup. So I go to use that one again, and I ripped the fucking charger, like broke the charger power, like the connector that goes into the laptop, and I had to fucking order another one. Hold on a second here. Yes, futures, yeah. Amazon, nope, not doing Amazon for you. I refuse. D, E, and CB I'll look up. I refuse on Amazon. Fuck no. Maybe I'll do it in a minute. I feel bad for you guys. I like you guys. Deere. John Deere. So I fucking broke my fucking charging cord. And so I had to order another one. So I'm like out of pocket with that thing. Like, that's gone. And so then I'm like, so now I'm like, okay, what I'll do is, can I live stream on one computer and trade at the same time? No, tried doing that. Like, tried on a private stream with like day trading on a different display. And that shit wasn't working. So I'm like, fuck this, taking a break. And of course, I'm frustrated at this point. And this is a good question. John Deere. Sold off from 405, now settling down around some form of support that it has. But you know that it trades zone to zone, right? You know John Deere trades zone to zone. So where do you pick John Deere up at is the big question, right? I'm going to call it at 350. It's worked how many times? I guess you could start to take it slightly higher at 351.39. So we'll look below on it and see if that's truly the case here. So I'm all pissed off now, like super pissed off, right? And I'm like, all right, I'm trying to do this bunch of different stupid shit. Hold on here. This is all last week. And then I'm watching the market. The market's fucking going crazy. And I see something from Joe, or it was funny too because I'm getting all frustrated, and I just, well, not like a week before. Remember, like a week before, I was like, oh, I need a day off. I was like, I need to take a day off because I have to pass papers and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, so you can see it down here, right? I said 351.39. Maybe it's, how about 356.75? So take it along from 356.75. Sell it above. You already know where resistance is, 398.99. Seems to have been working since June 16th, 2021. So yeah, it's a short. You want to know the truth? You can't handle the truth. It's a short. You might get some action off. You know, maybe able to pick it up here where it's at right now on this support, this like localized support. But the reality is, if you were to take 100 tickers and set support and resistance on them, and one pops every week, this one will pop eventually again down at 350. Great ticker though. I love John Deere. 372 is a nice price, but why not just let it sell down to like to where we talked about down below here, 358.03 or so, roughly in that area. You could probably enter at 360 in case the buyers step back up. That's a good one. Good job on who did that? P options. Good request. I like it. I like that better than looking at Amazon. Damn it. I shouldn't be doing that. So anyways, I get all fucked up and I'm like, and then so I had my wife go and pass papers. Now in my wife's name. It's not in my name. Not pass papers, but pick up a deed. And so I got this house, and then I got workers trying to work on it. And I got people not showing up. It's weird because so when I first started doing this, I had like minimal. I had some minimal experience in construction when I was in college. There's another great ticker, by the way. Good job, whoever P options. You guys need to roll him into the program. This guy knows what he's doing here. He's got some great fucking tickers. P options got some kick-ass tickers that he's talking about. Okay, so let's look at this one here. I'm going to call it at 193.74, possibly slightly lower. Could go as low as 185.89. Looks like the buyers here are at 190, slightly lower than what I think. But you can see some ice down below. So look down. This is a great ticker, by the way. Looks like you got some buyers here at 197, but in reality, you want to be buying it down here like 191. Like right in here, you want to buy it. It's a nice ticker, too. I like it. I like it a lot. Got more sellers than buyers right now. We'll look to see if it's got a hero indicator on it. Not every ticker does. We'll look and see if it does. Doesn't look like that it does, but this is a great trading ticker. Good job. Keep an eye out on this one. This is a nice swing traders ticker, by the way. Good job, P options or Poptions. SU, I'll look up SU for you. So anyways, I got this fucking house, and I'm like, get this fucking house. And it's weird. So one of my things is that when I moved here, I met a lot of house flippers and investors and a lot of real shitbags, a lot of real scum of the earth. And of course, I didn't come from a real estate background. I didn't come from a construction background, any of that kind of stuff. And I was like a little bit like just kind of nasty, you know. And I've been wanting to come to Detroit for a long time. Because there's a backstory to this that I've never told anybody, or at least on stream ever. And part of the reason I wanted to come to Detroit was because I grew up in Boston. Many moons ago, my father moved there, and we had me and my siblings and stuff. But so SU, this is not an easy one. There's more sellers than buyers in SU. This is a tough one to look at, but you see the number of sellers above here? It's pretty big. It's trading off a VWAP right now, I can tell you that. It's at a high right now, right? 33.29. I'm looking at it now on a candlestick chart. You can see the sellers on it. Sellers are monster. Even though it's trading this high, if you really want to know the truth, it's kind of sell the news. I get the point behind trading it. Not sell the news, but take profit. Re-enter again at 21.71. 28.71. We'll look below. You see this black sky here? Like, this is not good. It means there's not a lot of support here. So like 32, you got some support. 31.50. I'm looking for that 28 number down below to see if that's even better support. So what I got here, I was like, you know what I'm going to do is I'm only going to hire local guys because I grew up in Boston when it was being gentrified. Yeah, 2910 is a sweet number. I like that 2910. I like it down here, 2910. That's my number, 2910, rebuy back in. I'd say stay in Suncor, but take the money and run and then re-enter again. Another good trading stock, another good ticker. So when I grew up in Boston, it was they say it's called gentrified. In reality, Boston was a fucking shithole a long time ago. It was a fucking shithole. That's what it was. Fucking shithole. And this is a good lesson for young people. Because I often see right now young people say things like, well, you know, I can't afford to get a mortgage. I can't afford to get this. I can't afford that. I can't afford it because of my college. I can't afford it because I don't get paid enough. I hear that. The argument's big. And it's a reasonable argument to be made by young people. And they are getting squeezed out of a lot of opportunities in life. All those complaints, right? I hear it. I've got kids. I understand. But I will tell you this. There are young people in the past, right? What they do is they find a place. They might not be perfect. Like, that's one argument that I kind of scratch my head at, is that a lot of young people are like, well, I want to live here, or I want to live there, or I want this, or I want that. And it's okay to have those wants. But I'll be honest with you. If you're a young person, in the past, I don't know why no one talks about this, but in the past, what you would do is you would find a place that's been beaten down, run down. Believe it or not, shockingly, New York was a shithole at one time. It's a shithole again now, but at one time it was an absolute fucking shithole. They used to have Pussycat Theaters. They used to have junkies shooting up in Penn Station. Penn Station used to be a fucking war zone. The Battery used to be a fucking war zone. Boston used to have a place called the North End. They'd have fucking rocket launchers trying to blow motherfuckers up over there, okay? So that's my point, is you got to find a place like Detroit. Not just Detroit, there's other places, but what you can do is they're a great job. People are like, oh, Detroit's a shithole. I'm like, it's got the concentration of more engineers than anywhere else in the nation. Anywhere else in the nation. So you find a place that's cheap and up and coming, and actually, you don't have to move there. You just fly there and see if you like it. See if it's actually making a turn for the better. And Detroit is one of those places that is making a turn for the better. So you got SBSU trading on the highs of 20.27 right now. Got more sellers than buyers again. This is a short. This is a short anywhere around $22. And you're going to ride this bitch back down to, I don't know where the depths of hell are in this one. Can't tell. Not bad. It's got nice support. I'm not going to lie. It's trading on highs right now. Maybe only down to like 18 or something. Weird ticker. Must be driven by news right now. It's going to be something that I don't know about. 19. I thought I saw something down at $18. So anyways, my parents moved there, right? And it was, there was some really good and really bad to that community growing up in Boston. We went to private school, but it was in the city. I was one of the only white kids in my entire class. And, but it was a great school, right? Got to meet a lot of people that became lifelong friends. So $18, $19. A lot of fear from people to move into places like that. LA used to be a shithole. Santa Monica used to be a fucking war zone back in the day. Downtown LA is still a shithole, but there were some really bad communities in LA today that are worth a lot of money. So my point is, you might not get your pick of LA, but at one time Santa Monica was a dump, and though Detroit was kind of a dump, it is becoming a gangster city, becoming a banging city, and you can buy a house here cheap, and make something, have your great job, and get paid or not get paid, but still make something for yourself, be a part of growing a community, and actually build something for yourself as a young person out there. And so when I moved to Detroit, I was like, fuck this. I was like, I ain't fucking, I'm not, because a lot of these people here, they won't hire black people. They won't hire people that have had fucked up pasts and stuff like that in Detroit. And one of the issues that when I grew up in Boston, what they did was they locked everybody up, right? So they would lock the grandfather up, the father up, then the son up, and you'd get multi-generations of men not being around. You've got institutional not needing, no offense to anybody out there, but there's institutionalism where you don't need a man in kids' lives. And so what happens is men get removed from families. That doesn't mean all men are good guys, whatever, but they get raised sometimes in these bad places, and they just get fucked. And so you get multi-generation of that, right? You get multi-generations of that shit going on. And then you've got, dude, Venice Beach was a fucking dump. Fucking dump. Like back in the day, what happened was, so in Detroit, you see this, right? You see the destruction of the family unit, and you see the subsidization of keeping these families broken up, people on state support, and men in jail. It's really rough. Schools get fucking destroyed. All kinds of fucked up shit happens. So none of these guys are employable. So I hire these guys, and I work with these guys. I live with them. I'm their friends, and that kind of stuff. Like these are my friends, and integrated myself in this community. I live in the city. I don't live outside of the city in the suburbs, anything like that. And there's like all in the rehabber flipper kind of world. There's a lot of bad shit that goes on. There's outside investors from outside of the U.S. No offense to any foreigners, but as a foreign investor, you can't look after your fucking properties. I'm sorry. Fucking then you've got investors from California that just have like shitty property managers, shitty locals that you can't watch over them. You don't know where you're getting scammed at. You get the fucking county that's full of scams. You get the city that's full of scams. So if you're living here and you're an actual in-person owner, you can hold the fucking county and the fucking city to task. If you're living in the city and you're part of the community, paying your taxes in your community, and you're actually fucking trying to help this fucking city out, you start to get respect from locals, right? If you're not trying to fucking fuck people over time it starts to help you and pay off, right? There's a payoff in all of this over time as time passes. The community gets better. The rehabs aren't fucking, I shouldn't say fucking retarded, but they're not fucked up or half-assed that are going to fall apart in 5 years or 10 years, right? That you want real legit stuff going on in this city. So that's my take on, it doesn't have to be Detroit. You don't like Detroit, there's a bunch of other ones. You can just list them off. They're everywhere. They're all across the country in different places. But if you're young and you're like, hey, I don't have any opportunities like that, there are opportunities out there. You just have to be willing, to fucking make it for yourself. You're not like that was one thing. Like as a kid, you think that my dad's gonna do it for me, mom's gonna do it for me, college is gonna do it for me, the army is gonna do it for me, this and that's gonna do it for me. In reality, only you are gonna do it for you. Nobody else is gonna fucking do it for you. And nobody fucking cares about you, to be honest with you. Nobody fucking cares about you and what you're doing. So what you have to do, if you want those things, I'm not saying that you want those things, but if you do want those things, you're not going to fucking get it moving to fucking Venice. Some people are, but most of the fucking people aren't. You're not going to get that given to you. So I don't know what to say to you. Like, there are opportunities out there, and though it sucks that you're not getting paid well, it sucks that college costs so much, sucks you don't have healthcare. I agree with all that. Agree with all those arguments. But it's not the reality of what you live in life. And so anyways, my point is, I got these fucking guys that work for me, and I fucking gave in Detroit, they call it giving a taste. So when you hire a subcontractor or a contractor or something, they're always like, give me a taste. And you have to, like, it took me like 2 years, 3 years to learn how to pay people here. Because you try everything, right? And you hear all the stories and you get fucked over and all this other stuff. And so I still give a taste, right? Usually I like to see your tools. You leave your tools there so you know you show them back up, right? That kind of stuff. We try to get a day of work out of you at least, and your crew, whatever. And I fucking made a mistake. I gave a taste to an electrician, and he disappeared. Gone. Disappeared. And I'm sure he's, off doing some fucked up or whatever. Hold on. So, of course, we need electricity in this house to get it running. We have to get everyone working and not on generators and all this other fucking nonsense. And so when I moved here, I ended up learning all the trades as I could, right? Or I flipped a couple houses and actually did all the work, hired some old school handymen to help me along and teach me my ways, right? Teach you how to roof a house, teach you how to put windows in, teach you how to work with electricity, read a bunch of books, watch that's another fucked up thing. Another thing that didn't have when I was a kid was I had a dad, but I'll tell you what, something kick-ass is if you don't have a fucking dad, dude, YouTube, like the instructional videos on YouTube that people make, like shit. Like, well, what if you had a dad that wasn't mechanically inclined, maybe, I guess, or didn't read to you as a kid, or didn't teach you history, or your school didn't do it for you? Like, that's one positive thing about YouTube. Like, yeah, you didn't never know how to, like, I don't know, fucking do laundry or wash dishes. Even simple basic shit, right? Like, how do I check my balls for cancer? YouTube, dude, you can go on there and look up anything that nobody wants to tell you. Like, anything. Like, you name it. They got it, right? Naked yoga. It doesn't matter what it is. And, so anyways, I found myself this week, like, and then you get the wife and the kids and everybody's asking you to do this and that. They know you're not live streaming because I'm always on. So of course everybody's like, can you help me? And then I'm going to tell you the last part here. The spy still ain't doing shit right now. So the last part is this, and I got to be honest with you. If any of you guys are listening right now, if any of you guys out there are veterans, and especially if you're a combat veteran or a veteran of a war in any kind of which, if you somehow or any of that person, this is the last part about this past week. Not gonna lie, all that Ukraine stuff is bothering me in the inside, deeply, like deeply bothering me. Like, part of me is, I swear to you, like, I'm not gonna, like, part of me is like, drop everything and fucking fly over there. I shit you not. There's this like need inside, this bizarre, weird fucking need inside to be like, oh, I'm gonna drop everything. Like, in my brain, trying to fantasize to myself, I'm going to tell them away from my kids and I'm leaving to go to Ukraine to fight for the fucking Foreign Legion, the International Foreign fucking Legion, which of course I ain't fucking doing that. They got all the other shit going on there. And if you are a soldier out there, if you're a veteran that listens to this broadcast or anything like that, I hope you're getting by okay in this time, because I know it's not fucking easy right now. Just seeing all that shit on the news, like the fact that it's all being, more than even televised, it's just right there in front of you. And of course, it's the kind of war that any U.S. soldiers always wanted to do. If there was a war that a U.S. soldier wanted to fight, it's probably Ukraine. If you wanted something like in the brain that you have as becoming a soldier, you're like, I want to fight the good fight, at least in the brain, whether it's right or wrong. Or I understand Russia's reasoning for this, but as a veteran, I'm telling you, it's kind of, the whole thing's really fucked up. So if you're a veteran out there, you have a hard time with that, I want you to stop fucking doom scrolling. Hold on a second. Stop doom scrolling. Don't pay attention to that Ukraine shit. Just turn it off. Turn it off. This is what he does when we're in the diddle in the middle, and baby. That's what we're doing. So I'm gonna change the topic of conversation, because that's what we're doing is diddling. We're consolidating. I know that work because of YouTube. Yeah, I'm serious. Like, think about all the stuff you guys can do. How do you check your balls for cancer, Dad? Yeah, you save thousands by using YouTube. No doubt. If any of you guys are veterans out there, seriously, get out of your fucking heads. Like, because I know it's gotten into my head. Without a doubt, it's gotten, the Ukraine situation's gotten into my head. How do you check your balls for cancer? You know what's fucked up too is I remember when I was a kid, I walked into my dad taking a bath once, and he's got a huge cock in him. I was like, oh my God, that's terrible. I was like, this is like he's so nasty, like big old bush and stuff. I was like, I hope to God I don't ever look like that one day. And of course, I wished I looked like that now as an old man. Yeah, yeah, man. Like, the soldier thing's really fucking bizarre. I know why guys are going over there right now. I understand why. I understand why people are going. I understand. You know, it's funny in the beginning when they were like, "Oh, it's gonna be a bunch of armchair fucking basement dwelling fucking redditors going over or saying they're gonna go over there," and that's not what happened. A shit ton of veterans have gone over there from other countries. A shit ton of foreign fighters. And it has more to do. It has a lot to do with Ukraine, but it also has to do with like fighting the good fight and all this other whack shit that you get brainwashed when you're in the army. If you got any guys, Marines, Army out there, I don't know about the Air Force and the fucking Navy, but when I was in the fucking Army, dude, they fucking brainwash you. That's what happens. You get brainwashed forever and ever. It never leaves you, no matter what. And the big bad guy was always Russia. Not that Russia's bad guys or Russians are bad people, but in your brain, you're like, you just want to help someone. And it's a really fucking bizarre thing. And I haven't talked to anybody about that. And it's another weird thing is like I don't go to the VFW, I don't go to the American Legion, I don't hang out with a lot of other veterans because of that. I don't want to live that life, right? It's part of my past. But this Ukraine shit is so fucking right up in front of me that it's like you're sitting at the fucking VFW with other veterans, and I don't like sitting there. I know some guys like it. I don't, because I try to live a new life, right? Try to live like a civilian. But that Ukraine shit, man, is buck wild. Absolutely. Hands down. I don't know. I don't know what to say about it. Okay, so let's see. We're still down here. We got 1, 2, 3 tests on the SPY right here, right? 1, 2, 3. We should be going up. We should at some point start to see. You got 1, 2, 3, right? You see the tests down below of support. You got the low at 42, 2.03. 1, 2, 3. This is kind of, if this was normal, if this was the last 2 years, we'd be going up right here. Your last test would have been 42, 2.03. And I still haven't seen a move higher here. Like I'm looking at the J&K right now, and it just ricocheted off 102.08, and that's 1 point. 1 point above a solid news kind of a thing. You see the VIX riding up here at 34.98, right? I'm always using that 35.26 on the VIX, and so there's some concern here. There really is. I mean, we should be going up right now en masse. I should be seeing waves of calls coming through in the SPY right now currently, and we're not seeing it. So I'm not saying we don't get a short cover here, but I'll tell you what, it's bizarre. Like this market right here where we are right now is fucking bizarre. You're looking at resistance on the VIX. You're looking at JNK sitting on support down here. And
Minister Novak of Russia saying that nobody would benefit from an embargo on gas deliveries through the Nord Stream 1 pipeline.
You're seeing the SPY here should rocket ship up from right where we are right now. It should be like a straight fucking shot north from this point where we are on the SPY. Yeah, manipulation makes you believe it. I know there's manipulation out there. I'm just telling you that how it affects the brain. You know, I'm definitely not trying to take a side on that argument. I agree with that argument 100%. But I'm telling you, it fucks with the head. That's just the God's honest truth. Like, all right, not God, not the God. The honest truth is that it messes with the brain. Yeah, King's like, I told my wife we weren't married, hadn't just bought a huge farm. I'd want to do some sapper shit over there. I'm telling you, I'm all weirded out by it. Like it's bugging me in the head right now. And I have my brother's still in the military, in one of the militaries. Shiner's like, I'm gonna have to sell my calls soon if it doesn't go up. Yeah, Yeah, it's meant to. I know that it's supposed to. It means that it's supposed to get at your heartstrings and all that. I understand that's propaganda, but I'll tell you what. This one right here, this war, oof. It can't be easy being a veteran. It can't. It can't be easy being a veteran because I know you know that you're going to get picked up to go over there, and you probably know that this is the what's crazy. I read some comments on Reddit. They were like, "Oh, the U.S. government's not involved," and I'm like, "Oh, I guarantee it that I guarantee if you're a veteran and you wanted to find a group to sponsor your way to go over there, I guarantee it would get sponsored, which is even more fucked up. You know that there's dark money in the background that's going to support U.S. troop or U.S. veterans to go over there and fuck some shit up. Guaranteed. It's fucked up, but I'm sure it's happening. 100% positively sure it's happening. Wouldn't shock me for a minute if there were some contractors that had some dark money coming in supporting troops from anywhere, from Canada, from England, from the U.S. Wouldn't shock me for a moment to see that, because people are like, well, the U.S. can't have operatives there. I'm like, they don't, but you could definitely see someone getting sponsored to get them gear, get them over there, and get them some form of a stipend. That's not a shocker at all. I shouldn't say that stuff, but it's probably true. Palantir, so Professor Stock saying that Palantir might be a sneaky play right now, so we'll take a look at it real quick. Yeah, SPY should rip way higher at this moment. It should start ripping here. So we'll see if that happens. We're going to look at Palantir real quick. Sorry to do these interludes. I don't like the weight in the market. Trying to fill some time for you guys. We got no other market news going on. We're going to load up PLTR for you right now. Nice consolidate. Well, no. So I'll post this. I'm going to post this on. That's interesting because I still have it going up here. I do want you to see something on Palantir, okay? I want you to be concerned. Now, I'm not saying this is going to happen, okay? 1, 2, 1, 2.
Reportedly, President Biden to sign a crypto order as the industry faces sanctions pressure.
Man. I've got a price target above of like $20 on Palantir, right? But, dude.
This report saying the government-wide crypto plan is poised to be announced as early as next week.
Still hasn't broken.
Bitcoin trading around 38,000, down 2% over the last 24 hours or so.
I don't like Palantir here. Still don't like it. I'll post something right now on Twitter for you.
And the Italian ecological transition minister saying by mid-year about half the gas Italy imports from Russia will be replaced by other sources.
So what you're looking for to take along... You don't ever want to buy this. You want to buy this. So this is a good one for you, okay? Failed, right? Failed. Okay, so I'm going to post this to Captain's Alpha and explain why you can't buy Palantir yet. Okay? I like Palantir. Don't get me wrong. I love it. I'm going to show you why, okay? PLTR. This is a good one. You can trade it, like day trade it, but I'm going to show you why you can't buy it. Before we even look at this here, before we even look at this chart over here, even if it's super duper green, even if it's super duper bullish, I'm going to explain to you why. I just posted a chart real quick to to @CaptainJimJames, so take a look at it, and then open it, and then we're going to talk about that chart that I'm showing. I should have done a better chart than this. But if you open it up on Captain's Alpha, you'll see I wrote the letter F. Okay, and this is called catching knives. We're going to talk about catching knives. It's important for anyone. I will watch some SPY puts come in right now. Anyone that wants to catch knives needs to look at this chart. Now, I've got better ones. I've got videos on this. But you can see Palantir started selling off 29.29, right? Sold off. Tried to break out of a descending channel, right? And it failed. It failed, right? Started to consolidate and then it failed again. That's what that F means. Failed again below it. Failed again below it. Then it started to consolidate again and it failed once more. That's the second F. And you see it fell again down to what we think is new support, right? They're right down at $10, $9, and it started to consolidate again, right? So it's consolidating and it's starting to come up here, right? And just like above on those Fs that I wrote, if you see what you really want to be looking for is more consolidation after breaking that channel, and then you want to buy it after it breaks above the previous high that failed. Do you see that previous high that failed? You want to buy it after here, okay? And the question becomes, well, hey, Cap, I want to buy the bottom. I want to buy that 940 and trade it up from here. We can't go no lower than here, Cap. There's no way. And there actually is a way for it to trade lower, believe it or not, from here. Now, I know we're really low on Palantir. It could trade sideways like this. You ready? Months. 2-3 months. What if you get stuck in Palantir and it trades between $10 and $14 for 3 months? Maybe your viewpoint is I'm going to wait for, I'm in it for the long haul. Well, if you're in it for the long haul, then I bet in that 3 months that it trades in this channel sideways, that it dips down below $10 more than once. So I would say don't accumulate until it drops below there in that consolidation phase. Otherwise, your money would be best served elsewhere. So I would say to you, you have to wait until it breaks that previous high, that previous breakout attempt that failed, which is around $14.22, before you actually take a long here. If you're going to want to take a long here, right? Let's say you break out of this channel, right? Then you want to be looking to then buy dips that break below the consolidation channel outside of the negative downward channel. So first you're going to break the negative downward channel. Then you have to buy lows in a consolidation sideways channel in Palantir to take it north, or pick it up after it breaks above the last failure point. Okay, so I like Palantir. I'm just saying, as a buyer of Palantir, why would I bother? I'm going to wait for this to consolidate. I'm going to try to grab it after it breaks out of its negative downward channel, and in one more moment maybe of a downward move down to $9 or $10, or I'm going to buy it above 14.22. But right where it stands right here, it's a fucking chop fest. This is meant to destroy buyers and sellers, believe it or not. It's meant to destroy people. I hope that helps. Is Tan a good chart to explain it? Explain what? Right, Mara. Crypto dead. So there's Palantir. It's not that I don't like Palantir. It's that where do you catch the knives on a ticker? And it's tough to catch knives on a ticker. It's funny because we just looked at DE, and we looked at what did we look at? We looked at DE, right? And we looked at DE, and then we looked at CB. I want you to look up Chubb. Look at Chubb for a fucking year. Go ahead. Look at Chubb on 1 year chart. Look at it. Thing's been a fucking beast. It's been a fucking beast since fucking March 31st, 2020. It's been a beast. Beast mode. It's been beast mode. Printing like a machine for 2 years. Is Palantir doing that right now? No, it's not. Has it gone, or has it like made that switch yet? No, it has not. Look at Dare Company. Look at Dare. Just been crushing it since February 10th, 2021. You could have bought a dip every single time and rode that up. So not that I don't want to buy, not that I don't want to buy. And as a matter of fact, you can see DE where it was trading down and now it's trading up again, right? So I guess my point, just my point behind that is if you want to buy dips or catch knives, there's a bunch of other tickers out there that are pretty much going straight the fuck up and haven't stopped. And it's not that you don't buy the dip on Palantir, it's that you're looking for signs of the right time to buy it to take it long. And if you think like it's a movement, a retail movement, you know, it traded down from $45 and it traded down again from $27 and it's now at $11. So it's not that you don't want to buy Palantir or that you don't believe in Palantir. It's just a matter of profit taking and waiting for the time to actually get long in it. Because you're not a bank. So I have some concerns here too in the SPY. I want to talk about the SPY right now. I don't like the SPY trading sideways into the close right now like this at all. Puts on CCL coming in hard and heavy. CCL 318, 15.5p. Tom Pacheco saying crypto's dead. No, I haven't talked about Mara yet. You guys want me to talk about Mara? Yeah, I'm going to put Mara back up right now. No, not Marriott. We're going to put Mara back up. All right, here we go. We'll look at Mara. Everybody likes Mara too. Everybody wants to unload their bags today. We'll do bag day. I guess we'll be forced into it. And then we'll look up Amazon too. Look at that big giant red line on Mara. That big giant capper on support. Promise. Promise capper on support. Got all kinds of buyers cap. Oh, look at that. Looks like support's lower. 21.19. That's where support is. $21.14. Price target. Mara, 21.20. More sellers than buyers. Here indicators negative. Next price target. 20.06. That's fairly good right there. 20.0. So $20 even. That's where I think you end before it goes back, if it has a chance of going back up. No worries. Thanks for the... Yeah, Biden's going to kill the Doge. We'll keep an eye on Mara and see if it goes down deeper than $20. If you guys see Mara go down deeper, we will look at it. What are my thoughts on the SPY? You're just waiting for another opportunity to short it. Those are my thoughts on the SPY. The more opportunities that you have to short the SPY, the better. I'll read that news back to you.
Bidding on the NYMEX for equity for energy, WTI crude futures settling up about 3.25% on the day.
Jesus, ready for this? President Biden reportedly to sign a crypto order amid industry-wide sanctions pressure. Crypto plan could be released this week. The press involves Bitcoin, US dollar, GBTC, cryptocurrency, BITO, and BTF. No, not BITO, it's BITO and BTF. Oh man, Bitcoin, damn, Bitcoin just falling off a cliff. You guys want to see the Bitcoin Screener settings for scouting tickers. Watch long DNN. Thanks. Buyback is my hey buyback holder. Good to see you, brother. Hold on. Huh? No, so I sold a short position today. I've taken 3 longs or 4 longs at this point. So yeah, I'm looking for any opportunity to reshort the SPY at any time, whenever I can. 20K incoming. You guys want to see the Bitcoin? You guys want to see the Bitcoin chart? I'm missing a bunch of what do you got? I'm not missing, but I'm not understanding the context. Oh, fuck no. I've been short the SPY for 3 fucking days. Been short SPY since fucking like Thursday of last week. But I'm looking at J and K right now. So we'll look at a bunch of stuff here. So what we've been talking about all day long is J and K specifically, and then the drops in the larger tech tickers. We now have J and K touching 102.07. I gotta take a closer look here. So, and this is where it touched below before on February 24th, and the last time we touched down below here, yeah, it was 102.07 on the 24th. So we're gonna see if this holds right now, and it just broke through. JNK did just break through. It looks like briefly. It touched 102.06 here. You guys want to see it? I sold all my spread, all my SPY put spreads I sold today, and now I'm in some 0-date calls that are eating a bag of dicks. And I got 102. I've got 102.04, 102.03 on JNK, which is a risk-off type move in the marketplace. It is a leading indicator of a reversal in the market right now, and that usually a leading meaning it happens before a reversal in the broader market. JNK is now trading down to 102.02. We'll see if the SPY reverses here, or if it starts to trade up. If it holds true that junk bonds will infer a risk-off move in the SPY currently. And we'll look up Bitcoin real quick too. Take a look at Bitcoin and see where it's at. GDAX.
So for the commodities, soft commodities, the CME saying they're going to expand their daily trading limit for KC wheat to 130 cents per day. This is after
I was long wheat,
finishing limit up in multiple sessions.
Been long week for like 2 weeks. Long Uber only to get unfucked from Uber. Hold on here. Let this load up. Yeah, my SPY 0-dates are fucked. I'm gonna fucking diamond hand those motherfuckers right into the bell too. I'm gonna diamond hand them right into the bell. I think I scraped a couple trades on SPY today. A couple trades on SPY 0-dates, but the big ones that I had got fucking bent over and fucked. It'd be interesting if this is one of those days, if they're gonna do some damage to Bitcoin because of Russia. You guys saw right when when Russia announced their plans to invade Ukraine, right? He had the Bitcoin chart up. That was no joke. Makes me wonder if they're gonna do this to fuck with Putin. Looks like buyers stepping in though. This doesn't look like sell the news on Bitcoin so far. We'll let this load up here. We might sell off into the bell. If I had to guess here, I think we might sell off into the bell. It's possible. I'm getting that trigger finger for like those 420s are now back to 60 cents. 58 cents, 59 cents. Still a ton of money on that 420Ps for today expiry. Now there's 160. Where they started first at 130,000 or something, 136,000. Now there's 166,000 contracts on 420p for today's expiry and the SPY. It'd be interesting to see if we sold it down into the what's going on with this? Cancel that. I think I would have to do is delete a bunch of shit. I think I'm either having problems today with Bookmap, or I might have saved too much information at this point. It just doesn't want to load. Not looking that negative. Looks like it's holding for what's going to take place on the announcement. So I'm looking at this computer I just hooked up, and it doesn't have the LAN plugged in. Let's see if that helps with the download speeds. We'll see if it gets any faster now. We'll see if we get cranking speeds, gigabytes again. I'm gonna assume that'll make a difference. Get me juiced up instead of I'm running this off Wi-Fi and didn't even realize it. Oh, hey, what's up, Miro? Good to see you, brother. Yeah, I'll look up Dell. Christian saying Bitcoin bounced right when we sanctioned major Russia inflows, I bet. Hey, Miro, how are you? Okay, so now wonder, SPY stuck as fuck if you were playing the Bitcoin here. How dare you, Jim? Yeah, I'll turn it off here in just a minute. So there was a huge bounce on Bitcoin. There's huge buyers stepping in. My assumption is that you guys know that there's oh, look at SPY's tapping 421.95. Just tapping lower. Watching puts come in against the market right now. So Bitcoin here, this is kind of weird, right? You wouldn't expect there to be Having some interest in. I don't know why I'm. This is. I don't know why I'm getting all fucked up here. I don't know if this is book map here that's doing this, or if it's like some Russians. Now seeing some sellers come in on Bitcoin currently. Yeah, so this is weird, right? So I'm getting throttled right now. I was wondering what's going on my server. I'm getting throttled by my internet company. I'm getting throttled right now. Just speed test in the background. So that's what's happening.
You're listening to Trade the News.
Watching lots of sellers step in on Bitcoin currently. I'm getting throttled. And I'm wondering why I'm getting throttled right now. Yeah, I'm currently getting throttled by wonder if it's the yeah. I know. I did dude, look at this. So I pay for a gigabyte service. Like you know what, I'll do it right now. I'm gonna do a speed test so you guys can see it. I'm gonna bring it on screen for you. So I usually get download speeds of like 400 to 500 megs or something. So look at what's happening right now. Look at this shit. I'm gonna bring this up for you. I'm doing the Google speed test, right? This is the best one, believe it or not, the real one. I'm getting scammed. I'm getting throttled right now. Something's going on. Now I'm up to 40 or 50. 40 or 50 megs. So I'm being throttled like 60 or 80% of my internet speed. Check this out. 51 megabytes per second. I'm getting fucked right now. I'm getting fucking throttled. You can see it right on the screen. I just brought it up. Okay. Now I'm pissed off. Rig, baby. I'm getting fucked by the globalists. Are killing middle class by high energy prices. Moved production to China. Morning it locked them in a cloud, banning Bitcoin, etc. People believe these dudes. It's hilarious. Market warning, baby. Using more data than 50 of your neighbors combined. I'm getting throttled by Comcast right now, I think. They're kind of pissed off. Got J&K now trading down at 101.95. Got a risk-off moment in the market right now. SPY trying to hang on for dear life here into the close. My assumption is there's going to be a capitulation into the close. But you never know, right? We could short cover into the close. Oxy going through the Oxy calls coming in right now. Oxy high algo score calls March 18th, 60C. Racks of them are flowing through the door currently. Rig just keeps coming back for more. It's now trading as high as 4950. I think we called out Rig like 2 weeks ago. We called out Wheat 2 weeks ago. So those have been fucking ripping. I think it was longer. I think it was right when the war started. But those are trading down stupid low. They're up like 100%. They've been 100% higher. So we'll see. I'm sure that some people want to take this long. They want to take the SPY long into tonight. I'm going to recommend against it. I think we capitulate down. We start to trade lower to that 405 level sooner than later, believe it or not. I'm not going to buy this dip down here or hold this dip into the close for a move lower to that 405. If we can get down to that 405. I thought it would be a little bit longer than just right now. I should have stayed in my fucking puts. I figured that we were going to catch that bounce today, ricochet, or sell off from 4335, and then rip lower to 405. But that's fine. I'm still sitting in some I've got 2 or 3 racks of calls that I'm still sitting in some 0-8s. We'll see what happens with those as well. Rigs up 17% right now, just crushing it. Mara looks like it's about to eat a bag of dicks out there. Just a heads up. Now trading at 21.70. Price target down below right away is $20, and we'll look lower if it hits 20. Palantir is starting to roll over. We looked at that ticker earlier. Dare is starting to roll over. We looked at that ticker earlier as well. You do know that we like to drop stuff, staircase it down inside of the futures market, right, in the low liquidity environments. Wheat still plugging along, which is nice to see. XLU with a great day today. They were looking like they were a little toppish here in the middle of the afternoon around 12, but they've straight recovered. They started the day out in the low of 70.45. They're up on the day 1.42%, very respectable in terms of the broader market. XLF trying to hold on for dear life as well. If you were tuned in this morning, we went all over all of these tickers. Amazon, we've talked about Amazon. It's now trading down to 27.55. Not looking good for tech or for NASDAQ. NDX now down 405 points, trading down to 13,427. It is going to come to a point where we're gonna get a capitulation move at some point. Or it's still looking like we're gonna get that capitulation move. So we'll see if we get it or if we get a bid into the close. Still not seeing any kind of calls on the market. Not seeing anything that says we're going up from here. Even if we do short cover into the bell here for the last hour or so, we're not seeing the in-kind equity buying. We're not seeing the in-kind call buying for a short cover. So I would expect it to be short-lived, even if there is a short cover. And we are trying to break through the support currently on the SPY down and try to our next price target being 420 down below here. Trying to break through and tag 420 into the 3 o'clock hour. Yeah, I'm having all kinds of problems here. I'm getting disconnected from my broker. So I can't tell where my trades are right now. Price target below on the SPY into the 3 o'clock hour is 420.81 or 420 down below. We'll see if we can break this level of support. Not seeing equity buying step in above here. Now watching some puts roll in against the indexes, including QQQs and the IWM. Remember that we had a lot of concentration from algos on 420p. Those are now trading up to 67, 68 cents. They traded as low as, I think, 40
White House
cents at one point.
Press Secretary Psaki just reiterating that President Biden will do everything he can on gasoline prices.
He can't do
also
shit.
Goes on to say the U.S. is getting close on the Iran nuclear talks.
He
but
can't
there are
do
still
shit.
important components that need to be worked through.
There ain't nothing that he. Well, I guess there's not nothing he can't do. He could, I guess, pull like some sort of like a federal. He could pull some form of a national. We have some of these laws in the books for. They like we had a strike once where airline pilots tried to not fly, and there's I forget what the law is called anymore, but there's a constitutional law that says they can force motherfuckers to do whatever they want. They could do something like that, I guess. But there ain't no way. And there ain't no oil producers. They're gonna price gouge
Stock
as
futures
long as
once
they
again
can.
bouncing near the lows of the day, down 2.5% in the S&P Minis. Nasdaq 100 futures down more than 3%, 13,418. New lows being probed, and Nasdaq 100 is seen flattening in the U.S. yield curve. Continued the 2-10-year spread now back below 20 basis points, and the benchmark 210 spread down 5 on the day.
Buy puts now up to 76 cents. Now up 10%. Maybe more like 12-15%. Watching index puts still rolling in. March 7th, 421p for $53,000. Qs, March 9th, 326p, $226,000. See if we can get that tag down below at 420. Yeah, they do. They don't have shit to do with it. Dude, we were talking earlier in the we were talking earlier in the stream where I'm like, he whether you like Biden or not, right? It doesn't matter. He was in a fucking speech and he tilted his cards like playing poker. He literally said, do not spy puts. This SPY 420p is now up to 84 cents. He literally said to oil and gas producers, don't take advantage of this. And that was like 2 weeks ago. And they're like, fuck you, we aren't taking advantage of this. Like, what fucking oil producer and gas, no offense, right? But like, what oil and gas producer is going to be like, oh yeah, we're increasing production. We're going to drop the barrel cost for oil and gas. Fuck no. They're going to rake in profits is what they're going to do. They're going to rake it in. It's not the nicest thing in the world, but that's what they're doing. Thankfully, it's only $6.50 a gallon. No. You got to separate. We're trying to separate trading and Main Street. They're two different things. And they definitely do not correlate. They definitely do not correlate. I get the point of what Biden's trying to do, but we're talking about the price of fucking gasoline. And if the fucking price of gasoline is going to get milked as much as it possibly fucking can. I get it. I'm on it. I understand. I'm with it. But that's not my point. My point is about when you tilt your hand like that, gas and oil producers are going to be like, well, fuck no. We're gonna milk this. They don't give a fuck about you and I. So he tagged up down below 421.32. SPY puts losing value now all the way down to 54 cents. We'll see if we can get a recovery here into the bell on the SPY, a short covering. We have slightly more buyers than sellers currently on the SPY. Just like the state, I think it was, State of the Union told business owners to lower prices and increase wages. Apparently didn't take business classes. Regular toughest class. Look at the one that capped his videos. He does talk about mainstream and stocks, two separate entities. Yeah, it's tough because you have to see what's going to happen, and you have to versus what they're trying to tell. Like before you were a stock trader, what they're telling you, and you're like, yeah. Whoever your guy is, you're like, yeah. But you have to look at what's going to happen in the background. Rig is fucking dope. TSM broke 100. TSM. Yes, I'm not trying to be a dickhead or anything about that. The Biden stuff. God damn TSM. at all. I'm trying to say that, oh man, TSM, brother. Oof. TSM. This is the, so if you guys, this is a neat chart. Look at the TSM chart. This is the same thing that I'm talking about with Amazon and Facebook, right? Where's the next stop? And it becomes a free fall. And that's what TSM's doing. Nice shout out on TSM. You guys want to see a price target on it? Yeah, in no way, shape, or form am I all right, we'll look at TSM. We're talking about it becomes a free fall, right? When they start to break through those support areas, you end up getting free falls. In TSM, you could overlay this same chart onto IWM. You could overlay this same chart. If you look at it for the past 2-3 years, you can overlay this chart on Facebook. You can overlay this chart on Amazon. You're starting to see the rollover in TSM right now. So look at TSM starting to break through. Good job on that shout out on TSM. We'll take a look at it. Psychological level, right? You can see that support is now turning into resistance at 101.60. And there's a little bit of volatility down here to $95. A little bit of support trying to maintain itself. But you see all this black sky down below, right? This isn't blue sky. Blue sky no bueno. This is all this down below here is showing what could be a much larger move down. Got some support here. 98 trying to hold on. 95. 90. Man, that sucks for TSM. 85, 80.
In December, January consumer credit increased by $6.8 billion. December consumer credit revised up to $22.4 billion from $18.9 billion. A significant drop in January consumer credit, down from 18.9 previously and well below the 24.5 billion expected.
And there you go down below, right? $55 on TSM. $55. Okay, so January consumer credit 6.8 billion versus 24.5 billion expected. Woof.
White House Press Secretary Psaki saying the U.S. is working on the difficult logistical challenges on how to backfill Poland's need for fighters.
Well, that definitely directly impacts the SPY, just so you know, to be clear on that. It impacts the SPY. It's going to impact AXP, the euro to the U.S. dollar. It's going to impact MA. That's MasterCard, right? It'll impact Visa, all the credit cards. SPY, RTH, TLT, the SHI, it's going to impact. That was a huge miss on consumer credit. Keep your focus on MasterCard, MA, ticker MA. They've already traded down from 400 to 315. They've had support in the past between 315 and 306. If they break through 305, what are you looking for? 280. Believe it or not, 200. Steep selling has been going on. The MA is down 4.55% already on the day. Yeah, I'm telling you what, I'm getting throttled right now, and I don't know exactly why I'm getting throttled out there. I don't know what is going on with my internet today. I wonder if this is what was going on with my new setup too. Last week, if this is the problem, if it wasn't actually the new tower. That shit cost me fucking $3,000. That shit's no fucking around. That's like I got my new computer's fucking gangster. Or just the tower is fucking gangster.
OPEC Secretary General Barkindo saying we are facing what is likely to be a global game change. Speaking at the Houston CERA Week.
Yeah, I'm getting straight throttled right now. Testing the lows, 421.29. Yeah, I think I'm getting a service. I'm either getting a denial of service attack. It's possible from the shit that I posted on Twitter.
And CNBC reporting that
Russia.
lawmakers now have struck a deal to potentially ban oil imports.
I was banned from Twitter for a day. I was forced to remove when Ukraine first was invaded. I made a post on Twitter, and I was banned at some point from Twitter for making the post.
Again, we did see some reports earlier today to this effect. Further details being fleshed out by CNBC's Moy.
It wouldn't surprise me if it was happening. Probably gonna have to go in and fuck around with my router settings.
We're saying this bill could go to the floor of a house as soon as tomorrow. Some incremental reporting here on the reports have coming out of Washington from earlier this afternoon.
I love your Twitter. Still trading down, looking to trade down into 420. More puts coming in on the indexes, SPY, IWM, and QQQs. Puts on Palantir coming in. SPY, March 9th, 414p, $400,000. SPY, March 7th, 420p, $72,000. SPY, March 9th, IWM, March 9th, 191p, $82,000. IWM, March 9th, 191p, $68,000. Palantir, March 18th, 11p, $51,000. Palantir, March 18th, 11p, $63,000. QQQs, March 9th, 326p, $234,000. Hair indicator is negative currently. We'll look at the hair indicator real quick. Yeah, I'm getting throttled from somebody. I'm either getting a DNS attack, a denial of service attack, or I'm getting throttled by my service provider, but I doubt that. I pay for the best service that they offer, like the best one that they offer, a business class service. Now trading down to 421.09 on the SPY. More Palantir puts. March 11th, 11p, $37,000. We just looked at Palantir just a little bit ago, right?
Barkindo saying for us in OPEC, the focus remains, the principle remains stability in global markets.
My ass. Stability. That is not what you're looking for. That is a fucking lie.
Arkindo saying, and OPEC wants to make sure the security of supply is guaranteed.
Yeah. You can't make this shit up. Oil's getting a pump. Saw some Oxy calls come in earlier. SPY now trading down to 421.03.
Arkindo saying we are in the final stretch of returning 5.8 million barrels per day to the global market on the supply cuts post-pandemic.
5 million barrels? That's like 5 minutes in the U.S. The fuck are they talking about? This is batshit crazy.
Arkindo saying that we should be finished with adding back that supply by this September.
Hold on. Mars Bars, what are you saying? Contact my ASP. Request a new public IP.
Arkindo saying OPEC has no control over current events as geopolitics have overtaken the market and is dictating the pace of the market.
Roger that, brother. Mars Bars, I appreciate it. I'm going to do that today. You know, I did that. When I play Stop Teabagging People when I play Call of Duty, I unplug. So every morning I unplug my IP or my router every single morning. Wheat, baby, wheat. Wheat, baby, wheat. Wheat, baby, wheat. Wheat, baby, wheat. Come on, SPY, keep trading down, you dirty dog. I got some really weird shit going on here on my ISP. I keep disconnecting. I'm logged out dude, this is fucking insane. Like, how am I logged out of fucking Taste? It's fucking crazy. Got way more puts coming in on Q's, on RK, American Airlines. You guys wanted me to look at American, what was it, DAL you want me to look at, right? We have price target down below 420 still. Nothing's changed here. I would be careful if you're bearish. There could be a reaction down here at some point before we hit 420. You might be like, yeah, I'm down to trade this down to 420, but you can always know that if we get this quick move down, you want to be in and out of your puts at some point. We'll load up DAL in the background. Yeah, Mars Bars, I will look into calling my ISP about this. So I unplug it for like a minute, minimum of a minute every single morning, just to flush everything out. Yeah, unplug will not reset public IP. I'm going to call them right away. Yeah, good entry for wheat. I think we were looking at it this morning. It was the same place that it was. It was the same place that it was when it sold down this morning. It's firm support, hands down. The only concern, god damn wheat, woo, holy shit. So wheat support is at $11. I'm in wheat stock right now, but not calls. I didn't buy those calls this morning. We talked about buying those calls this morning. We should have bought those calls this morning. Shit. If any of you bought those calls this morning, congratulations. But yeah, firm support was at $11. We can take a look at it here in just a minute and see if it's getting even higher. There is some concern at some. There's a. You got to think about the mechanics too. If they ever able to buy more wheat, and release more shares on the ETF. Look at Dell and see what's going on. I promised someone earlier if I'd look at Dell. Delta. Sitting on some support right now on. Looks like buyers down. It's not bad. I like this here. I like Delta at 30 and 26. Start small and then add more down below. Believe it or not, I like Delta here. Got a slightly negative here indicator. Got slightly more sellers, kind of even Steven. Maybe look for some market capitulation down at 26 bucks. Looks like they're backing off a little bit, but somewhere down here at $26. Looks like they're breaking through some support right now at 30.01. But I like Dell down at 26. Yeah, I like it down 26 bucks. So keep an eye on it. We'll look at wheat again. God damn, I should have traded. I should have bought those fucking calls this morning. Got puts coming in against Nvidia. Huge puts coming in. Just a market warning again. We got QQQs. March 9th, 325p, $1.1 million. You guys all hear that out there? QQQs, March 9th, 325p, $1.1 million. Wheat fucking cranking. Wheat is fucking cranking right now. We'll keep our eyes on SPY while wheat loads up. And we're talking about this down here. Do we get this boom, this we're done and we're going north here or not? Now at 420.55. Talked about those 420Ps with all those interests that the algos had purchased earlier. The algos had loaded up on 420s. They're now at 84 cents, 85 cents currently on those 420Ps. They went up 100%. AMC sees its third highest attended weekend in 2 years with over 4 million tickets sold globally from Thursday through Sunday. AMC. Excuse me. AMC is still trading like real bad. Sucks too because the AMC CEO owns all his shares at $1.90. He admitted it once. That means he's fucking loaning his shares out and making money. I think he even said that he allows his shares to be short. At one point he did say that. The old creepy guy who owns it. I forget his name now. Tesla now trading down to 800. 800. Tesla down 32 points. Buy at 420.55. Question becomes, do you take this long? Or does it sell down even deeper? Oracle holding itself up here. I think I was bearish on Oracle too. And Oracle's held itself up pretty good here. That's a good sign. So I do want to focus on Oracle at this point. That Oracle has not been participating in this sell down in the market. So it might be at a localized bottom. I said it could go down to $50 this morning, and I'm going back to check on it now at this point. And the selling that's going on in this market is not impacting Oracle. Whenever a ticker doesn't participate on the way down or the way up, it can give you insights into if the banks are long in this company or not. So I like the fact that Oracle hasn't done that yet. That's a good sign for Oracle. The banks are still long in it. Where we are. So Oracle traded down to $73. They had one capitulation move down before. Doesn't mean Oracle's going to go up from here, but market conditions can send it down. But that is a good sign for whoever was asking about Oracle this morning. I gave them a lower price target, and I'm going to reverse my thought process on Oracle at this point because it is not participating in the market-wide selling that's going on currently. So Oracle, great ticker. MasterCard now starting to sell off even more from that news. They're continuing to sell down. Now they're down to 314.30. We heard that news earlier on no one's getting credit, right? We talked about that in previous podcasts, right? I talked to you guys about how they won't be extending credit to you anymore. People are maxed out. They don't have money to spend then, right, on consumer discretionary, which is one of the worst performing mini ETFs right now. SPY trading down to 420.39. Currently looking at the lows right here, looking way lower on SPY right now, right? Let's see if we can capture this down here. See if it actually tags down below or not. We'll look at wheat real quick as well. VIX calls coming in too. We've got March 18th, 28C on $488,000 on March 18th. VXX calls 28C. A little bit of resistance above here. Not too bad though. On wheat, price target above on wheat is 1352. Local support is still down by that same number, 1111 from this morning. Trying to smash and bash its way through. If you want to pick it back up again, my price target above is still 1359 though, with plenty of support down here, and we have all-time highs on a bushel of wheat. So we'll see if the Wall Street Bets gang can pump this ETF up, even though there aren't any more shares available. Mara is starting to turn a corner currently. LVYV. I promise that I'll take a look at the. I promise that was reading the stream of an AMC cult member the other. Dear Lord, delusional. Fuck yeah, they're delusional. They're fucking crazy delusional. They're more fucking delusional than GME cult. Like, dude, AMC, like literally, the fucking CEO wants the fucking ticker down to $1.92. I shit you not. He said it in an interview in his shithole New York office. It was so fucked up. This was a long time ago too. This was I want to say at the start of the AMC shit. So you're getting fucked by the CEO just as much. I don't understand the AMC thing. I can't. I can't. I can't wrap my head around the AMC thing when the fucking CEO could give a flying fuck about AMC being at 15, 17 bucks, whatever, 30 bucks a share. Hero indicator is super fucking negative right now. Super negative right now. Just loading the boat with puts against the market into the bell here. Look at this. Look at that nastiness right here. Look at that straight nastiness. Mara catching a bid. SPY catching a small bid, even though people they're either selling puts right now, and that's registering. That's a possibility as well. It is good to see Facebook not participating with the sell down. Facebook's now tapped off 188.40. It's good to see Facebook not pulling a TSM currently. They're not participating as much as some other tickers are in this sell-off, the sell down. NASDAQ down 436 on the day currently. Amazon down 152 points in the day. We talked about Amazon earlier this morning. Tracked that right off the gate this morning. I told someone I wasn't going to check Amazon for them. You want to check Amazon now for you? You can take a look at it. We'll load it up in the background for a requested Amazon. Yeah, I gotta call my my ISP. There ain't no fucking way this is correct. It's weird too. I'm looking at I did a speed test on another laptop, and my other laptop is getting 500 megabytes per or on the download speed right now. So this one specifically is being targeted, I think. Probably from all that trying to come up with some kind of funny porn that I might watch or something. But I don't have any funny porn that I watch. I'm too busy. I'm too busy right now to be watching porn. I was gonna try to, think of some funny ass porn, but I don't know. Apple has broken through 160. Shit. Oh, yeah. Oh, yes, it did. Let me know in the chats. It's 323. Let me know what you think. You tell me what you think's going to happen, what you think is going to happen in the market into tomorrow. Do you think as we step down or like if we step down this market, it is kind of interesting. It's almost like you want to buy, if you want to be buying your shorts right at the open every day, if you're in cash market and you're going to hold them for 2 days, 3 days. Watching SPY, you ready? SPY, March 18th, 409p, $6.6 million against the SPY from where we are currently. Let me know in the chat what you guys think. I almost wrote out an entire explanation of NAT and RFC 1918, how they can't be targeting one of your devices. And then I said, yeah, you know what? That's not my job. What is NAT? What is NAT and RFC? 1918. Turn around Tuesday and fall off Wednesday. You guys are hilarious. Expect Tesla to fall more in after hours? Probably. Your ex-boyfriend's like, I got it. Rip back to 425, heading to 41. Yeah, 412F25 is a nice number. I like that number. Limit down Tuesday. Yeah, Winky, I was on that same thing. I thought we were going to get, from the calls on Friday, I thought we'd see more follow-through on the bell today, and we didn't. Yeah, it's struggling. It is struggling to find a reason to go up. Oh, yeah, your wife's boyfriend. Yeah, I thought the same thing. I thought we would have got a bounce to 432 and then re-up on some short positions, but that didn't happen. Apple's trying to hang on for dear life. We are seeing some short covering currently into the 3:30 hour. Now be careful in here. You know how this can go right up, down, and sideways. They trap you in here, and then they continue to sell it down into the bell. So if you're bullish here and be like, I don't know, I'd be more or less looking for it to take another short at some point. Junk bonds trading down to 101.84. Not pretty. Hard to look at this. Here. You know, the 101.60 we've got on junk bonds as well. Back on February 24th, 101.60 a dip buy. We had a huge move last time we traded down there. Huge move off that low. Monster move. Trying to look for a time that we've retested that soon afterwards to see if we've gotten a second bounce off of junk bonds. We have. Even with this short covering right now, we're not even watching. I'm in this short covering. I'm paying attention to the call side of the trade, and it ain't moving. Like there is no fucking bid in this market. No fucking bid in this fucking market. Even with that little bump there on the SPY, no fucking bid. Like no fucking bid. None. There is no fucking bid. March 9th, there's concentration of puts at 420p. It's March 9th expiry in the SPY. March for Wednesday. Wild. March 11th, 420p, 40,000 puts on there. More at 410p on March 11th. You got guys out there with 400 Ps on March 11th for $1.06. March 14th, littered with puts. Market is just I can't even believe the number of puts on March 14th. Unreal. March 16th, loaded to the tits and puts. Market is stacked with puts. Stacked with puts on the 18th. 18th is just hip deep in puts right now. That's for OPEX. Not OPEX, for yeah, it's for OPEX. I mean, just monster puts out there. I'm looking at it right now. Just insane puts out there. Insane. You're saying that puts are being sold right now? Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that puts aren't being sold. That doesn't surprise me. What I'm saying is, even though those are being sold, you're not seeing like a massive bid in the market here, which is what you want to see. If you look at J&K right now, we should see a move from where we are right now. Like, you look at just look at J&K. The last time we bounced down here, we had a 1-day bounce from 101 to 103.34. If you look at like a 1-year chart on J&K or a 3-month chart on J&K, see this fucking capitulation move here? I mean, this looks like it wants to fucking to bury itself. It looks nasty looking at J&K right now. It looks fucking ugly. Sorry to fuck so many times. Dude, it does not look pretty. It does not look bullish. More rig calls. March 18th, 5C, $37,000. A dip buyer stepped in on the Qs right now. March 7th, 328C for $32,000. It just looks nasty. It does. I'm not gonna lie, man. It's looking pretty nasty. I mean, look at VIX, right? VIX cranking now. VIX cranking to trying to retest the highs from the open this morning, 35.75 or so. Gotta look at the 2-minute here. Yeah, just came up, just missed the high of 35.88. I gotta look at the put call ratio right now. Cause I might have to buy this close with some calls. I might have to. It could be I could lose a lot of money doing this. But man, this market is fucking loaded with puts. Like, it is loaded. We're either gonna gap the fuck down tomorrow. We're gonna have a big move tomorrow, I think. I don't think we're trading sideways tomorrow. I think we're gonna have a big ass move down. Some kind of capitulation move, 80 to 100 points, or we're gonna get a pretty big move up. I think we're going lower than 418. You can't sign on your broker right now? So what am I going to do in the close here? I don't know what I'm going to do in the close here. You know what I don't know what I'm going to do from right where we are right now on the SPY. Let's look at Amazon real quick. We talked about this all morning. There's some real risk right now. I mean, look at Amazon just fucking sitting here ready to fucking sell. Look at that shit. Boom. You drop this bitch. You could drop this in the middle of the night. You drop NASDAQ, there wouldn't be shit you could do. Nothing. Couldn't do shit. I'm bearish into the close. Right now, currently at this moment, where Apple is, where the whole market is right now, I'm bearish. I'm fucking bearish into this bell. 100%. I am bearish. We could buy futures. We might go up in futures only because of the dealer hedging, but man, I'm bearish. You know what? You know what? This is you know what this is classic. This is what I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you what's classic. Okay. What they can do is they try to dump it down to like 420 into the bell here. Maybe some more capitulation, even lower, right? You pin it down into the bell, and then after the bell, last 15 minutes, they just load the fucking boat on puts. You get like 20, 30, 40 million dollars on puts against the indexes. They're going to have to hedge that in after hours and into the overnight and sell the market down. That's the only way they're going to get down to like 412. They ain't going to do it in cash market, I can tell you that. It's March 7th. So they got to do it in after hours. Not after hours, but in futures. Yeah, I'm having some issues on my end over here. I'm having some issues with my internet today. I'm getting a DNS attack of some kind. So you guys are hearing some fucked up shit from my end on your end. It's definitely me. It's not you guys. It's on my end. I'm having I've got different computers here that are running at 500 meg download speeds. And then I've got this one right here that's running at 30 or something like that. And I'm being disconnected from my other laptop as well. I'm being disconnected from my brokerage. So I'm probably have some sort of an attack going on. So I'm going to have to I'm probably being focused on by somebody. So I'm going to have to work on this as soon as I log off today and call my ISP. And I had I forget who it was. It was like Mars Bars or something. Help me out with this. We'll see. Yeah, wheat, baby, wheat. I'm up for wheat at $16. I've got to sell on wheat at $15.65, I think. So I'm not going to stare at it all day long. Just going to wait and see. I don't want to look at it all day long and be compulsive. It's at 1250 right now. Working on hitting that last high of 1275. I think we're going to 15 to $16. I'll be honest with you. I don't think it's fucking done. No way, no how is it done. Well, I don't know if they dilute at some point. We're fucked. Man, this looks so ugly right here. I'm looking around the internet, dude. Look at MasterCard is just fucking selling. TSM, man, right on the cusp. Rig just cranking. Mara, Palantir, whole ton of puts. SBSW, nice. SU, beautiful. Chubb, baby Chubb. John Deere. I can hear it cutting out on my end too. SPY down 420.80. I'm telling you guys, like, this is not fucking pretty. This is not fucking pretty. You guys want my thought? I mean, NASDAQ is down 464 fucking points. If we gap down tonight, right, and dropped another 300, you'd be below 13,000. This morning we looked at what happens when that happens, right? We talked about what it can happen with below 13,000. We talked about what can happen, the legs down that we can take here. It can get really fucking nasty. Amazon's down 156 points. Man, I'm gonna have to split. I'm gonna have, I'm gonna take a trade right now. Hold on here. I gotta line up a trade here. People are loaded to the fucking tits. Loaded. Loaded to the tits and puts. puts are super fucking expensive right now. Super expensive. Now I'm being attacked by Call of Duty nerds. It's my Call of Duty bros. Yeah, QQQ's down. Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna cover this close. I'm watching. So if I had a guess here, I am going to take a position, but probably after the bell. Probably gonna look to see if they load the fucking boat with puts after the bell. Now trading down to 420.37. Yeah, even my book map is slow right now. I've got delayed data coming in right now on this laptop. Or maybe I don't. I can't tell. Let me see. It's right on point. Okay, we have Apple calls coming in currently. Apple, March 17th, 180C, $1.4 million with just 20 minutes left on the bell here. Apple, March 17th, 180C, $1.4 million. Marcus saying that he's buying March 9th, 425Cs. Wish me luck, I'll need it. Yeah, why don't you just get some fucking you should just buy straddle right now. This is like the perfect place to buy a straddle. Literally the perfect. I wouldn't do it right this moment. I'd do it at like 359. Like 359, maybe 358. Somewhere in there. You buy a straddle. Or what you could do is you buy the calls right now, maybe, and then the puts at the bell. It's possible you could buy the puts right now, or you wait for the calls to be super. I don't know right now. This is not looking good. They like to murder calls for the 9th too. They got Tuesday in here. Straight bloodbath right now. I'm gonna take a look on a larger time frame here. We're not even that low yet. I'll be honest with you. We can trade down. We can trade the SPY down easy. Easy. We can trade the SPY down. 402. We can between now and tomorrow. We can easily trade down to 400 tomorrow, between today and tomorrow. Easy. No doubt. We could trade 200 points down on the SPY tomorrow. Be a fucking bloodbath. Be fucking wild. Be wild. Unexpected. Google is in talks to buy Mandiant, a $4.5 million cybersecurity firm. MNDT. Just ripped from a low of 1853 to 20.77. MN, that's Mike, November, Delta, Tango. Went to the moon from 1855. Mike, November, Delta, Tango. Buyout from, looks like that might have been halted. Yeah, it got halted. What am I buying into the close, baby? Am I buying calls? You know what I would do? This is what I would say to you. All right, I'm trying to think this through better. I would say buy calls at the bell, like 358, 359, maybe even now. Maybe you could start adding on to them right now. You buy them right now. You add on to them for the next 15, 20 minutes or whatever, right? And then if you see something fucked up happen into the bell, let's say at from 4 o'clock to 4:15, you see like $30 million in puts come in, $40 million in puts come in. You cut them loose right after the bell, and there's no harm, no foul. If you don't see that roll, that waterfall effect into the bell, or after the bell between 4 and 4:15, then you hold on to them. And I would buy. And why buy something in the fucking money? Buy something that's like stupid. You got 2 days on. You might as well buy some like. I mean, if you're gonna go full tits bore, right? You think we're getting a reversal here? We got 2 days left on calls. I mean, shit. You get some 435s for like 48 cents. Those are way outside the fucking money, but for 2 days from now, 49 cent calls, dirt cheap. You want to buy a straddle by 439C expiring on Wednesday. And then buy, not a straddle, I guess it would be a strangle. And then I'd buy, expiring on Wednesday, I'd buy believe it or not, like 405s for 63 cents. Maybe 412s for $1.64. Not a bad little trade right there. Maybe by Friday you buy Friday 410s or something, 405s. But we are at some max pain right now. Puts are really expensive right now. No, it's a target for Google. A buyout from Google. Yeah, I'm still not seeing the juice in those calls. Still not seeing juice. I'm not seeing premium in SPY right now. SPY March 9th, 418C. March 9th, 418C. $800,000. QQQs March 7th, 327C. $30,000. Yeah, all these short covering rallies here, last few minutes. I need to look at the put call ratio into the close right here. Check the put call ratio. Take a look at it real quick. And you know what I'm going to probably fucking do right now is I'm going to bring up a, you know what I'm going to look at is I'm also going to, I don't usually do this, but I want to look at the MACD, baby. I hate the MACD, but it might be worth looking at right now. Look at the MACD. Dude, it's still not oversold, man. Come on here. Look at the MACD in a daily. Yeah, it's pretty oversold here. Not huge. Not huge oversold. And it's going down, dude. I'm going to look at the put call ratio. 0.90. January 21st. It's still kind of neutral in the put call ratio. On a daily chart, add the MACD on it. Fucking hate the MACD. But sometimes it works. Like on a rare, dude, yeah, MACD can go down too. It ain't shit gone down yet. That fucking thing, that bitch can, sorry, I shouldn't be swearing like that. Dude, we can easily sell this down. Easily sell this down. Easily keep selling this down. We're not even oversold yet. We're not. We're not oversold. No matter what you think. The put call ratio ain't showing shit right now either. So if you're looking for indicators on can we continue to sell down after the bell, it's certainly it's not like we're oversold. Watching calls on XLF May 20th 42C, they're sitting on some major support. If they break through there, it's going to be ugly. Some bulls going in on that, $46,000 and $69,000. Calls on JD January 20th 2023. 55C for $1.5 million, $1.1 million. That could just be a Chinese person that's dumping money into JD. We all know how that goes. You know, it's like some of the indicators and stuff that I'm looking at. They're not giving a tell right now like you'd normally see that we can't sell this market in the overnight. So there's some real concern here heading into the bell. Got 11 minutes left until the close here. It's tough because looking at some of the internals, the volume today was 867 million shares, 67% above its 3-month average. Decliners led advancers by 3.6 to 1. The volume on the NASDAQ today was 4.95 billion shares, 31% above its 3-month average. Decliners led advancers by 2.1 to 1. It's a tough one right here. And then I'm looking at, just like bringing up the put call ratio, bringing up the MACD, bringing up, looking at this stuff here. I'm not saying we can't trade up higher here, but when you're looking at the junk bonds, right? When you're looking at the news coming out right now, we just tagged 420 on the SPY. Feed's getting blurry. Yeah, I understand what you guys are saying, but hang tight for a second. See if they know the answer. Okay, so I just checked to see if one of the interns called Comcast for me. So I don't say we're at 419.99, bounced right off this support down here. I don't say to you on this. Just wrecked here. Looking at the calls and puts on the close today. There is one positive today. There's 220,000 puts on 420p that will expire today. There are a lot of puts today that are going to expire. That could there should be some de-hedging in the overnight from this. But I'm going to be watching. My point to it would be I'm going to watch the close here. It's going to be important between 4 o'clock today and 4:15 to see if there is market manipulation, which is what it is, right? You'll see market manipulation between 4 o'clock to 4:15. If they're going to try to sell this market down in the overnight, you'll see it around 4. They'll slip in a bunch of puts. If they're going to do it, they'll slip in a bunch of puts, and it'll offset anything that came off the market, anything that's rolling off into the overnight tonight. You got MLC imbalance 1.6. Would like to know to sell put. I sold my puts today, early. Josh is making a fair point. These Apple puts I've been watching are cheaper now than when we first got to 160 and we're 50 cents lower. Yeah, J&K cliff, baby. You see that cliff on J&K, right? Is my feed still blurry, Christian? Can you see me? Yeah, we are over VIX right now. I agree with that too. Now trading lower, 419.91. SPY puts March 7th, 420p. IWM puts March 9th, 194p, $329,000 high algo score. It's all better. We'll look lower on the SPY and see if the buyers are way down here at 418 on the SPY, or even lower actually. A little bit of recovery in the hero indicator. Now back down. Watching large puts coming through right now. IWM, SPY, BA, BNTX, Bravo, November, Tango, X-Ray. Huge puts on UPS. UPS, April 14th, 195p, $1.4 million. BNTX, April 14th, 130p, $1.2 million. SPY puts, March 9th, 420p, $482,000. SPY calls, 418C for 3.7, March 7th, right? For today, $100,000. Someone's trying to buy this dip into the close while someone's loading the fucking boat on puts. VIX puts coming in. BA puts, March 18th, 160p, $444,000. IWM puts, March 9th, 194p, $329,000. Perfect place for a fucking straddle into this close. Get some farther out puts and buy some March 9th calls into this bell. So I'm looking at for March 9th, 433 Cs. They're 55 cents right now. Dude, what the fuck is going on? I'm in some SPY calls for tomorrow, 4:30, or for Wednesday, 4:33 C's into this bell. And I'm going to pay attention to the after hours action and see if we see any kind of like nastiness after the bell here. Let me know what you're doing. Hey, right on, D mess sect, DME sect. First day watching, right on. You're a Detroiter brother? Hells yeah. Yeah, Captain Ron's making a very fair point. I would not follow me on that trade because I'm probably going to either bounce out of these calls after the bell between now and 4:15, or I'm going to end up grabbing a straddle here. We'll wait and see what happens here after the bell. And I might grab some puts to add some puts to the pile as well, and trade them both ways. We'll see how this goes. Look at that ricochet on the SPY. Watching more SPY or VIX puts, April 14th. Silver calls came at the last moment. SLV, March 11th, 23C. Loading up sweeps on silver. March 11th, 23C for 136,000. Those are slipped in after the bell. Yeah, for PMs and oil stocks. Crazy sell, absolutely insane. HUD is saying that Justin Russian Deputy PM Alexander Novak threatens to embargo all oil exports, halting gas supplies through Nord Stream. Yeah, I like the idea, Benny Mac, of some SPY call spreads. I don't know if I like them dated for the 11th, but I like some call spreads down the way. Sometime after OPEX would be nice. Okay, ready? After the bell, QQQs, March 31st, 330C, $1.5 million, golden ticket. This is after the bell. So I'll post this on Twitter so you can see it. The golden ticket after the bell currently on the Qs. An interesting trade for after the bell, and it's also interesting that it's a golden ticket after the bell. We'll save this here, and I'll post it to @Captain's Alpha for you. Yeah, MNDT was paused for volatility. Yeah, no shit, it's gonna crank. Interesting trades after the bell. So we've got a golden ticket for the Qs. Right? And then now I'm watching massive I'm watching massive I'm watching some massive put flow come in after the bell here. We're watching the Qs. That's March 31st, 330C for $1.5 million. That's that golden ticket, right? I'm going to post this on at Captain's Alpha too. So far, what's come in. We don't usually see a lot of stuff after the bell, and today, of course, we're seeing them. I'm going to save this right here for you. Post this real quick. Definitely some unusual options activity after the bell. And now some SPY calls after the bell. So watching a whole melange of stuff come in after the bell. Watching like Qs, March 31st, 330C, right? Golden ticket. IWM, March 18th, 184P for $398,000. SPY, March 9th, 410P. This is the puts, right? $463,000. IWM, golden ticket, March 18th, 184P. Puts for $2.7 million. SPY calls, March 14th, 430C for $267,000. You're like, yeah, that's great money. SPX, March 14th, 4200C for $2.2 million. SPY still selling down after the bell, down to 418.84. Crashing through support over here after the bell. You can see it right here. Melange, baby. Melange. My golden tickets typically always pay off, but you have to time them properly. That's how you. I should go through. I need to do a golden ticket. I need to do a golden ticket video, like how to trade golden tickets, because you can lose your ass. I agree with that. Now watching the SPY trade down even further, 418.67. More IWM puts. March 18th, 184P, $859,000. SPY puts, big ones. April 14th, 401P, $10.8 million. Son of a bitch. Here we go here. I'm going to post this new stuff on @Captain's Alpha so you can see it. This just came in here, okay? $10 million, $11 million. Talked about this, right? SPY selling off in after hours. We talked about this before the bell, right? If we start to see this stuff, the impact isn't so much that the impact is that the market makers and dealers are going to have to hedge this shit in the after hours, okay? This will put a dent in tomorrow. We've got SPY 414, April 14th, 401P. They spent $11 a fucking share, 10,000 shares for $10.8 million after the bell. That's real money. That's real money. That's what it is. That's not fucking selling. Every time I hear someone out there say, well, there's always a buyer or there's, that's put selling. It's not. There's a buyer and a seller. And someone bought those fucking puts. And that wasn't the fucking cowboy out there getting them back off the market either. That's $11 million against the SPY after the bell. We talked about this, right? What they'll do is they'll trade it down. You can't get it done in cash market. And then they'll load the boards against after the bell, and it'll impact tomorrow's trade. That's pretty fucking wild right there. A low of 418.20 on the SPY currently. How far away are we from 412? Not that far away at all, are we? You can trade the indexes from 4 o'clock to 4:15. Fuck no, these are my Call of Duty bros. I mean, this is fucking wild watching this. Absolutely fucking wild. Now I'm gonna check out. Real quick the options chain and see what we can see on Wednesday's structure. I'm not seeing any massive calls. Seeing still 83,000 puts on 420p expiring on Wednesday that are still active. Nobody's closed those puts out currently. Watching a bit on the SPY after the bell currently at the moment. March 11th, 45,000 contracts on 420p. Bunch of interest on 410p. Bunch of interest on 400p. It wasn't this cowboy. You guys know who the cowboy is, right? You guys know whenever you guys hear the cowboy ring reference, you guys know who that is? You guys ever heard that on social media? There's a cowboy out there. He's buying spreads and selling spreads, credit spreads. No, I watch live options interest live right now. You can watch it right now live. It updates on my broker. It updates automatically. Still have another 6 minutes left. We'll keep our eyes out before we sign off for the day. Just see if there's anything wild after the bell as well. Just to see if there's anything. Yeah, if there's like news if there's news that's announced after the bell, if there's not market makers, but banks will place trades after the bell. White House is saying they need to prepare for the long, difficult road ahead. Are you shitting me? The long, difficult road ahead. What are they setting us up to fucking? Wild. I'm trying to see if closing bell was nasty. Fair chance. I'm gonna give it like I'm gonna give a fair chance of a gap down tomorrow. Don't want to say that to you guys, but there's a fair chance of it. There's a fair chance. Not always, but the way this is setting up. Fair chance of continued selling into tomorrow. Lawrence Morton, you fucking Russian scumbag. All right, saw another one come through just now. SPX, March 11th, 4260 calls. That's $1 million. Whew. Need more water. I shouldn't have sold my puts so early. I should have held them right into the fucking bell. I'm telling you what, this is we could go up tomorrow. It's possibly go up tomorrow, but it ain't fucking pretty. This is not a good close. I mean, you close below you close below 421, right? You close below 4. This close below 421 is fucking ugly. There ain't no fucking way around it that isn't fucking ugly. Oh, here we go. Somebody bought 430 C's for tomorrow. Somebody just slipped in some 430 C's for tomorrow. Somebody sneaked them in. Somebody's sitting on 430 C's. I'll fucking bite on those. Wait a minute here. I got some more wacky shit going on. I slipped into some calls real quick again. I'm on 430 C's. Someone bought some calls right after the bell here for a last minute or two left. So we'll see. This is not good. The one thing I want, even though I'm in some calls right here, we're probably going to gap down overnight, believe it or not. I'm going against my own advice here. So the problem for tomorrow is that we closed below 421. At least in cash market. We need to close higher than this between now and 5 p.m. 421.0. Closing down here opens the door to, let's close where we are right now, opens the door. Let me take a look. See what's opening the door to. Let's just take a fucking look. Yeah, this is opening the door without a doubt tomorrow. Let's call it a gap down to 405. 407. Get a little bit closer here and see. I mean, this close opens the door tomorrow for an open 407.20. Man, that bearish close was fucking gnarly. Fucking straight gnarly. Okay. Yeah, do not follow me on that trade. Okay, you guys all have a wonderful night. I'll check back in with you tomorrow. There's a fair chance you're going to get a gap down overnight. It's probably a 60. I'm going to give it a 60% chance that we gap down to 407 into the open tomorrow. It'll be a straight fucking bloodbath. Let's say we gap down to like 412. Let's say we gap down to 412 in the overnight. And then right after the bell, we're going to just go straight down. That's what I think. Like 60% chance of that. Next chance would be the 40% chance is that we trade higher into the open tomorrow. Let's say we stop out at 425 and then we continue straight down to 405 into the weekend. Without a doubt, right? Without a doubt, 100% positively sure. That close down below for roughly like 420 or so. 421 right here, 421, 420, 422.03 or so. That close below there the door is wide open. So we are definitely heading lower. I don't care what it takes for us to get lower. I don't give a flying fuck. We fucking trade higher. Fucking 30 points, 50 points, or whatever. I don't give a flying fuck. We are trading way the fuck deeper. Yeah, you guys have a wonderful afternoon. And I will catch you guys on tomorrow's live stream. I'm gonna work on my electrical tonight, and I will get back with you guys at tomorrow, like 8:30 or so, 9 o'clock, depending on what time I wake up and get down with the kids. Got to get them off to school and all that kind of stuff. You guys have